Hello everyone. I'm pretty sure that you must have watched the part 1 of monthly finance current affairs from 1st of May to 16th of May. आपने नोटिस किया होगा कि उन सेशंस में बहुत सारे important RBI circulars हमने कवर किए because of which the entire May month जो था वो काफी heavy month था जिसकी वजह से I have decided to divide the monthly video into two parts. So now we will be starting up with part 2 for the month of May, which includes the finance current affairs from 17th to 30th of May. I'm pretty sure the way you have enjoyed the first part, you will be enjoying the part 2 as well. And most importantly, I have a very important announcement to make. After you watch this session, you can download the PDF of this session, which is available by filling the Google form, and the link of that Google form is in the description below. आप उस Google form के link को fill कीजिए so that you can download the PDF. And trust me, May month PDF is really very important क्योंकि अगर हम expect कर रहे हैं examination to be held in month of September last or maybe October mid, so in that particular case, May, June, July, August, these 4 months are going to play a really very important role in your examination. So let's get started without any further delay, and do share your feedback in the comment section with suggestions regarding the monthly finance current affairs. Let's first try to solve few questions based on the previous session, and I'm pretty sure you will be able to answer those questions from the previous session in the very first discussion itself, because the news was tough. But what I have done is I have constructed pretty doable questions from it so that you will gain that confidence कि ठीक है, अगर ऐसी कोई news होगी तो I will be in a position to answer this. I will be in a position to answer the questions from the examination point of view. ठीक है, चलो. So let's begin the discussion with the very first question of the evening. As you all know, we always do this on regular basis, that first we complete the entire discussion, and after completing the entire discussion, we solve the questions in the very next session, which is really very important for you. So let's go. Let's start the discussion with the first question, and the first question is now on your screen. Read the question, guys. Give me the answer in the comment section. Okay, I'll read it for you. What does the question says? If we talk about the question, so the question says, under the fully accessible route, what is the key feature regarding investment limits for non-resident investors is specified government securities. Investors are capped at 10% of the total outstanding stock. Okay. What is the second point? What does the second point says? So the second point in this context says that investments, they are limited to sovereign wealth funds only. Okay. There are no investment limits or macro prudential controls. Only listed entities can invest through this route. Investment must be held at least for 5 years. So the answer to this particular question is C option, that there are no investment limits or macro prudential. There are no investment limits or macro prudential control. So the answer is going to be C option. Next question. Which of the following conditions applicable to foreign portfolio investments under the voluntary retention route? So under the voluntary retention route, which of the following are the conditions which are applicable on FPIs? We all know that VRR, it is basically a voluntary retention route, 3 years, that is a clause which we need to remember. Must invest only in municipal bonds. Wrong, sir. Repatriation of the funds is allowed anytime. No, sir. There is a condition of 3 years. Must invest at least 75% of the committed portfolio size within 3 months. That is absolutely true. No separate account required, sir. No separate account is required for the transaction. Minimum retention period is 1 year. No, sir. Minimum retention period is 3 years. So the answer to this particular question is again the C option. Many of you are giving me the correct answer. I hope now you must be feeling that confidence कि हाँ भाई, अगर एक बार हमने टाइम स्पेंड किया, एक बार हमने न्यूज को देखा, which was quite difficult, but over the period of time now we are in a position to answer the questions pretty clearly on those news as well. So going on to the next question, guys. The next question says, what is the investment limit for FPI in corporate debt securities under general route? If I talk about investment limit for FPI, so if I talk about FPI limit for government securities Is it what? So it is 6%. If I talk about state government, the limit is 2% of the outstanding stock. Then obviously, what will be the limit for corporate debt security, guys? What will be the limit for corporate debt security? May I have the answer, please? What will be the limit for corporate debt security? Quickly give me the answer in the comment section. And if you haven't liked the session yet, I would request you quickly hit the like button as well, and quickly share the link of this session with your friends so that more and more students, they can join us live in this particular session itself. Got it? Chalo. So the answer to this particular question is, the answer is 15% of the outstanding stock of corporate bonds is the investment limit for FPIs. So in that particular case, the answer is going to be what? So the answer is going to be D option. Many of you have given the correct answer. That is absolutely correct. Moving to the next. According to the master direction, what is the minimum residual maturity requirement for FPIs investing in corporate debt under general route? Are you getting my point? What is the minimum residual maturity requirement for FPIs? If I talk about FPIs in this case, what is the minimum residual maturity requirement for its FPIs investing in corporate debt? That is different. But if I talk about FPIs in government securities, in that case, there is no limit as such, or there is no requirement as such. So there is no requirement in terms of minimum residual maturity requirements. There is no requirement as such. But on the other side, if I talk about corporate debt security, so in case of corporate debt security, the minimum residual maturity should be above 1 year. Should be above what? So it should be above 1 year. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear, everyone? Got it, guys? Clear? Moving ahead. Chalo. Let's move on to the next question now. What does the next question says? So the next question is now on your screen. The question says, which instrument is excluded? Which instrument is excluded from voluntary retention route eligibility for non-resident investment? ETFs that invest entirely in debt instruments, they are included. Yes, sir. Repos and reverse repos up to 10%, they are included. Yes, sir. Government securities, sure, sir. Units of domestic mutual funds that invest in equity, no, sir, they are not included. Listed corporate bonds, they are included. So if you remember, under the voluntary retention route, if foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment is done, and in that particular case, if the foreign portfolio investment is done in any kind of mutual fund or ETF, that is electronic mutual fund or ETF, in that particular case, exchange traded fund, in that particular case, if the investment is done in equity, then you will not be allowed to invest, because these were the directions based on what? So these are the direction related to the debt securities, how they will allow you to invest under the equity instrument. So that was the condition which was given. Moving on to the next point. The next point says, what must an FPI do if a to be listed corporate debt securities under VRR is not listed within the SEBI prescribed period? What does it say? Guys, let's suppose you are a foreign portfolio investor and you want to invest through the voluntary retention route, and the moment you have decided to invest in the voluntary retention route, you have invested in those corporate debt securities which are going to be listed. They are not listed yet, but they will be listed very soon. But what if in near future they are not listed within the SEBI prescribed period? Then what will be the result? So the result is, wait until listing is done, no. Request RBI exemption, no. Right of investment, no. Convert it to equity, no. Sell the security to the issuer or the third party immediately. You must sell that security to the issuer, whosoever is issuing it, whosoever has issued it to you, कि भैया आपने मुझे कहा था कि ये जो security है, it will be listed very soon, but unfortunately it has not been listed. So I'm not allowed by SBI to invest in these kind of securities. I request you to purchase it back. If it purchase it back, it's fine. Otherwise, you can sell it to the third party immediately. That is the requirement. Last question from the previous day news. Who monitors the utilization of FPI investment limits in government securities? Very important. This is very important, that who monitors the utilization of FPI investment limits in government securities? Is it SEBI? Is it NPCI? Is it Clearing Corporation of India? Is it RBI? Is it Ministry of Finance? What will be your answer? Those who have read the PDF which I have provided to them, on my Telegram channel, they must be able to answer this question, because this point was not discussed in the class, but it was very clearly mentioned in the PDF. So the answer is Clearing Corp. Chalo, I'll not give the answer. Wait, I'll not give the answer to this particular question, guys. Let's keep it as a homework. Let's keep this question as a homework. In order to find the answer to this particular question, do download the PDF of the previous session which is available on my Telegram channel. उस PDF को अच्छे से पढ़ो, then only you will be able to answer this question. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible. ठीक है जी? Clear हो गया? Is it good? Is it fine? Are we good to go? चलो. So let's begin the discussion. Let's begin the discussion with the next news of the day. So chalo. Let's quickly start the discussion. I'll just quickly share the link of this session, which I have not done in the starting, because of which many of the students, they are not even aware that the class is live. So I'll quickly share the link and then we'll begin the discussion. But before I start, guys, I would like to inform you one thing, that today the next RBI direction which we are going to discuss, it's really very important, and the importance is in two formats. The first format importance is with respect to the probability, that whether it will be asked in the examination or not. Then my answer is for sure it will be asked in the examination. It has a capability. It has that capability that it can be asked in the examination for sure. And secondly, the news which we are going to discuss, the master direction which I'm going to discuss with you in some time, that master direction I have break it down so easily. I have break it down in such an easy manner that you can understand it for sure. क्योंकि पिछली क्लास में मुझे थोड़ा अजीब लगा. I felt very bad for the students because you were struggling with that particular news. So in order to save you guys, in order to help you guys, I have done my homework pretty well this time, and I have made the next RBI direction very easy to understand. I have used very easy terms so that you can understand it very well, and I have made the flow. I have discussed the flow not the way it is given in the master direction, rather I am discussing it in the manner that you will be able to decode it, you will be able to understand it. Are you all ready? I hope you all are ready. Let's get started. Let's get started with this discussion. Chalo. Here we go with the first news. So today the master direction we have is master direction given by RBI on digital lending. So we have a master direction on digital lending, and it is named as Digital Lending 2025. But as we always know, if we are discussing something, we will be discussing it from scratch to advance. So the scratch level says on the first line, or I would say in the first line of this slide, it is written digital lending. So I would like to discuss with you what is digital lending. But rather than discussing only digital lending, I plan to discuss it with comparison to the traditional lending as well. What is traditional lending? याद करो, जब आप बैंक के पास गए, आपने बैंक को रिक्वेस्ट की, सर लोन चाहिए, बैंक ने आपको लोन दिया, आप लोन लेकर घर आ गए, आपने उस लोन को यूटिलाइज किया. So when you approach the bank, that means you physically reach to the bank, you physically sign the documents, you physically fulfill all the requirements of the bank. That is, you give your photograph in physical, you give your official valid document, photostat copy in physical. So everything is provided in physical manner, and over the counter, I would say, sharing of information is done, signatures are given, then only the loan disbursement is done. That kind of lending is known as traditional lending. But on the other side, what is digital lending? Guys, digital lending basically means आप घर बैठकर, if you can apply for a loan and you are receiving the loan into your bank account without even approaching to the bank branch or any other bank office or any other bank authority. That is basically termed as what? So that is basically termed as digital lending. Now let's discuss the nitty-gritties of the same. The first one is process and application. The application process includes, in case of traditional lending, it includes filling out paper forms, meeting people in person, that means meeting the bank employees in person and doing things manually. Borrower usually go to the bank branch or financial institution to request for loan, hand in the documents and have their credit checked. But on the other side, the entire application process is online, which is usually done through a website or an application. Applicant do not need to visit in person. They just fill out the forms, submit the documents, and they will get the approval on the digital format. And on the digital format itself, the entire amount will be credited back into their account. This is known as what? So this is known as digital lending. Accessibility. Sir, the way I say, traditional lending is accessible to all the borrowers, but they can access the traditional lending during the business hours, during the working days of the banks. Unlike traditional banking or traditional lending, digital lending is available 24/7. You can apply for loan 24/7 with the help of application, with the help of website which have been provided to you. So you can use that application or the website in order to access the loan. Second is speed and efficiency. In case of traditional lending, obviously as the name suggests, it's a slow process. क्योंकि पहले आप जाओगे, you will give the documents, then they'll say this document is incomplete. You will again go back, get the new document, fulfill the requirement. They say photograph match nahi ho rahi, then they will ask you to get a new passport size photograph. So obviously it's going to be time consuming and it is less efficient because there is an immense expense of customer as well as lender is involved. Unlike in case of digital lending, where the digital lending can be done very easily. It is done through the algorithmic manner. For example, I say I have an account with ICICI and even I am using PhonePe, even I am using an application known as Cred. So on these three applications, I am making my expenses, or on Cred, I am paying my credit card bills. So Cred as well as PhonePe, they are very well aware of my credit worthiness. They are very well aware of my fund circulations. They are very well aware of my capability, that what amount I'm making or what amount I'm spending every month, what income I'm receiving on regular basis, what is my total cash flow in and out in a particular month. So with the help of this data, they share this data with the third party on my consent, or even if they have tied up themselves with certain lending authorities, then they will share that data with the lending authorities and tell them कि भैया ये individual है, he is having an account with us, he has a great paying capacity or expense capacity, he has a good I would say credit of funds on regular basis every month. So this is one who can be your best customer in order to provide loans. So that is the reason you receive a message, you have been shortlisted or you are eligible for a personal loan of 2 lakh rupees. Sometimes you feel that कि भैया मैं eligible हूँ 2 लाख के लिए, ये कैसे possible है? They are just coming up with a fake message, or they are just trying to grab my attention on the message. No guys, that is not always the case. Rather, they have studied the entire history of your credit transactions, or I would say your fund transaction, and on the basis of that fund transaction study, they have calculated your eligibility, and on the basis of that eligibility, they offer you the loan, and that loan is available without even reaching to the platform. We call it as digital lending because, as said, it works on automation and algorithms. It works on automation and algorithms. Verification process, and in this the verification is in person, but here the verification is obviously without going to the bank. You can verify yourself with the help of biometric sensors, or you can verify yourself with the help of video calls and all. Credit assessment. So here the credit assessment will done with the help of the credit score, but here the credit worthiness is not only done with the help of credit score, but it is also done on the basis of your past transaction records, which gives more confidence to the lender before providing the loan. कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस की बात करें तो कस्टमर्स दे हैव अ गुड एक्सपीरियंस with traditional lending, but their experience is more convenient with digital lending because they are receiving the loan without even approaching to the bank or to the financial institutes. Risk management, so traditional lending relies on the risk assessment models and may be more conservative in its lending practices, because banks, they will try to provide secured loan only, they will try to provide loan against collateral only. But in case of digital lending, they offer easier loans. They often offer the loans which can be termed as unsecured or partially secured in the category of or in the context of lender. So as a whole, if I conclude, digital lending is a practice where the banking services are provided on a digital mode, especially the lending services, from day one when you apply for a loan till the last date when the loan is basically dispersed into your bank account. If all the services are provided into your bank account, that is basically, or it is provided through a digital mode, that is known as digital lending. Now, with respect to this digital lending, a master direction has been introduced by RBI, and this master direction, it includes few changes in comparison to the past one. But if you have not read the previous digital lending master direction of RBI, then for you it's a whole new document, and trust me, it's going to be very easy. एक एक करके जैसे शुरू करूंगा, बहुत जल्द अगले 15 से 20 मिनट में ये पूरे का पूरा टॉपिक खत्म हो जाएगा, आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा. इज इट ओके गाइस? लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड. ओके, हियर वी गो विद द फर्स्ट पॉइंट. जब भी कभी आप आरबीआई का कोई भी मास्टर डायरेक्शन पढ़ते हैं, व्हेनेवर यू डाउनलोड द पीडीएफ ऑफ द मास्टर डायरेक्शन, इट स्टार्ट्स विद द फर्स्ट वन. इफ यू रिमेंबर, जो हमने फ्रेमवर्क रेगुलेशंस में भी किया था, if RBI is coming up with the new regulation or amendment, it will start with the capacity of RBI, that why RBI is capable to amend this particular regulation, or why RBI is capable, or what are the powers, or under which act RBI possesses the powers to present this particular amendment. So I'm starting in the same manner. According to this particular master direction, it starts with the term that is preamble. What is this? Sir, it is preamble of RBI. It says that when RBI was set up, initially when RBI was set up with a sole motive that RBI will be responsible for the monetary and financial stability of the economy. RBI will be responsible for issuing and distribution of money supply in the economy, and RBI will be responsible for credit supply control and regulation. So keeping this point, credit supply control and regulation, it gives RBI power to regulate and control the regulated entities with respect to their credit supply mechanism. Please read on the screen. Reserve Bank of India is statutorily means as per RBI Act 1934, RBI possess this power that RBI will operate, or RBI will manage the credit system of the country, and encourage innovation in the financial system, product and credit delivery, while ensuring orderly growth, financial stability, and protection of depositors and borrowers' interests. So these are the powers which were given to RBI at the time of setting up of RBI. ठीक है जी. तो यहां से एक बात क्लियर हो गई कि अगर लोन लेंडिंग रिलेटेड कोई भी डायरेक्शन आएगी, उसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल कौन होगा? आरबीआई, बिकॉज दिस पावर हैज बीन गिवन टू आरबीआई अंडर इट्स प्रीएम्बल इटसेल्फ. दैट मींस जो इसके आरबीआई को बनाने के पीछे बेसिक लॉजिक था, उस लॉजिक में ये पावर्स आरबीआई को डिलीवर की गई थी. सेकंड पॉइंट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान से देखना. द कंसर्न्स प्राइमरली रिलेट टू अनब्रिडल्ड एंगेजमेंट ऑफ द थर्ड पार्टीज. अब पॉइंट आया कि सर आरबीआई इस मास्टर डायरेक्शन को क्यों ला रहा है? why RBI is coming up with this master direction? Sir, RBI is coming up with this master direction because of, due to the involvement of third parties, due to the mis-selling of products, due to the breach of data privacy, due to the unfair business conduct, due to extra interest rate charge as well as the unethical recovery practices which are performed by the lenders in the market, RBI has to come up with these master directions. RBI has to come up with these master directions. So due to these reasons, RBI has come up with the revised master directions. In exercise, so RBI has utilized its powers given under RBI Act 1934, even NHB Act 1987, Factoring Regulation Act 2011, Credit Information Companies Act 2005. Reserve Bank of India has utilized all its powers mentioned under these different acts in order to present this master direction so that RBI can safeguard the interest of the depositor as well as the interest of the borrower. But in this case, major concern is interest of the borrower. Moving on to the next point, the short title and commencement. If you open up this particular master direction, you will find out in this it is clearly mentioned that this master direction will be termed as Reserve Bank of India Digital Lending Directions 2005. These directions shall come into force immediately. So it says that these directions, they will come into force immediately except two directions. One which is mentioned under para 6 of this direction. I'll make you understand which direction it is. It will be effective from 1st of November. And second one is para 17 which will be effective from 15th of June 2025. अगर मैं आपको बताऊं इस डायरेक्शन में जो दो क्वेश्चन पूछे जाने के पूरे चांसेस है वो यही है. पहला क्वेश्चन पूछे जाने के चांसेस है रिलेटेड टू द डायरेक्शन which is going to be applicable from 1st of November 2025 और दूसरा जो क्वेश्चन पूछे जाने के चांसेस है that is related to the direction which is going to be applicable from 15th of June 2025. Once I'll complete the discussion, both the terms will be surely clear to you. ठीक है जी. चलो, moving on to the first point. This is very important. ये क्वेश्चन काफी बार पूछा जाता है. The question is asked in this manner. RBI Reserve Bank of India Digital Lending Direction 2025 is applicable on which of the following entities? So if this kind of question is asked, you must be aware that it is applicable on which of the following entities. So this is applicable on all the commercial banks of the country. It is applicable on all the primary cooperative banks, state cooperative banks, central cooperative banks. It is applicable on all non-banking financial companies, including the housing finance companies, as well as it is applicable on all India financial institute, which means I'm talking about it is applicable on NABARD, it is applicable on SEBI, it is applicable on EXIM, it is applicable on NABFID, as well as it is applicable on one is left now, NHB. It is applicable on NHB. So these directions, they are applicable on all the regulated entities that include the commercial banks, the NBFCs, as well as it include the cooperative banks, and even it include all India financial institutes as well. मतलब अगर NABARD किसी को loan देना चाहता है, that through digital lending, then they must fulfill the criteria or the conditions which are mentioned under this particular direction. इसका मतलब ये है. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हुआ. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. नाउ द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट सेज देयर आर सर्टेन टर्म्स व्हिच आर मेंशन्ड और इन टर्म्स का अंडरस्टैंडिंग होना काफी जरूरी है. वी आर क्लियर विद दीज टर्म्स देन ओनली वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड द फर्दर डायरेक्शन. सो द फर्स्ट टर्म वी हैव इज एनुअल परसेंटेज रेट. गाइस, हैव यू एवर हर्ड दिस एनुअल परसेंटेज रेट? देखो, एनुअल परसेंटेज रेट का मतलब क्या होता है? इट्स वेरी इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड. देयर इज एन इंडिविजुअल A approached to the bank to borrow a loan. A approached to a bank to borrow a loan. Bank has charged 7% rate of interest against this loan. 7% rate of interest against this loan. And along with this, bank is charging 1,000 rupees as fees. 1,000 rupees as a fees on regular basis, on annual basis. So when we talk about the lending rate of the loan, so lending rate of the loan is 7%. But when I include rate of interest as well as the other charges the fees and all. For example, when you approach to the bank and bank asks you कि भैया loan collateral क्या दोगे, आपने कहा sir I will give my land as a collateral. So bank will say you ठीक है आप अपने land के papers लेके आइएगा, we will get it valuated. So that valuation process will be completed by the bank against a fees which is going to be charged by you. So you are the one, borrower is the one who is going to pay the fees. We call it as application fees. There are some charges which you have to pay every year. They are known as annual charges. For example, credit card. In case of credit card, you are supposed to pay the annual charges. So when you include interest as well as the interest as well as the charges, when you include the interest as well as charges and you calculate the resultant rate of interest, let's say the resultant rate of interest is 8%, which include lending rate as well as the charges, we call it as annual percentage rate. So annual percentage rate is the actual criteria. It is the actual, we can say, parameter which should be used by you and me before deciding that whether we should borrow loan from this bank or not. What we generally do कि भैया उस बैंक का rate of interest है 9%, उसका 10%, let's borrow from this क्योंकि ये 9% पे loan दे रहा है. That is true. 9% is less than 10. But the moment you sit and finalize your loan document, you come across with certain hidden charges which were not displayed or which were not disclosed at the time of offering you the 9% rate of interest, which was a verbal offer. फिर वो कहेंगे नहीं सर 9% plus conditions मैंने कहा था आपने सुना नहीं. So that will be 9 plus something. And now in this case, in the first case, your annual percentage rate is 11. On the other side, which was charging lending rate of 10%, but its actual annual percentage rate is 10.5%. So you should go with annual percentage rate basis comparison, which will help you to choose a worthy lender so that you can enjoy the benefits on your lending rate savings. Second point is default loss guarantee. So what is this default loss guarantee? If I give you a very simple answer, default loss guarantee, it is basically a contractual agreement when an individual A reaches to a bank to borrow a loan, and on the behalf of A, C comes in the picture and C says, sir, मैं A की guarantee लेता हूँ, I am ready to sign a contract with you. If A is not in the position to pay back the loan, then I will be paying on the behalf of A. This is known as default loss guarantee, a contractual agreement called by whatever name between the regulated entity, that is bank, and another entity, under which the latter, that means the another entity, guarantees to compensate the regulated entity for the loss due to the default up to a certain percentage of loan portfolio specified upfront. So it can be 100% guarantee, it can be 80% guarantee, it can be 90% guarantee, depending upon the guarantee agreement, that is known as default loss guarantee. Next point is digital lending applications or platforms. What are these digital lending applications or platforms? Then my answer to this particular question is, guys, you must be using your bank's application, and on that particular bank application, if you have even tried, you can apply for loan on that bank application itself. So those bank applications which allows you to borrow loan through digital format, they are known as digital lender application. But these are not the only apps, not only banks, even the NBFC applications, which do not only provide you the platform to manage your account, but also which gives you a, I would say, capability to enjoy the financial institute provided services on the application itself. So if that application provides you with the digital loan, then we will call it as digital lending application. So digital lending application can be mobile or web-based application on a stand-alone basis or as a part of function of an application with user interface that facilitates digital lending services. DLA shall include applications of the regulated entities, that is banks, as well as those which are operated by lending service providers. Now the question is, so what do you understand by the word lending service providers? Let's try to decode this term. lending service provider is now on your screen. So lending service provider is an agent. For example, I'm taking an example, guys. There is a company named Paytm. And if I'm not wrong, I can say that Paytm was the first, or I would say one of the first companies in the country which promoted digital payments. So we can say that Paytm is the company which possesses highest number of customers who are dealing in the digital transactions. So keeping this user set in mind, many of the banks like Jammu and Kashmir Bank, which do not possess much exposure to the public. There is a bank called as RBL Bank, again, which do not possess much exposure to the public. Then we have Standard Chartered Bank. It's a foreign bank operating in India, but do not possess much exposure to the public. That means public is not very frequently visiting their branches. They do not have big customer base. So in that particular scenario, these banks and some of the NBFCs, they tie up with Paytm, and Paytm will become a platform where digital lending can be done. So I am an individual. The moment I approached on Paytm, there was an option digital loan. The moment I clicked on digital loan, they asked me, what is the requirement? Up to 1 lakh, less than 1 lakh. I said my requirement is up to 1 lakh. Then they asked me, what is the lending rate you are thinking to pay against this loan? I said up to 10%. Then they asked me, what is the return procedure, whether you will pay back your loan in installments or you will make the return in lump sum form on completion of the time period. That means 1 साल के बाद principal और interest एक बार में वापस करोगे या नहीं. तो उन्होंने मुझसे कुछ conditions भरवाई. They basically tried to know that what demand as a customer I have in my mind. The moment they had my demand, now what will be done? Paytm will check J&K Bank, RBL Bank and SCB, their services. If any of them out of the three, if any of them providing the services under this category, let's say J&K Bank is saying, I am ready to provide a loan of 1 lakh at 9% per annum. I am okay with lump sum rate of interest. So this will be visible to the customer कि भैया अगर आपको loan चाहिए, you can take from J&K Bank, and Paytm will act as a mediator to get you Paytm will act as a mediator so that you can get the loan. But on the other side, not only this, Paytm will also showcase RBL Bank in the list, but वहां पे लिखा होगा क्यों eligible नहीं है RBI या RBL आपकी कौन सी condition को fulfill नहीं करता. For example, RBI accept payment only in installments. SCB, sir, it provide loan, but its lending rate is greater than 10%. So which means Paytm is the lending service provider. It is the platform which showcase the matching deals, as well as it also showcase the rejected deals to the customer. If customer wants to change it and choose the rejected one. If not, customer can change or customer can choose the service which is available to it. The moment customer chooses it from J&K Bank, the amount will be directly credited into the bank account of the customer. Amount will be directly credited into the bank account of the customer. Customer is not supposed to pay any kind of fees, any kind of charges to the lending service provider. All the services, all the charges, all the commissions which are supposed to be paid, that will be paid by the bank itself depending upon the tie-up they have done. समझ आ गई बात? क्लियर हो गया? काम कैसे चलता है सर? काम ऐसे चलता है कि अगर आपके पास एक एप्लीकेशन है, उस एप्लीकेशन पे 3 बैंक है, एक कस्टमर ने आके लोन मांगा तो लोन की कंडीशन पहले पूछ ली, उन लोन की कंडीशंस को पूछने के बाद मैच किया अपनी लिस्ट के साथ, जिसके साथ मैच हो गया वो बता दिया, जिसके साथ मैच नहीं हुआ वो भी बता दिया. जैसे ही आपने फाइनल किया, लोन डायरेक्टली बैंक से आपके अकाउंट में क्रेडिट हुआ. आपने कोई चार्जेस नहीं देने मीडिएटर को जो भी चार्जेस, जो भी कमीशन है वो कौन देगा? बैंक, क्योंकि वो बैंक के बिहाफ पर आपको लोन दे रहा है, और जो प्रॉफिट वो कमाएगा, जो कमीशन वो कमाएगा, दैट विल बी अर्निंग फ्रॉम द बैंक इटसेल्फ. क्लियर होगी ये बात? समझ आ गया? ये क्लियर हो गया तो समझ लो मास्टर डायरेक्शन मोटी मोटी क्लियर हो गई. basic master direction is now clear to you. Chalo, let's move ahead. So first is due diligence requirement with respect to lending service providers. So instructions: digital lending, transparency in aggregation of loan products from multiple lenders. A draft circular was introduced by RBI in April 2024 और उसी draft circular का इस particular direction में final instructions दे दी हैं कि how lending will be done, what will be the process followed, what all conditions are need to be followed by the lending service provider in case of digital lending. First point is related to due diligence requirement with respect to lending service provider. So with respect to lending service provider, pehla point, digital lending by regulated entity which has involved lending service provider shall be carried out under a contractual agreement between the regulated entity and lender service provider, which clearly defines the role, rights and obligation of the each party. समझ आया? इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर आप बैंक हैं and you are tying up with a lending service provider, then you must sign a contract, and on that contract it should be clearly mentioned that what are the rights you are giving to the lender service provider and what rights will be in the hands of the regulated entity. Second point says the regulated entity shall conduct enhanced due diligence before they enter into an agreement with lending service provider for a digital lending, taking into account lending service provider technical capability. कि भैया जब आप as a bank किसी के साथ as a NBFC किसी lending service provider के साथ tie up कर रहे हैं, make sure कि that lending service provider is capable. If you feel they are capable, then only go for a transaction. Otherwise, you should not tie up with these kind of lending service providers, which will undoubtedly defame the name of the actual regulated entity. Regulated entity shall carry out periodic review of the conduct of LSP. So you should review the operations of lending service provider on regular basis with respect to the contracts, the agreements which you have already signed. मैं यहाँ पे एक चीज आपको समझाना चाहूंगा so that there is no confusion. What I'm trying to say, guys, see, we have banks, है ना? We have NBFCs. So banks and NBFCs, they are providing loan. Now, if banks like SBI, they have their own application, for example, YONO, you only need one. I don't know how many of you have heard about it. This application YONO, where our RBI is offering digital lending directly to the public through its own app, we call it as digital lending application, which is owned by bank itself. We call it as digital lending application, which is owned by bank itself. On the other side, there is an NBFC. I'm just taking an example X. This NBFC X do not have any application. So it has tied up with a fintech company. And this fintech company has given or offered a digital lending application specifically for this X NBFC. Again, it will be known as DLA. On the other side, there is an NBFC named Y. It approached to a fintech company. And asked that fintech company, sir, I want to provide digital loan to my customer. Is it possible? They said, yes, we have a digital lending application. The name of our digital lending application is, let's say, Paytm. So if you want, you can register yourself. Why ask that only my loans will be provided to the public? No, not only your loans, n number of other banks and NBFCs are registered on us, and that is the reason we are known as lending service provider. So this is lending service provider, this is digital lending application, and these are the actual regulated entities. Is this point clear, guys? Is this point clear? इस डायग्राम को देखकर is this point clear to everyone? One second. इस डायग्राम को देखकर is this point clear to everyone कि ये क्या है सर? These are the regulated entities, these are the digital lending applications and the mediator on which many of the regulated entities are registered, and with the help of one of its digital lending application it provides this service. This is known as lending service provider. This is known as lending service provider. बोलो समझ आया? बोलो समझ आ गया? Is this point clear? Is this point clear? If it is clear, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. Okay, thank you. Moving back to the point. The next point is regulated entity shall lay down. This is very important. Regulated entity shall lay down a part of its policy suitable monitoring mechanism for its loan portfolio which is originated with lending service provider. So these are the duties which are ought to be performed. These are the duties which are ought to be performed by the regulated entities if they are tying up. Is ought to be performed. Is ought to be performed by regulated entities if they have tied up with the lending service providers. दूसरा पॉइंट आता है regulated entity lending service provider arrangement involving multiple lenders. Multiple lenders का मतलब जैसे मैंने एग्जांपल ली थी कि we have Paytm. On Paytm we have many of the regulated entities which have registered and then loan is provided to the customer. Please pay attention. Lending service provider shall provide a digital view of all loan offerings matching the borrower request on the digital lending application. समझ आया कि भैया आपके पास जो भी regulated entities हैं उनमें जो regulated entities are in a position to fulfill the requirement of the customer, you should give the list कि भैया आपकी जो requirements हैं they are matched by these 3 of the regulated entities and these are the other 4 regulated entities with me which do not fulfill your or which do not match your requirement. So the name of unmatched lenders shall also be disclosed. So you will disclose the name of the matched lenders as well as unmatched lenders. The digital view of loan offers from matching lenders shall include the name of the regulated entity, extended the loan offer, amount and tenure of the loan, APR, annual, what was that? I just gave you the answer. What is annual APR? याद आया? Definition इसीलिए बताई थी starting में. Annual percentage rate. I hope it is clear to you. So that is annual percentage rate. So you must disclose the annual percentage rate, monthly repayment obligations as well as penalties. So जितनी भी details हैं, you must share the entire detail with the customer. The content displayed by lender service provider shall be unbiased. That means you should not promote any one of the registered regulated entities with you. You should treat all the registered entities with you, or I would say you should treat all the registered entities equal and you should promote them equally in front of the customer depending upon the requirements. The next point says assessing the borrower's credit worthiness. Sir, how borrower credit worthiness is assessed with the help of or in the case of digital lending. So regulated entity shall obtain the necessary information relating to the economic profile of the borrower with a view to assess the borrower's credit worthiness before extending any loan, including minimum age, occupation and income details. As I said, the regulated entity, it shall obtain the necessary information. What all necessary information? That is the economic profile of the borrower, which must include the borrower credit worthiness. It includes the borrower age, occupation and income details. Regulated entity should also ensure that there is no automatic increase in credit limit unless an explicit request is made. So first, on the basis of your detail, a limit will be announced that you are allowed to borrow a digital loan of 2 lakh rupees, and let's say you opt for it. The moment you opt for it and you request that I want to borrow loan more than 2 lakhs, it can be increased to 3 lakhs only if you are requesting for it. Without your request, Without your request, the limit cannot be revised, the limit cannot be increased. What all information you are supposed to share with the borrower? Who are you? Either you are a digital lending application or you are a lending service provider. So key fact statement, you must share the key fact statement. What is this key fact statement? So key fact statement should include all the details. What is the loan amount? What is the loan period? What is the tenure? What will be the lending rate? What are the charges? If you miss the installment, what will be the penalty? If you want to pre-close the loan, what will be the extra charges you are supposed to pay? What will be the, I would say, penalty if you are not paying your installment in time? What will happen if the loan is declared as NPA? So all that information should be disclosed with the customer. So key fact statement, summary of the loan product, which includes sanction letter, terms and conditions, account statement, privacy policy. With respect to the storage and usage of the borrower's data, everything will be shared with the customer at the time of lending itself. Next point is, regulated entity shall maintain a website of their own in public domain. तो अगर आपने मान लो, let's say you have borrowed a loan from Paytm, but the actual lender, the regulated entity which is providing you the loan, is an NBFC, and the name of that NBFC is X. ठीक है? Name of that NBFC is X. This X is providing you the loan with the help of lending service provider. I am naming the lending service provider as Paytm, and you are a customer. You have borrowed the loan through Paytm. But future mein, if you witness any concern, if you have any concern, any issue, then in that particular case, this customer can directly reach to the X website. Customer can directly reach to the X website, क्योंकि ultimately for all the issues, regulated entity is going to be answerable. So regulated entity shall maintain a website of their own in public domain, which shall be kept up to date. Enter with the following details. First one, detail of all the digital lending products and its DLA. So वहां पे लिखा होगा उस X website पे कि yes, we have tied up with Paytm. On our behalf, Paytm is providing the loan. So you can click on Paytm. So details of the LSPs and DLAs of the LSPs along with the detail of the activities for which have been engaged, सारी details वहां पे दी होंगी. Particulars of the regulated entity, customer care and internal grievance redressal mechanism भी वहां पे होगा. जैसे ही आप Paytm पे click करोगे, they will ask you if you have any complaint. You click on that C complaint word. That is what? So that is the internal grievance redressal mechanism of X. That will be grievance redressal mechanism of X. अगर आपकी complaint resolve हो गई तो ठीक है. But if you feel that you have not received any reply for 30 days, or maybe your complaint is rejected, then what can you do? Sir, in case of NBFC, in case of bank, you can go to the integrated ombudsman scheme. So similarly, in this case also, you will reach to CIMS, that is complaint management system. The moment you reach to complaint management system, your complaint will be registered, and as per the ombudsman scheme, action will be taken. So regulated entity should ensure that digital lending applications and lender service providers, they have linked to the above website of the regulated entities, and they must know that if any complaint is registered against the regulated entity due to the operations which are not performed properly by digital lending applications or legal service provider or the lending service providers, they should be in loop. They should be aware what is happening all and around. The next point is, in case of loan default, when a recovery agent is assigned, or if there is any change in the recovery agent, then it should be informed to the borrower through the email or SMS. ये point बहुत important है. ये point क्यों important है? क्योंकि पहले ये applicable नहीं था. Earlier, what was the scenario? You have borrowed a loan from an application or from a lending service provider X, और actual जो lender है, that is SBI. So SBI used to send their recovery agents directly, and customer was not aware of it. And due to this, many frauds have been recorded in the past. So in order to overcome this, now it has been clearly mentioned that if a new recovery agent will be appointed or the recovery agent is revised, changed, then in both the cases, detail will be shared to the customer either through an SMS or through an email so that no fraud activity can be done. Next point is loan dispersal, services and repayments. Disbursement of the loan, regulated entity shall always be made in the bank account of the borrower. जैसा मैंने कहा था कि एक X कंपनी है, मीडिएटर है पेटीएम, borrower है A, so amount will be directly credited into the account of A. It will not be flowing through this third party. It won't be flowing through the lending service provider. Regulated entity shall ensure that any fees, charges, reimbursement payable to lending service provider are paid directly by the regulated entity, not by the customer. Customer will not pay any kind of charge to the lending service provider. In case अगर रिकवरी फिजिकल हो रही है, रिकवरी फिजिकल का मतलब कि आपके पास रिकवरी एजेंट पहुंचा, उसने आपसे 10,000 रुपए कैश रिकवर किए, that 10,000 rupees which has been recovered in the form of cash, that will also be updated in your loan account by the end of the day in which the recovery was done. This clause has also been clearly mentioned. Got it? Moving on to the next, this is very important, that is cooling off period. First question is, what do you understand by the word cooling off period? If this question is asked to you, your answer should be loud and clear. Cooling off period means the time period until which you are allowed to cancel or return the loan. You are allowed to cancel or return the loan you have borrowed. For example, I approached to an application and on that application I applied for the loan and the loan was credited into my bank account today itself on 20th of May 2025. But the moment this loan account was credited, I received a message that for this particular loan, cooling off period is 7 days, which means within a span of 7 days, I can cancel the loan. The entire amount which has been credited as a loan in my account, I can repay back to the lender and my loan account can be closed without paying any penalty at that particular moment. So what is cooling off period? Borrower shall be given an explicit option to exit digital loan by paying the principal as well as the proportionate annual percentage rate without any penalty during an initial period which is known as cooling off period. And remember, cooling off period should not be less than 1 day. It should be always greater than 1 day. Regulated entity may retain a reasonable one-time processing fee. So it may charge you a reasonable one-time processing fee at the time of exit, but no penalty will be charged in case of closing down the loan within the cooling period. This is a very important point you need to remember. Next point is grievance redressal, as we have already discussed. Facility of lodging the complaint shall be made available. So you have a complaint registration facility available on the digital lending application. It is available on the website as well. The moment you register your complaint, wait for 30 days. If you don't receive a satisfactory answer, then you can register your complaint on CMS, that is Complaint Management System, with RBI, and your complaint will be resolved under the RBI Integrated Ombudsman Scheme. We all know the procedure. We all have studied n number of times for the same. Moving on to the next, collection, usage and sharing of data with the third party. So regulated entity shall ensure that any collection of data done by digital lending application as well as lending service provider is need based. That means you should be sharing or you should be collecting the data which is very much required, and that too with prior and explicit consent of the borrower having audit trail. So you should be receiving or you should be calling for the required data, and you should be taking up the consent of the borrower that we are taking your data for so and so purpose. Borrower shall be provided an option to give or deny any consent for the use of the data. You can deny that please do not disclose my data to the third party. If you deny it, your data will not be disclosed. Storage of data. So regulated entity should ensure that lending service provider which are engaged by them do not store personal information of the borrower except some minimum data. So you should not store the personal information. You just store the minimum data like name, address, contact details of the customer that may be required to carry out their operation or service with the scope of regulated entity lending service provider agreement. Regulated entity shall ensure that no biometric data is either stored or collected by the regulated entity or lending service provider unless allowed under the statutory guidelines. So if it is allowed under the statutory guidelines, then only you are allowed to collect the biometric data, otherwise you are not allowed, and you must ensure that that the entire data is stored in India itself. Your data should not be stored on the servers outside India. अगर आपको याद हो, this was the reason because of which PUBG was banned in India, because its server was in China and the entire data, or I would say the entire data of the users of India was stored on Chinese servers. So that is the reason it was a clause, or the game was banned, if I'm not wrong. मुझे ज़्यादा नहीं पता, जितना मुझे पता, I think it was in this direction. Now the same has been said, if you are a learning service provider, you are saving the data of the customer, that data should be stored in India only. You should not be storing that data outside India on the outside servers. That is a point which has been clearly mentioned. Then there are certain points related to the technology standards. So regulated entities should ensure that they and the lending service providers engaged by them should fulfill various technology standards requirements on cyber security. So you should fulfill the criteria on cyber security. Reporting to the credit information company. So if regulated entity is providing loan directly or through digital lending application, or maybe through the lending service provider, in all the three cases, they are supposed to inform the credit information companies about the lending so that the credit score of the borrower can be recorded accordingly. So that is a condition which has been mentioned in this. Then we have reporting of DLAs to RBI. Sir, RBI, regulated entity shall report all digital lending. Regulated entity should report all digital lending application deployed or joined by them, whether their own or those of the lending service providers, either exclusively or as a platform participant on the CIMS. What is this news? This is very important. What does this news say? This news says that all the regulated entities, banks and NBFCs, they should inform RBI with the help of RBI's, we can say, platform, that is centralized information management system. On this portal they should inform, for example, SBI, sir, एक तो मेरी योनो ऐप है, I am providing digital loan through योनो app, even I am providing digital loan through Paytm app, even I am providing digital loan through PhonePe app. So they should give all the information that with all, or with the help of which all digital lending applications they are providing the loan. Regulated entity should also update it. If you have added a new application or if you have subtracted the application, then also you should update this particular list. The chief compliance officer of the regulated entity or any other official designated by the board of the regulated entity purpose shall certify the data on DLA submitted by them on CIMS. That means it should be submitted by them on CIMS. And this CIMS updated data or this updation is need to be completed by 15th of June 2025. So every bank, every regulated entity should update this data by 15th of June 2025, and by 1st of July 2025 you will get a list. You will get a list. So what is the benefit of this list? Benefit kya hai? I accidentally open up a lending service provider, the name is y.com. मैं जानता भी नहीं था, लेकिन जैसे मैंने वहां पे क्लिक किया, there was a, I would say, pop up on the screen. There was a, we can say, banner on the screen, and the banner was saying this application is collaborated with SBI, and if you will be opting for digital lending from this app, you will be receiving the loan actually from SBI. So I was convinced कि ठीक है यार, SBI से लोन लेने की बजाय यहाँ से ले लेते हैं, एक तो बैंक में जाना नहीं पड़ेगा, दूसरा यहाँ पे लेंडिंग रेट भी कम है. But that was just a marketing gimmick. They have not tied up with SBI. That was a wrong information shared by them to me. Now, in order to overcome this situation, RBI has asked the regulated entities that you should update the CIMS, that whether you are tied up with how many digital lending applications, with how many lending service providers, and what is the name of your application. Now, customer can check the list and customer can be double sure कि whether SBI is collaborated with that company or not. So in that particular format, you can reach to RBI website. On the RBI website, you can check out the list, and in front of SBI, if the y.com is mentioned, that means the particular website is true, you can borrow. But if y.com is not mentioned, that means that application is lying. You should not borrow from that application if you're thinking that the loan is given by SBI. Moving on to the last point. The last point over it says that is the before 1st July 2025 it will be available. ठीक है जी? I think all the points are clear. So these are some of the important points related to this particular master direction. One point which I have ignored is that is digital lending guarantee. RBI की एक और master direction है in which this digital lending direction is mentioned. So the digital lending direction related to digital lending will be discussed in one separate class, and that class will be linking the another master direction of RBI, and I'm pretty sure वो वहां पे समझ आ जाएगा. So there's nothing to worry. First question को जो मैंने frame किया है, it has been framed on the basis of the comments which I have received from you guys in the previous session, and the comments was कि सर आपने एक तो बात की थी 15th जून की और एक आपने बात की थी नवंबर 2025. वो नवंबर 2025 का क्या लॉजिक है, वो लॉजिक मैं आपको बता देता हूं. वो लॉजिक ये था कि रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया डायरेक्शन, दैट इज डिजिटल लेंडिंग डायरेक्शन 2025 shall came into effect from 1st November 2025 will include what all? Will include what all? So मैं पूरी लिस्ट ले आया हूं. ऑलरेडी ये पढ़ चुके हैं हम, ऑलरेडी ये डिस्कस कर चुके हैं हम, बट today with the help of this question वो आपके दिमाग में बैठ जाएगा कि this is something which is going to be asked or this is something which is related to 1st November 2025. आप ये 1st November वाला पॉइंट भूल जाओ, जो लास्ट क्लास में पढ़ा था उसके बेसिस पे क्वेश्चंस को आंसर करने की कोशिश करो. फर्स्ट पॉइंट सेज द लेंडिंग सर्विस प्रोवाइडर shall provide a digital view of all the loan offers matching and unmatching the borrower request of the or borrower's request on the digital lending application. That is absolutely correct. याद आया आपको, मैंने कहा कि मैंने क्या बताया कि एक इंडिविजुअल है, उस इंडिविजुअल ने आकर रिक्वेस्ट की that sir I want to borrow a loan for let's say 1 lakh rupees. I can pay a rate of interest of 10% per annum only and I want loan for 12 months. इन सारी कंडीशंस को फुलफिल करने वाले जो भी लेंडर्स हैं, यू विल बी गिविंग द इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफ ऑल दोज लेंडर्स, और उसके साथ साथ यू विल आल्सो गिव द इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफ द लेंडर्स व्हिच आर नॉट मैचिंग योर रिक्वायरमेंट. दिस पॉइंट वी हैव डिस्कस्ड, दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. ये पॉइंट क्या है, ये बिल्कुल करेक्ट है कि जो आपकी लेंडिंग सर्विस प्रोवाइडर है, दैट इज द एजेंट व्हिच हैज टाइड अप विद मल्टीपल लेंडर्स, जो मल्टीपल लेंडर्स के साथ टाई अप हुआ है. अंडर दैट मल्टीपल लेंडर्स दे विल बी कमिंग अप विद ऑल द मैचिंग डिटेल्स एज वेल एज द अनमैचिंग डिटेल्स. दैट इज करेक्ट. सेकंड पॉइंट सेज lending service provider may adopt any mechanism to match the request of the borrower with the lender to offer a loan. It shall follow a consistent approach for similarly placed borrowers and products. ये बिल्कुल ठीक है कि सर ये जो lending service provider है उसने एक मेथड बनाया एंड उस मेथड के तहत इट इज बीइंग ट्राइड, इट इज बीइंग फुलफिल्ड कि भैया जो भी रिक्वेस्ट आएगी उस रिक्वेस्ट को जो जो लेंडर्स फुलफिल कर रहे होंगे उन सारे के सारे लेंडर्स की हम लिस्ट देंगे एंड सेम फॉर्मेट इज नीड टू बी फुलफिल्ड एवरी टाइम. दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. डिजिटल व्यू ऑफ लोन ऑफर shall include the name of the regulated entity. बिल्कुल सही सर, नेम होना चाहिए रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी का. एक्सटेंडिंग द लोन ऑफर अमाउंट होनी चाहिए कितना है, टेन्योर ऑफ द लोन, उसके साथ साथ एनुअल परसेंटेज रेट कितना है, मंथली रीपेमेंट ऑब्लिगेशन कितना होगा, पेनल्टी चार्जेस इफ एप्लीकेबल कितने होंगे, ये सारी की सारी डिटेल आपको सबमिट करनी होगी. दैट इज अगेन करेक्ट. सो ये पॉइंट भी बिल्कुल करेक्ट है. LSP shall be unbiased. LSP unbiased रहेगा सारे के सारे lenders के लिए, those who are registered with it. That is also correct. So according to this, sir, this E statement is correct. लेकिन point यहां पर ये है कि all the conditions which are ought to be fulfilled, all the conditions which are ought to be fulfilled by lender service provider. What is the timeline? So the timeline for fulfilling these conditions is 1st November 2025. यानी 1 नवंबर 2025 से lending service provider की वेबसाइट पे मैचिंग अनमैचिंग की लिस्ट होगी. जो भी मैकेनिज्म आप यूज करेंगे दैट शुड बी अ स्टैंडर्ड मैकेनिज्म यूज्ड ओवरऑल। उसके बाद जो भी आप डिजिटल लोन प्रोवाइड किया जाएगा उस लोन का जो भी कंडीशंस है, जो भी क्राइटेरियाज है, दैट शुड बी डिस्प्लेड और एलएसपी शुड बी अनबायस्ड। ऑल दीज कंडीशंस आर नीड टू बी फुलफिल्ड फ्रॉम 1st of November 2025। पॉइंट क्लियर हो गया? तो ये पॉइंट्स हमने पढ़े थे। आई एम सॉरी फॉर दैट आई हैव नॉट मेंशन्ड द डेट कि ये वाले जो कंडीशंस है व्हेन दीज कंडीशंस आर गोइंग टू बी एप्लीकेबल, बट नाउ आई हैव शेयर्ड द लिंक, आई हैव शेयर्ड द आंसर दैट इट विल बी एप्लीकेबल फ्रॉम 1st of November 2025। मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अगला क्वेश्चन देखो, कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट अबाउट रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी लेंडिंग सर्विस प्रोवाइडर अरेंजमेंट। पहला पॉइंट, regulated entity must conduct due diligence before partnering with any lender service provider. That is absolutely correct. Regulated entity is absolved of liability for act of the LSP once a formal contract is signed. ये पॉइंट समझ के देखो कि जो regulated entity है that will be liable for the acts of lending service provider. Acts of lending service provider, is it correct? Yes sir, that is absolutely correct. Periodic review of LSP conduct are mandatory. हाँ, जो बैंक है आपका, जो regulated entity है, that will review the lending service provider, that is also correct. LSP can be given complete control over the borrower fund. ना sir, LSP को borrower के fund पर कंप्लीट कंट्रोल नहीं दिया जाएगा, दैट इज नॉट ट्रू। रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी मस्ट प्रोवाइड ऑपरेशनल गाइडेंस टू द एलएसपी एक्टिंग एज अ रिकवरी एजेंट, दैट इज आल्सो ट्रू। So on that particular basis, what all points are going to be correct? So 1, 3rd and 5th point is correct. Why is the second point is not correct? Sir, the second point is not correct because the regulated entity is going to be liable for all the acts of LSP once a formal contract is signed. It's not going to be limited in nature. So that is the reason second point is incorrect. First, third and fifth point are absolutely correct. So answer क्या होगा? Sir, answer is going to be B option. Is this point clear guys? Is this point clear? आगे बढ़े, बहुत बढ़िया, काफी लोगों ने सही आंसर दिया। Moving on to the next question. The next question says, which of the following is not permitted in digital loan disbursement and payment? डिजिटल लोन डिस्पर्समेंट और पेमेंट में इनमें से कौन सा पॉइंट एप्लीकेबल नहीं है, कौन सा पॉइंट अलाउड नहीं है? प्लीज चेक इट वंस एंड गिव मी द आंसर इन द कमेंट सेक्शन प्लीज। आई वांट एवरीवन टू गिव मी द रिप्लाई। सो लोन डिस्पर्स टू द बोरोवर्स ओन बैंक अकाउंट। सर, जो लोन डिस्पर्स होगा वो बोरोवर के बैंक अकाउंट में होगा, ये तो सही है। रीपेमेंट विल बी मेड डायरेक्टली टू द रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी, दैट इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट। LSP collecting repayment directly into their own account? नहीं सर, LSP directly funds को अपने अकाउंट में कलेक्ट नहीं करेगा। LSP is just the mediator. For that matter, digital lending application is just the mediator. Borrower or bank, once the loan agreement is signed, the payment will be done in this format. Payment will be done in this format कि बैंक अगर कोई चार्जेस है तो बैंक जो भी सर्विस चार्जेस है या जो सर्विस charges लिए गए हैं by LSP, that will be paid by bank. Customer will be paying all the charges, all the amount directly to the bank. Customer will not pay any amount to the LSP or DLA. Second, अगला पॉइंट आता है dispersal into the account of the end beneficiary in co-lending arrangements. ये भी ठीक है। Cash recovery from loans with the same day accounting, that is also correct, but C option is incorrect. C option is not correct. LSP collecting repayment directly into their bank account is not allowed under the digital lending platforms. Clear हो गया जी? समझ आ गया? चलो, moving on to the next point. The next point says, under the grievance redressal guidelines, first point, nodal officers must be appointed by regulated entity and LSP. Nodal officers जो है, who are going to appoint the nodal officers? Regulated entity and LSP both or only regulated entity? Second point, borrower must be informed of the recovery agent's identity before the contact. ये तो बिल्कुल ठीक है। और अगर आपने किसी एजेंट को चेंज किया तो उसकी भी जो इंफॉर्मेशन है that should also be given. Borrower can complain via RBI complaint management system or postal address. That means borrower can give up or come up with a physical complaint as well if unsatisfied with the regulated entity's response, that is correct. Complaint must be resolved within 7 days. ऐसा कहीं कोई प्रोविजन है क्या? Is there any provision कि कंप्लेंट 7 डेज के अंदर रिजॉल्व होगा? नहीं. DLA must allow digital complaint logging, that is absolutely correct. यानी कि आपकी जो डिजिटल लेंडिंग एप्लीकेशन है उस पे भी आप अलाउ करेंगे कि आपकी जो भी कंप्लेंट आप करना चाहते हैं वो कर पाए. तो 1, 2, 3 and 5 are correct, but the fourth statement which is mentioned, that is incorrect. So answer is going to be what? Sir, answer is going to be D option. ठीक है जी. अगले क्वेश्चन पे बढ़ते हैं. Which of the following actions require borrower's explicit consent under the directions? मतलब क्या हुआ कि अगर आप एक borrower है और उस borrower की इंफॉर्मेशन को शेयर किया जा रहा है, जो भी टास्क परफॉर्म किए जा रहे हैं एज पर दी गिवन ऑप्शंस, यू रिक्वायर कंसेंट फ्रॉम द बोरोवर. लेट्स चेक इट आउट. पहला पॉइंट, एक्सेस टू कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट ऑफ द एक्सेस टू कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट फॉर मार्केटिंग. किसका कंसेंट चाहिए? सर बोरोवर का कंसेंट चाहिए. वो आता है ना, व्हेनेवर यू डाउनलोड एन एप्लीकेशन there comes an option, would you like to give access to the contact list to that particular application? So that is your consent. You either you accept it or you reject it. Access to camera for KYC, that is also required. Access to telephony logs for analytics, that is also required. Sharing data with the third party, yes sir. तो ये सारे के सारे operations के लिए you need explicit consent, you need explicit approval from the borrower. Then only these tasks can be performed by the digital lending application, otherwise it is not allowed. Moving on to the next point, which firms are permitted for default loss guarantee coverage? Default loss guarantee coverage का मतलब क्या हुआ कि सब मान लो एक regulated entity है, it is providing a loan, और उस लोन के बदले में there is a party which is giving गारंटी, डिजिटल लेंडिंग गारंटी, कि ये जो आपका डिजिटल लेंडिंग है उसके बदले में आई एम ट्राइंग और आई एम रेडी टू गिव यू द गारंटी. इफ इन नियर फ्यूचर द लोन इज नॉट पेड बैक, डोंट वरी, आई विल बी द वन हु विल बी पेइंग द लोन. बट इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस, हु ऑल आर परमिटेड? म्यूचुअल फंड्स विद रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी एज नॉमिनी, दे आर परमिटेड, yes sir or no sir. Think about it. Then we have fixed deposit with lien in regulatory entity favor, insurance cover purchased by LSP, bank guarantee in regulated entity favor, और cash deposit with regulated entity favor. तो इनमें से कौन कौन से एरियाज में, कौन कौन से पॉइंट्स में अलाउड है that you can provide digital lending guarantees? A digital lending guarantee is provided in case of fixed deposit with lien in regulated entities favor. It is allowed in case of bank guarantee in the regulated entities favor. So इसका मतलब bank guarantee, regulated entity favor, cash deposit with regulated entity, fixed deposit with regulated entity, they are allowed. Mutual funds as well as insurance coverage, they are not allowed as default loss guarantee. So uske basis pe BDE is going to be the correct answer. So BDE, that means second option or B option is the correct answer. BDE is correct. Moving on to the last question, I guess. The maximum cap on digital lending guarantee cover that a regular entity can accept on a dispersed loan portfolio. तो जो भी आपका loan portfolio है, on that loan portfolio, what is the criteria? What is the criteria or what is the cap? What is the criteria or what is the cap of what? So what is the cap of digital lending guarantee? So the cap of digital lending guarantee is 5%. याद कर लेना. This is something which has a great potential that it will be asked in the examination. It is not 10%. Anuj Kumar, it is not 10%. It is 5%. Please check it once. Answer is going to be 5%. Last question. Which of the following statement regarding digital lending application is correct? All digital lending application must be reported to RBI through the CIMS portal. That is absolutely correct. And the timeline is June 2025. 15 June 2025 is the timeline. Regulated entity chief compliance officer must clarify digital lending application compliance with all the regulatory instructions. That is correct. Regulated entity must update digital lending application reporting only once in a financial year. नहीं सर, पहले तो आपको अपनी पूरी की पूरी रिपोर्टिंग करनी है till 15th of June. उसके बाद whenever you are adding on a new digital lending application, or you are going away, or you are, I would say, parting apart from any other digital lending application, in that case, you should inform the RBI on CIMS portal. Reporting to RBI implies RBI endorsement of DLA. Okay. DLA must display link to regulated entity grievance mechanism and RBI portal. So उसके बेसिस पे अगर हम आंसर निकालेंगे तो आंसर is going to be first, second and fifth is correct. Fourth statement is not correct because reporting to RBI का मतलब ये नहीं हुआ कि RBI endorsement हो गई of the DLA. RBI is not endorsed for the DLA. Reporting to RBI means you are just telling that I have tied up with so and so DLAs so that I can disperse my loan to the public. So answer is going to be 1, 2, 5 on that particular basis. A option is the correct answer. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया, समझ आ गया? चलो, बहुत बढ़िया मुस्कान, you have given the correct answer. Very good. Many of you have given the correct answer. चलो, I hope we are good to go. Now let's begin our discussion. Now let's begin the discussion for the next topic. And the next topic today we have is, आज मेरे पास 4 न्यूज हैं, जिनमें से 2 न्यूज रिलेटेड है टू दी circulars. One is related to SEBI circular, other one is related to RBI circular, and 2 ऐसी न्यूज है which has a potential that they can be asked directly in phase 1 examination. ठीक है, let's begin. Just give me yes sir so that we can start the discussion without any further delay. चलो, here we go with the first news. The first news is related to SEBI. क्या है ये न्यूज? पहले इस न्यूज के बारे में पढ़ते हैं. SEBI mandated the use of EBP for all private placements. सबसे पहली चीज, what do you understand by the word private placement? What do you understand by the word private placement? For example, there is a company and this company is looking forward to raise investment from the public, and this investment could be raised in the form of equity. That means company is going to issue equity against that investment, or company can also raise the investment against the debt instruments. Company can also raise the investment against the debt instrument. Both are possible. But if this investment is raised openly from the public, if it is raised openly from the public, we call it as public issue. But if we are issuing, if as a company we are issuing these equities, we are issuing these debt instruments to the set of qualified investors, only, we call that as what? Sir, we call it as private placement. अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन में या इस पर्टिकुलर circular में they have used a word EBP. What is this EBP? Sir, EBP stands for Electronic Book Provider Platform. What is this Electronic Book Provider Platform? Sir, Electronic Book Provider Platform is basically a electronic platform which has been introduced by SEBI in 2016. And this platform, क्या है? एक तरह से पोर्टल है. Company will go to that portal. We call it as EBP, that is Electronic Book Provider. And on that portal, company will come up with the details. Ki, I want to issue debt instruments. The face value of the instrument is 10,000. Against this 10,000 of the face value, I will be paying coupon rate of 10%. Now, total value of this debt instrument which I am going to issue is, let's say, 10 crores. After giving all these details, on this particular platform, the investors, they can come and they can bid. They can participate in the auction format. That is basically termed as electronic book provider, even in case of private placement. यहाँ पे सबको allowed नहीं है, but only the qualified institutional buyers, who are allowed by SEBI to be registered at EBP in order to invest in the instruments which are going to be issued by EBP, they can participate in the process of bidding. So, SEBI in 2016 to provide an electronic platform for bidding in relation to debt securities which are issued on private placement basis. If it is clear till this point, just give me yes sir. अगला पॉइंट है कि सर ये न्यूज क्यों है, इस पे क्या डिस्कशन है, उसका रीजन देता हूं. EBP were introduced by amending the chapter 6 and 7 of the master circular, which was given back in May 2024 after the recommendation of the working group and public feedback. तो public की feedback के बाद, कुछ recommendations के बाद यहां पर कुछ amendments किए गए. What were the amendments? The amendments were, if a company is issuing debt instruments, if a company is issuing debt instruments of value 50 crores and above, then they must issue these debt instruments through EBP, and the qualified buyers will be allowed to bid for it. But if the debt instruments issued are below 50 crores, then you can issue it directly without registering, without coming up on EBP, without getting into the process of bidding and all. But now this time, this 50 crore limit has been revised. This 50 crore limit has been revised to 20 crores, which says that if a company is raising the funds against the debt instruments, then in that particular case, if your total debt instrument which you are going to issue in one go, or maybe you are going to issue in one financial year, if in one go or even in one financial year, its total value is greater than 20 crores, then you should go through EBP so that the bidding can be done. Is this point clear? पॉइंट बड़ा सिंपल है कि सर एक कंपनी है, उस कंपनी को फंड्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है, और कंपनी को अगर फंड्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है थ्रू डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, कंपनी कैन इशू दीज डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स डायरेक्टली टू द क्वालिफाइड बायर्स लाइक एक्स एंड वाई. बट अगर आप डायरेक्टली एक्स एंड वाई के पास जाते हैं, दैट इज अलाउड ओनली इन केस योर टोटल रिक्वायरमेंट, योर टोटल इशूइंग इज बिलो 50 करोड़. पहले तो इस 50 करोड़ को रिवाइज कर दिया, इट हैज बीन चेंज टू 20 करोड़, और 20 करोड़ ईदर इन वन गो और मे बी इन द एंटायर फाइनेंशियल ईयर. अगर आप 20 करोड़ से ज्यादा या 20 करोड़ या उससे ज्यादा का लोन या उससे ज्यादा के डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स इशू करेंगे, देन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस यू शुड गो थ्रू EBP एज पर लेटेस्ट SEBI norms. So I'll just check it out for you. I'll just read it out for you. What does it say? This was basically introduced to fulfill the need for more efficient and transparent platform, which incorporated a better price discovery mechanism for the debt securities. क्या क्या points इसमें important है? पहला point जो कि important है, that is SEBI has issued these new directions through its circular under the SEBI Act 1992 in order to ensure transparency, investor protection, streamline the market process. Remember that SEBI mandated. Please pay attention. अब ये कोई option नहीं, it's not a suggestion, it's not an option, it's a mandatory condition. SEBI mandated that the use of electronic book platform for all the private placement debt issues of value 20 crores or above. Before this, the compulsory value or the limit was 50 करोड़. लेकिन इसमें एक पॉइंट याद रख लेना, चाहे तो आप एक ही बार में पूरे के पूरे 20 करोड़ के डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को इशू कर रहे हो, और यू आर गोइंग टू इशू देम इन पार्ट्स, बट इफ इन वन फाइनेंशियल ईयर total issue is going to be above 20 crores, then you are mandated to issue these debt instruments through EBP, that is electronic book platform. The next point says, as per SEBI's new framework, this requirement to use EBP platform now covers private placement of debt securities, which include non-convertible redeemable preference shares. So it is not only for debt securities, it also includes the non-convertible redeemable preference shares, as well as municipal bonds, including single time issue, shelf issue, or maybe follow on issue in a one issue within a financial year. तो ये जो limit है, this is not for one go, it is for the entire financial year. Is this point clear? I hope no doubt till this particular point. If it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that I can move ahead. इसका मतलब ये है कि if you are a company, you are issuing debt instruments or maybe non-convertible redeemable preference shares, or you are a municipal corporation and you are issuing the municipal bonds, in those conditions, if your total issue value for a financial year is greater than 20 crores, then you are mandated to issue those instruments through EBP only, But if your issue is below 20 crores, then you can issue directly. There is no hard and fast rule in that concern. But earlier this limit was for 50 crores, or I would say this mandation or this mandatory condition was for 50 crores and above. But now this condition is applicable if your issue is above 20 crore rupees. Moving on to the next point. The next point says, SEBI has also extended the applicability. This is very important. SEBI has also extended its applicability on real estate investment trust as well as on infrastructure investment trust, which were previously not covered by the platform. So what is real estate investment trust? Basically, guys, if there is a real estate company and this real estate company is setting up a project, but for that project, if company is in need of funds, company can issue REITs. If it is an infrastructure company, company can issue invites, that is INVITs. So all these both instruments are also financial instruments, which are investment instruments for the public. Earlier, they were not included under EBP, but now they are also included under the category of EBP. This is what you need to remember. Moving on to the next point. It is voluntary for an issuer to access EBP platform for private placement. तो यहाँ पे एक अगला point ये आया कि sir, there is a voluntary condition as well, that it is up to you. It is up to you whether you want to access EBP or not in case of what, sir? In case of securitized debt instrument. I hope you all remember what is securitized debt instrument. We have covered this in much detail. Or in case of security receipts, or in case of commercial papers, or in case of certificate of deposit. So in these conditions or for these instruments, it is voluntary that whether you use this EBP platform or not. But if it is a debt instrument other than these instruments which are mentioned, then in that particular case, EBP is mandatory if your overall issue is above 20 crore rupees under private placement condition. Issuers, they are required to submit the placement memorandum and term sheet containing the key terms and condition at least 2 days before the issue opens, or 3 working days in case of the first time issue. What is this? Sir, if you are a company and you are going to issue your debt instruments of value more than 20 crores, then in that particular case, you should reach to EBP and you should submit the term sheet. You should submit the term sheet T-2 days. That means the day on which you are finally going to issue it. Before that, 2 days before that, you should submit your terms or term sheet to EBP. But if a company is issuing for the very first time, then you need to give 1 day extra to EBP. In that particular case, the condition is you must submit your term sheet 3 days before the issue. You must submit the term sheet 3 days before the issue. अब यहाँ पर जब मैं इस point को पढ़ रहा था, I came across with a very important term. Company should disclose the base issue. Base issue size means the size up to which company is ready to issue the debt instruments. Second point is company should also disclose green shoe option. Now you must be wondering what is it? It's a very important concept. I'll discuss it in few minutes, which is capped at 5 times the base size, as well as you should discuss or you should disclose the past green shoes allocation as required to be disclosed. अब मेरा question यहाँ पे बदल गया. यहाँ तक the basic terms, I guess it is clear related to EBP. Now I'm jumping on to a very new topic in this particular news itself. That's what do you understand by a word green shoe option? What do you understand by a word green shoe option? I make you understand this point. Guys, let's suppose there is a company named Zomato. Zomato got approval from SEBI that yes, you are allowed to go public. So the company decided that I'm going to go public. In that particular case, company has decided its issued capital. Company has decided the issue capital. Issue capital means up till what value of capital you are going to issue the equity shares. For example, they have decided that we will be issuing shares worth 100 crores. each share is of 100 rupees. That means we will be issuing 1 crore shares. But there is one more term which they have to disclose. The term is green shoe option. What is this green shoe option? So green shoe option say if in near future the demand on the issue capital is very high, the demand on the issue capital is very high, in that particular case, do you ready or are you ready? Have you given an option where you will be issuing some extra capital, where you will be issuing some extra equity shares? So that extra instruments which you issue in order to compensate the high demand in the market, that is basically known as green shoe option. So what is green shoe option? So it is also known as over allotment option. It is a feature in an IPO that allows underwriters to sell more shares than initially planned. So this was your initial plan, but now you are selling more than your initial plan, and this is basically to stabilize the share price after the IPO has witnessed excess demand in the market. So whenever a company comes up with an IPO, and if company feels that the demand is very high in comparison to the supply, and if required, if allowed, if already decided, green shoe option, then you can go with some extra issue, and that extra issue is known as green shoe option. Got it? What are the benefits? So it will stabilize the share price. It will address the problem of oversubscription. What is oversubscription? So issue capital is 100 crores, but against this 100 crores, we have received an application of 10,000 crore. That means in comparison to issue, subscription is 10 times, or I would say 100 times. So if the subscription is 100 times the issue size, then in that particular case, in order to address this oversubscription, this extra issuing is very much important, and even it will protect the underwriter. How it's going to protect the underwriter, I'll discuss that as well. A question hai ki sir, how this entire process of green shoe option is done? If I discuss the green shoe option entire process, it goes in this manner. Underwriting agreement. The IPO underwriting agreement includes a green shoe clause. Whenever you tie up with an underwriter at the time of issuing the shares, at that particular tie-up, you sign the agreement related to the green shoe clause. कि green shoe होगा या नहीं होगा. If yes, होगा तो कितनी value का होगा, that is pre-decided. So you come up with a green shoe clause which allows underwriter to purchase additional shares, typically up to 15% of the total offering from the company at IPO price. So this will allow underwriter to purchase certain percentage of share from the company at IPO price, and those shares can be issued in the market in order to stabilize the demand. If demand for the IPO exceeds the initial offering, the underwriter can exercise this green shoe option. तो जो उन्होंने extra IPO खरीदने की कैपेसिटी अंडरराइटर के पास है, अंडरराइटर उस कैपेसिटी को यूज करेगा, एक्स्ट्रा शेयर कंपनी से खरीदेगा और उन एक्स्ट्रा शेयर्स को मार्केट में इशू करेगा इन ऑर्डर टू स्टेबलाइज द डिमांड. थर्ड पॉइंट इज एडिशनल शेयर सोल्ड. द अंडरराइटर देन सेल दीज एडिशनल शेयर्स एट आईपीओ प्राइस इन ऑर्डर टू स्टेबलाइज द डिमांड. इफ नीडेड, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इफ नीडेड शेयर रीपर्चेज. इफ शेयर प्राइस फॉल्स, ऐसा हो सकता है कि आपने शेयर्स इशू किए और आपका जो शेयर प्राइस है वो फॉल हो गया आफ्टर लिस्टिंग, then in that case underwriter can use the green option not only to sell but also to buy back the shares, preventing the price from dropping too sharply. तो यहां पे ये भी कंडीशन है कि आईपीओ आपने इशू किया, after issuing the IPO the prices of your shares are falling at a very high rate. In that particular case, with the help of this green shoe option, underwriter has a power to issue extra shares, underwriter has a power to buy back the shares from the market in order to stabilize the share price. So this option is known as green shoe option, and this green shoe option is also allowed. This green shoe option is also allowed in the case of EBP, but there is a condition. Green shoe option can be up to 5 times base value. Can be up to 5 times the base value, or can be up to 5 times the base issue size. तो अगली बार अगर आपसे कोई पूछेगा what do you understand by the word green shoe option, I'm pretty sure you will be able to answer it. Is it clear guys? So the term green shoe option, if it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that we can move ahead. This is something which can be asked directly in phase 1, or it can be asked in the phase 2 examination in the form of paragraph form, or it can be asked in the paragraph format. What is green shoe? Or there could be a paragraph on green shoe option, and I'm pretty sure now you will be in a position to answer it. If it is clear, give me yes sir, everyone. Okay, moving on to the next point in this same news itself. The next point in this news is these revised changes, that is revised changes to EBP, will come into effect immediately except for certain clauses related to anchor investors, disclosures and reporting that will come in effect in 3 to 6 months from the circular date. अब यहाँ पर एक और नई प्रॉब्लम आ गई. The new problem over here is, so what do you understand by the word anchor investor? What do you understand by the word anchor investor? Now first we'll discuss what is anchor investor, as we always do. यही आदत है हमारी. Anchor investor समझने के बाद we'll go back and check the news जो सेबी की circular हम पढ़ रहे हैं. We will complete it. Now the question is, so what do you understand by the word anchor investor? Guys, anchor investor का मतलब क्या हुआ? Let's suppose I am Zomato. I want to issue the shares. I want to go public. But before I go public, I approach to many of the qualified institutional buyers, and one of the qualified institutional buyer came up with the proposal that Zomato, I'm ready to purchase 30% of your total issue value जो आप issue करना चाहते हैं public को. Before you issue, I'm ready to purchase 30% of that value at that particular price. तो इससे होगा क्या? इससे दो बेनिफिट हुए. पहला बेनिफिट क्या हुआ? सब पहला बेनिफिट तो ये हुआ, when Zomato was planning to go public, Zomato has decided, let's say the price of a share 100 rupees, we call it as face value. I'm saying that this is the face value of the share, and Zomato was planning to sell the share at 150 rupees because of the premium, because of the high demand. Public was bit dicey कि 150 पे खरीदना चाहिए या नहीं. अभी तक ये सारी बातें चल रही थी, अभी तक आईपीओ इशू हुआ नहीं है. आईपीओ इशू होने से पहले जोमैटो के पास एक क्वालिफाइड इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायर आया, एंड द क्वालिफाइड इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायर सेड, आई एम रेडी टू परचेज 20% of the issue capital, and that too at 150 rupees. The moment this 20% of issue capital purchase has been recorded, purchase has been booked by qualified institutional buyer, it will increase the public confidence. अब public जो सोच रही थी कि Zomato के शेयर खरीदे या नहीं, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस इंक्रीज होगा. क्यों? उनको ये लगेगा कि अगर ये क्वालिफाइड इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायर जिसको इतनी ज्यादा समझ है, if he or she or the company or the entity is ready to purchase the shares, and that to 20% of the issue value, and that too at 150 rupees, that means 150 is a fair price. If this IPO comes in the near future at 150, I will apply for it. So the moment anchor investor comes in the picture before you issue your IPOs, it increases the credibility of the IPO. It increases the confidence of the public. The moment this IPO will be issued on the same price or the price at which the anchoring has been done on that particular anchor investment, we can witness the purchase, we can witness the demand, we can witness huge subscription from the public as well. So what is anchor investor? So anchor investor is an institutional investor who commits to purchase significant portion of the shares in IPO before issue opens to the public. Before it opens to the public, anchor investors help to create demand for the stock, stabilizes or establishes an anchor price, and provide assurance to the retail and institutional investor, which is a good point. What is the purpose? So the purpose of this anchor, अगर हम बात करें कभी भी हम anchor word की बात करते हैं, it is always related to a ship. शिप का जो एंकर होता है ना, इट इज ऑलवेज रिलेटेड टू दैट. द मोमेंट यू ड्रॉप द एंकर, शिप जो है इट स्टेज ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट. सेम इज ओवर हियर कि अगर आपके पास एक एंकर इन्वेस्टर आ गया, देन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस योर आईपीओ प्राइस इज गोइंग टू स्टे ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर प्राइस ओनली. यू कैन इशू द आईपीओ ऑन दैट एंकर प्राइस, which can easily invite huge amount of subscription from the public. So anchor investors, they are essentially anchors in the sense they stabilize and boost the credibility of the borrower pre-investment. By purchasing shares, they set anchor share price, they signal the confidence, and this will increase the investors' confidence. It will increase the public confidence in the given IPO. What are the characteristics? Sir, it is institutional in nature, it is of large scale, it results in price stability, and it is mandatory. It comes up with a mandatory lock-in period. That means it comes up with a mandatory lock-in period of 30 days, which means if you are doing anchor investment, you will be holding this investment for next 30 days even after the issue of IPO. तो अगर IPO के issue होने के बाद भी anchor investor is holding the IPO for 30 days, it will help the company to avoid unexpected fluctuations in the market price of the share. ऐसा नहीं है कि एकदम से जिसने shares खरीदे, they all are ready to sell. Still there is an anchor investor who is staying tight, due to which we cannot expect the share price to dilute, the share price to fall down very easily or very steeply once the issuing is done. So that is the another benefit. Now, if I talk about the regulations, some minimum investment requirement, each anchor investor must invest at least 10 crores, then only you will be termed as anchor investor. You will come up with a lock-in period of 30 days post allotment. Cap on allocation, SEBI mandates that up to 60% of the portion reserved for QIBs in an IPO can be allotted to anchor investors. So anchor investor can be up to 60% of the portion reserved for qualified institutional buyers. Last is early allotment. Anchor investors are allotted the shares one day before. They are allotted the shares one day before the IPO open for the other investors. It opens for the public. Now, how anchor investor impact? Sir, it set the anchor price. It builds the investor confidence. It improves IPO subscription. It stabilizes the price post listing. Examples of anchor investors which have been used in the past IPOs, then the best example is Zomato, LIC, Nykaa. All these companies, they have witnessed the anchor investment which has made their IPO such a success. No, it is not called as angel investors. Angel investors are those investors which invest in the early startups where the startups have not even developed a prototype. But if they want to develop a prototype, the investment which is done, that is done by the angel investors so that the prototype can be developed and the company can set up the manufacturing unit and company can start its business. So that is quite different. Is it clear? Now coming back to the news. What is the point related to the anchor investment in this case? So the revised changes to EBP will come into effect immediately, but it will not be applicable on anchor investors. It will be applicable on the anchor investors in next 3 to 6 months. Now you are clear what are anchor investors. There are certain conditions. The conditions are if the instrument rating is instrument rating, that means the instrument which is being issued, debt instrument which is being issued, if it is rated as AAA, AA plus, AA minus, then anchor portion of base size cannot exceed 30%. If the rating is bit low, A plus or A minus, then it will be not exceeding 40%. If the rating is even below A minus, then anchor investment cannot exceed 50% value. So it is now mandatory. Please pay attention. It is now mandatory for anchor investor to confirm their participation electronically 1 day prior to the issue, with any unconfirmed portion being reallocated to the general issue. तो यहाँ पे this is very clear. जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया that anchoring or anchor issue will be done 1 day before the IPO, 1 day before it is issued to the public. So anchor investor, they have to confirm their participation 1 day before. Once their participation is done, then only the left out asset, the left out financial instruments will be issued to the public. Is it clear? So if I conclude my discussion on this particular topic, so the conclusion says, as per the latest SEBI announcement, it says that if a company wants to raise funds of value greater than or equals to 20 crore through private placement, that is possible only and only through EBP. this is going to be applicable from tomorrow onwards. Matlab, the day it was presented, from that day itself, it is applicable. But in case of anchor investors, these conditions are going to be applicable in 3 to 6 months. Now we know what is anchor investment. While discussing this point, there was a term known as base issue, and there was a term that is known as green shoe option. So I have discussed with you what is green shoe option as well. So these two are the static topics which I have discussed in this particular news, because it has a great chance that the direct question can be asked in the examination. Clear ho gaya ji? Samajh aa gaya? Are we good to go? Shall I move on to the next news? Just give me yes, sir. Shall I move on to the next news? Just give me yes, sir, so that we can move on to the next news. Okay. The next news I have is, actually I have 3 news from RBI. In my first news, RBI has granted license. In my second news, RBI has given certain approval. In the third news, RBI has cancelled the license. So I will be discussing about these 3 news with you all. The first point from where I would like to start my discussion is Zigzook, which is a growing fintech startup which is headquartered in Hyderabad, has received in principle authorization from RBI to issue prepaid payment instruments. I hope you all know what is prepaid payment instrument. If I give you an answer, whenever you travel in a metro, you always use a metro card, but that metro card is issued by the metro authorities. You get it recharged. That means first you pay the amount, that amount is loaded on that particular card, and then you can use that card to travel here and there on that particular metro service. That is a type of prepaid payment instrument. As the name suggests, prepaid. First you pay, then you make the payment. Prepaid payment instrument. First you pay, you load it, and now you make the payment as per your requirements. That is known as prepaid payment instruments. We have digital wallets. They are also, digital wallet is also one of the example of what that is prepaid payment instrument. Now, if a company is thinking of issuing the prepaid payment instrument, in that particular case, they need approval from RBI. That means you must be wondering, क्या सर दिल्ली मेट्रो ने आरबीआई से अप्रूवल लिया था? दिल्ली मेट्रो तो बहुत बड़ी बात है सर. यूजली व्हेन वी visit the mall, we visit gaming zones, we visit food court. In those food courts, in those gaming zones, also we have to take a card from their counter itself. We load the funds, then those loaded funds can be used to play different games in that particular game zone. For that case also, RBI approval is required. My answer is no. RBI approval is required in case of semi-closed and open prepaid payment instrument. There is one prepaid payment instrument which is known as closed prepaid payment instrument. Closed prepaid payment instrument requires no RBI approval because it is an instrument which is issued by party 1 and it is utilized in the premises of party 1 only. It is issued by party 1 and it will be utilized in the premises of the same party. For example, your food court, your gaming parlor, for example, your Delhi metro. But if there is a prepaid payment instrument like a Paytm wallet, where you can use the Paytm wallet balance to make different payments, to pay different, or I would say to get different mobile phone recharges, to make different purchases, in that particular case, RBI approval is required. We call it as semi-closed prepaid payment instrument, where you can use this instrument to make payment on different points. What is open prepaid payment instrument? So open prepaid instrument is an instrument which can use to make the payment on various POS, that is point of sale, as well as this open prepaid payment instrument can be used to withdraw cash. It can even be used to withdraw cash from ATM machine, that is from the automated teller machine, and that is the reason open prepaid payment instrument can be issued only and only by the banks. So the Zigzook has received the approval to issue the prepaid payment instrument. Obviously, it has got the approval to issue the semi-closed prepaid payment instrument. It can issue the prepaid wallets, it can issue the cards, and with the help of these wallets can be linked to different UPI applications, and now you can pay from this particular wallet. That means amount will be debited from the wallet, but payment will be done through the UPI mode while participating, while tying up with Google Pay, Amazon Pay, and whatnot. So prepaid payment instruments are those instruments which are used to purchase goods and services, conduct financial services, enable remittance facility, that means transfer the funds from one wallet to another against the value of money stored within themselves. They are designed to facilitate cashless transaction. Users can load the money and use them for various payments. That is known as semi-closed prepaid payment instrument. But if it is an open prepaid payment instrument, you can even withdraw cash with the help of ATM. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? So if someone asks you, name the company which has recently received the license or approval for prepaid payment instrument from RBI, that is Zook. If someone asks you what is closed PPI, what is semi-closed PPI, what is open PPI, I'm pretty sure you are clear with all those terms. If it is clear, just give me a thumbs up. Moving on to the next news. The next news is recently RBI has granted in principle approval to Emirates NBD Bank PJC for setting up wholly owned subsidiary in India under scheme for setting up wholly owned subsidiary by a foreign bank in India. So this is something which is important. Phase 1, very important. Question kya aayega? Question will be in this form. Name the bank which has recently received the approval from RBI to set up wholly owned subsidiary in India. The answer is Emirates MBD PJSC Bank, which is a UAE based bank which has received the approval. Now the question is, so what is this news? And obviously, what is this scheme for setting up of scheme for setting up of wholly owned subsidiary by foreign bank in India? I hope you guys are ready. I'll take 20 more minutes to explain this particular news. Now, the point is, guys, let's suppose there is a foreign bank and this foreign bank want to invest in India. Foreign bank wants to invest in India in the banking sector, then it is allowed. Foreign bank can invest in Indian private banks which are already existing in India, or they can invest in the public sector banks such as SBI and all. But this kind of investment is not only for foreign bank, it is allowed for all the foreign entities. Here the limit is 74% FDI is allowed, and in this case up to 20% FDI is allowed. But if foreign bank wants to operate as a bank in India, what is the option? So the first option is they can open up branches in India. Obviously, they can open up the branches in India after the approval is given by RBI, but these branches which are going to operate in India, these branches will be managed, looked after, their operations will be controlled from the headquarter itself, and this headquarter is outside India. This headquarter is outside India. So this was going on. Then there is one more option. The one more option is these foreign banks, they can set up a wholly owned subsidiary in India. In short, they can set up a company in India. They register themselves as a company in India. Then they seek approval from RBI to operate as a bank. And once the approval is given, then these wholly owned subsidiary in the country will be opening up the branches. And these branches which are opened up will be termed as wholly owned subsidiaries. This means this is an independent organization which is owned by a foreign bank, but it is operating in India as a bank under the 100% jurisdiction which is prevailing in India only. They are operating with 100% jurisdiction which is prevailing in India only. So these are the three options. Earlier, if the bank has invested, the foreign bank investment is done, if the foreign bank investment is done before August 2010, then it is up to the bank will that whether bank wants to go with a branch or bank wants to go with wholly owned subsidiary. But after August 2010, RBI has come up with a clear statement that if the bank has, or if a foreign bank has started its operation as a branch in India, then on RBI requirement, on RBI decision, on RBI demand, you have to convert your branch into wholly owned subsidiary. You have to convert your branch into wholly owned subsidiary, or you will be liable to convert your branch into wholly owned subsidiary under certain conditions. So recently RBI has given the approval to the UAE bank, which was operating in India as a branch, that sir, we request you to start your operation in India as a wholly owned subsidiary, as you cannot continue your operation as a branch. And we can say that, who am I? I can say that I am RBI. Why I can say that? Because you have set up your operations in India after August 2010, and I have full authority that I can ask you to convert your branch operations into the wholly owned subsidiary. Is this story clear? If the story is clear till this point, just give me yes sir. Take the screenshot, I'm removing it. Coming back to the point. So the point says RBI will be granting the license. If I go with the news only, RBI will be granting the license for the commencement of banking operations in the wholly owned subsidiary mode, section 22 of Banking Regulation Act 1949. Right now, this bank is operating in the branch form, or it is continuing its banking business in India in branch mode through its branches in Chennai, Gurugram, as well as Mumbai. So other lenders operating in India through this wholly owned subsidiary model, right now we have DBS, that is Development Bank of Singapore. It was also asked by RBI to convert your branch mode to wholly owned subsidiary mode. Then State Bank of Mauritius, if I'm not wrong, it has also been asked by RBI to convert into what? Sir, to convert into wholly owned subsidiary. Please check it. Is it State Bank of Mauritius or Malaysia? I'm a bit confused. You just check it and let me know in the comment section. Now, let's talk about this. Firstly, guys, if you are RBI, why you want that bank should foreign bank should operate as a wholly owned subsidiary? See, if I'm RBI, I would like to have more control on the banking sector, and in order to ensure that control on the banking sector, that will be possible only and only if a foreign bank, rather than opening up its branch in India, it should first register itself as a company in India. It should seek the license from RBI to operate as a bank in India, and then it will be liable to fulfill all the norms, all the conditions as set by RBI for the domestic bank. So it will be more like a domestic bank for RBI, which will be more in control of RBI, which will be more favorable for the public interest. And keeping those points in mind, RBI generally ask the banks which are doing well in the country that rather than continuing your operation as a branch mode, you should open up the wholly owned subsidiary. Now I have few points which I would like to discuss. To ensure financial stability, as well as to improve regulatory oversight, to enable efficient resolution mechanism for foreign banks by encouraging local incorporation through wholly owned subsidiary. These are the reasons why RBI want the bank should operate as a wholly owned subsidiary. What is the difference between branch mode and subsidiary mode? So branch mode is not a separate legal entity. No, it's just a branch of a foreign bank which is registered in, let's say, US, which is operating as per the regulatory authorities of US. RBI has given the I would say approval that yes sir, you can open up a branch in India. So they are operating, or I would say they are running their branch in India, but they are not, or that branch is not a legal entity. The legal entity is still the same parent company which is back in US. But if the same branch is converted into wholly owned subsidiary, then it will become a legal entity in India. That is the first point. Second point is liability. Foreign company is fully liable for the debt and obligation of its Indian branch. Foreign company has limited liability to the extent of its shareholding in Indian subsidiary. So obviously foreign company is liable in case of branch, but when the company has set up its wholly owned subsidiary in India, then that particular subsidiary will be answerable in front of law, in front of court, in case of this registration which is done in the country. Moving on to the next point, activities. It performs the same activity as the parent company, but now it will perform all those operations which RBI want it to perform in India, as RBI is asking the other domestic banks to do. So for RBI, it will be easy to, I would say, designate the services. It will be easy for RBI to ask these wholly owned subsidiaries to operate as per its conditions in comparison to the branches which are directly operating, in comparison to the foreign bank branches which are directly operating in the country. There is a condition. The condition is wholly owned subsidiary mandatory if the bank falls under the point 4 or para 4. So there are few conditions. If a foreign bank which is operating in the country in branch mode, or if a foreign bank is planning to start its operation in India, even in the branch mode, they are not allowed to operate as a branch mode. They will be allowed only and only to set up the wholly owned subsidiary if they fall under the para 4. I'll discuss those mandatory conditions with you. Those mandatory conditions include, first one, home jurisdiction gives preferential claim to the local depositor. What does it mean? It means that home jurisdiction means, let's say there is a bank known as X bank. It is a bank in US, and this bank, as per the US norm, says that if this bank fails, first we will pay to the Americans, then we will pay to rest of the nationalities. First, if our bank is on the verge to be declared as failed bank, then we will be paying to our nationals, we will be paying to our local depositors, we will be paying to Americans first. उसके बाद अगर कुछ बचा तो दे देंगे. अब उस केस में Indians are at risk. If this bank has its branch in India, it has accepted deposit from the Indians, but now this bank has been declared as insolvent. Now this bank is going to liquidate. In that particular case, first they will pay back the deposits of the Americans, and अगर कुछ बचा तो वो deposit वापस करेंगे किसके? Indians के. So in that particular case, Indians are at risk. In that particular case, RBI say mandatory. If you want to operate in India, it's a mandatory condition. You can operate in India only and only under wholly owned subsidiary mode. You are not allowed to operate under branch mode. Second point says inadequate disclosure or supervision in the home country. If your home country do not ask proper disclosures from the bank, or there is no proper supervision of the banking sector in your home country, तो फिर इंडिया के लिए it's very risky. मान लो एक बैंक है coming from country A, and in this country A there is no hard and fast rules and regulation for the banks to operate. If it is setting up a branch in India, तो obviously जिस बैंक के बारे में उसकी home country को नहीं पता, RBI will also know nothing about it. And if in near future anything wrong happens, or if anything goes wrong, this bank is going to result huge loss to the Indian economy. तो भैया उस केस में mandatory है. उस केस में we are not giving you option कि you should convert because RBI is asking you. No, it's mandatory. If you want, operate as a wholly owned subsidiary, will not allow you to open a branch in the country. Next is complex structure or insufficient market discipline. We feel that the bank has a very complex structure. The funding is very complex. पहले पैसा फ्लोट हुआ मॉरिशियस में, मॉरिशियस से पैसा फ्लोट हुआ मलेशिया, मलेशिया से सिंगापुर, सिंगापुर से फिर वो इंडिया में इन्वेस्टमेंट हो रही है. इन दिस काइंड ऑफ कॉम्प्लेक्स स्ट्रक्चर, इंडिया सेज नो सर, सॉरी, विल नॉट अलाउ यू टू ऑपरेट एज अ ब्रांच. Please set up your wholly owned subsidiary in India. Last and a very important point, RBI classify the banks as systematically important bank. What is a systematically important bank? So systematically important bank in case of a foreign bank is, if we have a foreign bank which has a branch in India, the asset value of this foreign bank's branch in India is greater than or equal to 0.25% of total assets. 0.25% of total assets of scheduled commercial banks, all the scheduled commercial banks of the country, then in that particular case, it is also mandatory that you should set up your wholesale, you should set up your wholly owned subsidiary. मतलब क्या हुआ? इसका मतलब ये है कि फॉरेन बैंक की जो ब्रांच इंडिया में है, मान लो एक ही ब्रांच है, उस ब्रांच की जो असेट वैल्यू है, वो ब्रांच की असेट वैल्यू इंडिया के टोटल सारे के सारे शेड्यूल कमर्शियल बैंक्स की जो टोटल असेट वैल्यू है उससे 0.25% ज्यादा है या उसके बराबर है. इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस दिस इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक. If this is an important bank, if anything goes wrong in the near future, it will impact the entire economy. So in that case, we will not allow you to operate in a branch mode. We ask you, it is a mandatory condition on you that you should convert yourself from branch mode to wholly owned subsidiary mode. To wholly owned subsidiary mode, as it is clearly mentioned over here. RBI classify the bank as systematically important bank if it's Indian assets. I'm talking about only Indian assets. इसीलिए मैंने foreign bank नहीं बोला, मैंने foreign bank की branch की asset बोली जो इंडिया में है. If its Indian assets exceed 0.25% of the total assets of the scheduled commercial banks in the country. Now the question is, so what are the advantages? These are the mandatory conditions, and if a bank fall under the mandatory condition, you have no other choice. You should operate in India as wholly owned subsidiary only. What will be the advantage? So clear legal separation of assets and liabilities from the parent company, regulatory clarity, local governance, capital ring fencing, local board accountability, and effective oversight by Indian regulators. These are the advantages of wholly owned subsidiary. Moving on to the next point. याद रखना ये जो क्वेश्चन है इस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक से डिस्क्रिप्टिव क्वेश्चन आने के चांसेस कम है, इसीलिए आई हैव कम अप विद वेरी शॉर्ट पॉइंट्स सो दैट इफ अ क्वेश्चन इज आस्क्ड इन phase 1 or in phase 2 objective, you can answer pretty well. So what is the eligibility? Sir, first, if a foreign bank wants to set up wholly owned subsidiary in India, first is you require home regulator approval. That means you require the approval of your home regulator. For example, in US, regulator is Federal Reserve. I'm just taking an example. Then you require the approval of Federal Reserves, and international level supervision standards are need to be matched. Secondly, RBI will evaluate the economic relation of RBI with the home country. RBI will evaluate the importance of that bank in the country. RBI will evaluate the inflow and outflow of funds of India with the given home country. Along with that, RBI will evaluate the financial health of the bank, ownership structure of the bank, risk system, and credit rating of the parent bank. And on the basis of this evaluation, RBI will decide that whether you will be allowed to set up wholly owned subsidiary or not. But once you are allowed, you set up your wholly owned subsidiary, then it is going to be fine. Any of the condition, obviously, Brunal, any of the condition, if any one of the condition is fulfilled, then in that particular case, you are supposed to set up as wholly owned subsidiary. You cannot operate as a branch mode or in a branch mode. Now, there are certain conditions. Conditions are, first condition, very important, expected as a objective question. What is the minimum capital requirement? So this wholly owned subsidiary, as the name suggests, 100% investment will be done by the parent bank, will be done by the foreign bank, and this investment day one minimum is going to be 500 crores. Minimum capital should be 500 crores, and this capital must be brought upfront via foreign exchange remittance. That means you must bring this capital upfront in a foreign exchange remittance mode. Basel III compliant need to be fulfilled, which means you need to follow the Basel III norms, which include capital adequacy ratio, capital conservation buffer, counter cyclical capital buffer, leverage ratio, liquidity coverage ratio, net stable funding ratio. You need to fulfill all these norms. Last point is foreign bank which has just registered or which will be registering itself as a wholly owned subsidiary. There is a condition that you must be fulfilling the value, that is capital adequacy ratio or capital to risk weighted asset ratio. As per BIS, minimum requirement is 8%. As per RBI, minimum requirement is 9%, but RBI wants to be double sure in case of a new entry. Then RBI says कि भैया अगर आप एक wholly owned subsidiary इंडिया में सेटअप करेंगे, in that particular case your capital adequacy ratio or your capital to risk weighted asset ratio should be 10% for first 3 years. After those 3 years you can come back to the same value as it is for the domestic banks. अगर उस समय domestic bank पे 9 होगा, you will follow 9. If it is 9.5, if it is 9.5, you will be following 9.5 itself. These are very important terms, that is the corporate governance standards. Greater than or equal to 51% directors as per section 10A of Banking Regulation Act 1949. It says that the directors of the bank, they should have adequate knowledge. They should be capable to be termed as director. ऐसा नहीं किसी को भी director बना दो. So this is the first condition. Second condition is 2/3 of non-executive and 1/3 should be independent and greater than 50% should be of Indian origin. ध्यान से देख लो कि सर total directors में से, total board of directors में से 2/3 should be non-executive, at least 1/3 should be independent, and out of the total board of directors, at least 50% of the board of directors should be of Indian origin. That means Indian origin, they can be NRIs, they can be overseas Indian citizens, they can be Indian residents as well. Mandatory condition है, what is the mandatory condition? CEO should be resident of India. CEO should be resident of India, and the top appointments, that is CEO, chairman appointments, will be done after the RBI approval. Then fit and proper criteria should be fulfilled before appointing the director of a bank. Before appointing the director of a bank, these are the conditions which you need to follow once you set up wholly owned subsidiary in India. Last is, you must fulfill the conditions related to these acts under which you are going to be governed. For example, Banking Ombudsman Scheme, Banking Regulation Act, RBI Act, Companies Act, FEMA, and whatnot. RBI comes up with the priority sector lending norms. So RBI says these wholly owned subsidiaries operating in India, they will have the same limit as that of commercial banks or scheduled commercial banks. That is 40% of A and B C should be provided in priority sector, out of which 18% for agriculture, 10% for weaker section. Then there are certain specific targets for small and medium enterprises, that is 0.4 million or 10 million. Those conditions are not important. बस मैंने आपको बता दिया कि there are few specific targets for micro and small enterprises. If you think you can learn it, go and check the I would say go back and check this circular on the RBI website. याद कर लो, बट मैंने इसे बहुत शॉर्ट करके आपको दिया, which is important for your exam. मैंने सारा का सारा सर्कुलर वैसे के वैसे आपके लिए प्रिंट नहीं किया because it is not important. तो जितना इंपॉर्टेंट है उतना पढ़ेंगे ज्यादा बेटर है, क्योंकि हमारे पास याद करने के लिए इमेंस चीजें हैं. अगर हर एक चीज को बहुत डिटेल में जाने की कोशिश करेंगे, कुछ भी याद नहीं रख पाएंगे. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज ट्रांजिशन टाइम अलाउड अप टू 5 years फ्रॉम फॉरेन बैंक्स कन्वर्टिंग टू. तो अगर आपके पास एक फॉरेन बैंक है जो कि ब्रांच मोड में इंडिया में ऑपरेट कर रहा है, एंड इफ आरबीआई आस्क दैट बैंक टू ऑपरेट एज अ होली ओन्ड सब्सिडरी, देन यू विल गिवन अ टाइमलाइन ऑफ 5 years, up to 5 years to achieve the target, to achieve the registration as wholly owned subsidiary. There are certain conditions. Foreign bank, once registered as a wholly owned subsidiary, can open branches without RBI approval except at sensitive locations, must open greater than 25% branches in unbanked rural areas, and tier 1 branch expansion capped by expansion in lower tier regions is also there. So out of all these, I would say what is very important for you, जहां से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में पूछा जाएगा, what is the cap? That is the cap must open 25% of the total branches in the rural unbanked areas or in the unbanked rural areas. ये क्वेश्चन पूछे जाने के पूरे चांसेस हैं. It is applicable for foreign bank wholly owned or wholly owned subsidiary set up by a foreign bank which is operating in India. Done, guys. I guess all the points are clear. Okay, moving on to the next point. What does the next point says? Next point is again very important. Next point is, if we say that foreign bank has set up its wholly owned subsidiary in India. The moment it has set up its wholly owned subsidiary in India, you can consider it as a domestic company. Now, this domestic company will not only operate as a bank, it will accept deposit, it will provide loan, but along with deposit and loan functions, this particular company will invest the funds. This particular company will also invest its funds. So there is a limit. You can invest up to 10%. You can invest up to 10% of your capital. You can invest up to 10% of wholly owned subsidiary capital in a single company. And this is up to 20% overall investment. What does it mean? It means कि ये जो wholly owned subsidiary है, it wants to invest in Infosys. So Infosys, maximum investment which can be done, that is 10% of the capital value. And now it has invested in Infosys, TCS, HPCL, IUCL and whatnot. So this time they have done multiple investments, but this total multiple investments should not be more than 20% of the capital value. So overall investment limit is 20%. Single company investment limit is up to 10% of your capital value. Raise non-equity capital in rupees. So you must be raising non-equity capital in rupees. That means if you are borrowing funds from the public, that is domestic public, you can borrow it in rupees. You can declare the dividends. That means from your profit, you declare the dividend out of your profit and distribute that dividend to your shareholders. That is also allowed. You are required to submit a viable business plan focused on retail banking and inclusion. You should submit a viable plan to the RBI that what you are going to do in the near future. In the near future, if you want to merge or dilute, yes, you can dilute your stakes, but you can dilute your stakes up to 74%, not below that. क्योंकि FDI की अगर हम policy की बात करें, in case of FDI, as I said in the starting itself, if you want to invest in a private company, FDI allowed is up to 74%. If you want to invest in a public sector company, the FDI allowed is up to 20%. So here, the dilution or wholly owned subsidiary may dilute stake to 74% according to the FDI policy, not below that. You may merge or you may acquire other private sector Indian banks after the approval is given by RBI. Once branch mode is converting to wholly owned subsidiary, then RBI will give you the approval. Company registration will be done under Companies Act. Shareholder resolution will be done under Section 44 of Banking Regulation Act, and fresh license to operate as a bank in India will be provided under Section 22, followed by the amalgamation of the branch assets. So all your branch assets will be amalgamated and you will be allowed to operate as an wholly owned subsidiary, allowed to operate as a domestic bank in the country. Is it clear now? Is it clear? So just read it once. ज़्यादा chances है CAR वहां से क्वेश्चन आने के, ज़्यादा chances है 500 करोड़ वाले पॉइंट से क्वेश्चन आने के, या ज़्यादा chances है मैंडेटरी कंडीशंस से क्वेश्चन आने के. एंड मोस्ट एक्सपेक्टेड क्वेश्चन जो आएगा दैट विल बी इन ऑब्जेक्टिव फॉर्मेट. डिस्क्रिप्टिव में क्वेश्चन आने के चांसेस उतने नहीं है. मूविंग ऑन टू द लास्ट न्यूज ऑफ द डे. द लास्ट न्यूज इज वेरी इजी. RBI has recently cancelled the license of Lucknow-based HCBL Cooperative Bank. So remember that RBI has announced cancellation of HCBL Cooperative Bank license, and bank's license has been cancelled or the bank operations has been seized from 19th May 2025. अब हमें पता कि whenever a bank license is cancelled, in that particular case, depositors, they get their deposit claim from DICGC. DICGC stands for Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation, which is the wholly owned subsidiary of RBI. It is responsible to insure the public deposits in the scheduled banks, and there is a huge list of banks where these deposits of the public are insured, and the deposit value is up to 5 lakh rupees per individual per bank. Now, the moment RBI has cancelled the license of this particular bank, claim will be given by the DICGC as per the report. As per the report, 98.69% of the depositors, they will receive their full amount of their deposit value. Kyun full amount? Which means 98.69% of the depositors, they have their deposits up to 5 lakh rupees, and that is the reason they are going to get 100% recovery of the deposit, but rest 1.21 or 1.31% of the depositors, they may not get the 100% recovery because their deposit may be more than 5 lakhs, but as per the norm, they will be getting maximum recovery of 5 lakhs only according to Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Act. ठीक है जी, समझ आ गया? तीन चीजें, पहला ZIC जो भी नाम था वो याद कर लेना, PPI approval. Then we have UAE based bank approval to set up as wholly owned subsidiary. Then we have the third bank for which RBI has cancelled its license. The name is HCBL Cooperative Bank. ये कुछ important news है. I hope it is clear. You said that you and me, we cannot invest in alternative investment funds, and you use a word that these funds are basically for high net worth individuals. Why you have used that statement? I have an answer to this. Whenever we talk about alternative investment fund, there is a certain criteria. If you want to invest in alternative investment fund, you need to fulfill that particular criteria. The criteria says either you are resident of India, or you are non-resident Indian, or you are a foreign national, you are allowed to invest. Second is minimum investment, very important. Minimum investment limit is 1 crore for investors. Minimum investment limit is 1 crore for investor, whereas the minimum investment amount for the directors, employees or the fund managers of that alternative investment funds would be 25 lakhs. But in general, if you want to invest in alternative investment funds, your minimum investment is going to be 1 crore. In case of alternate investment fund, it comes with a minimum lock-in period of 3 years. It comes in general, it comes with a minimum lock-in period of 3 years. And there is one more condition. The number of investors in every scheme is restricted to 1,000. There should not be more than 1,000 investors in an alternative investment fund scheme. And in case of angel fund उन funds को कहा जाता है जो invest करते हैं in a company at a very early stage. For example, I have an idea that I want to produce a motorbike which is going to run on water. That is just the idea I have. But the moment I come up or I share this idea all over the sector and I seek for investment, no one is ready to invest because they don't trust my idea. They only say one thing, sir prototype ले आओ, मतलब सैंपल बना के ले आओ, हमारे सामने बाइक चला के दिखा दो, पानी पे हम मान जाएंगे. अब इस सिचुएशन में I need funds so that I can construct that prototype, and the one who will trust me and invest in my company, in my organization, so that I can use that fund to develop that prototype will be termed as angel investor. Angel का मतलब हम कहते हैं ना, angel is a word related to आप कहें खुदा, आप कहें भगवान जिसने आपकी मदद की, तो उसी तरह से angel investors उन्हीं investors को कहा जाता है, those who are the early investors in a company. So in case of angel investment, in case of angel investor funds, the maximum number of investors can be 49. What are the benefits? So pehla, high return potential hai in case of AIFs, low volatility hai in case of AIFs, and you get a chance to diversify your investment rather than investing only and only in the companies which are registered, which are public companies. With the help of AIFs, you get a chance to invest in startups, you get a chance to invest in private companies, you get a chance to invest in those companies which are about to go public. So this gives you the actual diversification which helps you to grow, and it gives you a great potential to earn high profit or high returns on your investment. Got it, guys? Is it clear? If it is clear, just give me yes sir so that we can move ahead. Now, I will be discussing the actual news. What the actual news is, उस news पे jump करते हैं. Please pay attention. The actual news says the actual news says that RBI has come up with certain norms. RBI has come up with certain norms related to the investment done by the bank, related to the investment done by the bank in the alternative इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड्स। अब क्वेश्चन है कि सर ये सारी स्टोरी क्यों आई, इस पे क्यों प्रॉब्लम्स आई, क्यों आरबीआई के ऊपर ये कंडीशंस आई, उन सारी चीजों को बात करते हैं, सुनना ध्यान से। हुआ क्या कि सर एक बैंक है, दिस बैंक हैज गिवन अ लोन टू अ कंपनी नेम्ड एक्स, द बैंक हैज गिवन लोन टू अ कंपनी नेम्ड एक्स। Now, this company has borrowed a loan from bank and the company is obviously paying the lending rates or the EMI to the bank. Unfortunately, the loan given by the company is on the verge to be declared as NPA, is on the verge to be declared as NPA. In that particular case, if bank is providing, new loan to X, if bank is providing new loan to X so that X can pay back the previous loan, and the previous loan is not declared as NPA, that kind of process, that kind of initiative taken by the bank is known as what? So this is known as evergreening of loan. This is known as evergreening of loan. और ये जो evergreening of loan है, it was creating very, I would say, issues related to the banking sector in the past. और इन्हीं सारे issues को देखते हुए RBI ने कुछ norms introduce की with respect to alternative investment funds. Now you must be wondering कि सर alternative investment fund का evergreening of loan से क्या लेना देना? अब evergreening of loan का concept ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड में कैसे आएगा या कैसे इन्वॉल्व होगा, वो मैं आपको समझाता हूं, ध्यान से समझना। मान लो अगर मैं बात करूं सेम एग्जांपल की, और उस सेम एग्जांपल में if I'm saying that a bank has given a loan to a company X and that company is repaying the loan in the form of EMIs, in a similar manner, bank is not only providing loan in order to earn profit, bank also invests the funds. In equities, in debt instruments in order to earn return. Similarly, bank also invests the funds in the alternative investment funds. And these alternative investment funds, they were investing. Let's say, if the same alternative investment fund in which bank has invested the fund, if that alternative investment fund is investing back in this company X, is known as downstream investment. अब इस सिचुएशन में आरबीआई ने दिमाग चलाया। आरबीआई ने क्या दिमाग चलाया? आरबीआई ने कहा कि सर एक प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। वो प्रॉब्लम क्या है? वो प्रॉब्लम ये है कि बैंक्स, they have provided loan to company X, that loan is on the verge to be declared as NPA. So rather than giving new loan directly to the company X, which can be easily identified by RBI, what bank can do? So bank can invest the funds in the alternative investment fund, and this alternative investment fund will invest in company X. So this kind of investment is again, this kind of flow of funds is again a process which is done by bank for evergreening of loan. तो बैंक क्या चाह रहा है? बैंक इज जस्ट ट्राइंग कि बैंक का जो लोन है वो एनपीए डिक्लेयर ना हो, क्योंकि अगर वो एनपीए डिक्लेयर हुआ, इट विल हैव अ नेगेटिव इंपैक्ट ऑन द balance sheet of the bank, it will have a negative impact on the reputation of the bank, it will have a negative impact on the profit estimates of the bank. So in that particular case, it's better the loan should not be declared as NPA, and bank is providing new funds, new investment, new funding to the company X rather than giving it directly. This investment is done through AIF, which we call it as downstream investment. जब RBI ने इस चीज को आइडेंटिफाई किया, then RBI came up with certain conditions. What were the conditions? पहली कंडीशन RBI ने कही, पहली कंडीशन RBI ने क्या कहा? पहली कंडीशन RBI ने कहा, bank will not invest in those alternative investment funds. Bank will not invest in those alternative investment funds which are involved in downstream investment, which are involved in downstream investment। मतलब ये कि आप उस ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड को लोन नहीं दे सकते, आप उस ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड में इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकते, विच इज फर्दर इन्वेस्टिंग द फंड्स इन द डेटर कंपनी। Debtor company means the company which has borrowed loan from the bank in last 12 years. Sorry, in last 12 months. So debtor company is basically, in our example, X is a debtor company जिसको बैंक ने लोन दिया। So bank is not allowed to invest in the alternative investment fund which is investing in a debtor company, which is investing in a debtor company of the bank। पहली कंडीशन ये। दूसरी कंडीशन, अगर आपने इन्वेस्ट कर दिया, इफ यू हैव इन्वेस्टेड, देन वी आर गिविंग यू 30 डेज टाइम। 30 डेज के अंदर अंदर आप इसकी क्या करो, लिक्विडिटी करो। 30 डेज के अंदर अंदर आप इसकी क्या करो, लिक्विडिटी करो। लिक्विडिटी का मतलब इसे भैया अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट को वापस निकालो, अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट को वहां से निकाल लो, 30 दिन का टाइम है। अब यहां पे एक कंडीशन और आई कि अगर लिक्विडिटी पॉसिबल नहीं है, अगर आप लिक्विड नहीं कर सकते, दैट मींस यू आर नॉट इन अ पोजीशन टू डिसइन्वेस्ट, डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट हो ही नहीं पा रहा, डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट में बहुत ज्यादा लॉस हो रहा है या डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का स्कोप ही नहीं है, तो उस केस में क्या होगा सर, उस केस में बैंक ये मान के चले कि जो पैसा बैंक ने ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड में इन्वेस्ट किया, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी डिक्लेयर्ड एज एनपीए, एंड फॉर दैट बैंक शुड मेंटेन 100% ऑफ provisioning. Bank should maintain 100% of provisioning. याद है आपको provisioning is the reserves which are maintained by bank in order to counter the NPA losses. Gitanjali, banks, they basically use these alternative investment funds in order to diversify their investment. देखो बैंक ने पैसा डिपॉजिट लिया, now against that deposit, bank is liable to pay the rate of interest to the depositor. But along with that, bank is trying to earn profit. In order to earn profit, bank will not only provide that deposit in the form of loan alone, bank will use those funds and invest them in the share market, or invest them in the equity instruments or in the debt instruments, or they may even invest their funds through the alternative investment funds which we are talking over here. So अगर आप genuinely alternative investment कर रहे हैं, it's okay, RBI has no problem with it, but RBI को problem कब हुई, when RBI realized that from these alternative investment funds, the funds were reinvested in the debtor company of the bank. Debtor company of the bank means the company in which bank has already given a loan in last 12 months. So that is not correct, because it is an attempt of evergreening of loan. So if it is an attempt of evergreening of loan, RBI ने कहा कि भैया अलाउड नहीं है, अगर इन्वेस्ट कर चुके हो 30 डेज में लिक्विडेट कर लो, और अगर लिक्विडेट नहीं कर पा रहे तो उस केस में क्या करो सर, उस केस में 100% प्रोविजनिंग मेंटेन करो। अगर लिक्विडेट नहीं कर पा रहे उस केस में 100% प्रोविजनिंग मेंटेन करो। समझ आया ये पॉइंट? क्लियर है? ठीक है, एक बार पढ़ लेते हैं ये सारी चीजें जो मैंने आपको लिख के दी हैं, दे आर रिटन ऑन द PDF ऑल्सो, सो नथिंग टू वरी। एक बार पढ़ लेते हैं, थिंग्स विल बी मोर क्लियर टू यू, प्लीज पे अटेंशन। तो पहले ये है आपकी वो कंडीशन जो मैंने अभी आपके साथ डिस्कस की, बट दिस इज द ओल्डर कंडीशन, बट अगर ओल्डर कंडीशन क्लियर होंगी तभी आपको नई कंडीशन समझ आएंगी। तो कंडीशंस क्या कहती है? पहला पॉइंट, regulated entity shall not make investment in any scheme of alternative investment fund which has downstream investment either directly or indirectly in the debtor company of regulated entity. Directly or indirectly in the debtor company of the regulated entity. Debtor company क्या है? सर debtor company का मतलब है वो कंपनी जिसको regulated entity ने लोन दिया, which means regulated entity currently or previously had given loan or investment exposure anytime प्रीसीडिंग दी 12 मंथ्स। तो अगर आपने लोन दिया या उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट की और वो लोन या इन्वेस्टमेंट पिछले 12 महीनों में की गई है, तो उस केस में दैट विल बी टर्म्ड एज डेटर कंपनी। तो इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस यू आर नॉट अलाउड टू इन्वेस्ट इन दैट ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड विच इज इन्वेस्टिंग द फंड्स इन योर डेटर कंपनी। समझ आया ये पॉइंट? इज दिस पॉइंट क्लियर नाउ? गीतांजलि, अभिनव एंड किसी और ने कहा था रिपीट कर दो, कामले। अगर ये पॉइंट क्लियर हुआ तो गिव मी यस सर। दूसरा पॉइंट क्या कहता है? दूसरा पॉइंट कहता है इफ एन ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम इन विच रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी इज ऑलरेडी एन इन्वेस्टर, अगर आप ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टर है और वो डाउनस्ट्रीम इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है, तो उस केस में व्हाट यू डू, यू लिक्विडेट। उस केस में व्हाट यू डू, यू लिक्विडेट योर इन्वेस्टमेंट, you liquidate your investment from alternative investment funds in 30 days, within 30 days। समझ आया ये पॉइंट? ये देखो, पहला क्या था, अगर कोई alternative investment fund है which is investing, which is making a downstream investment। downstream investment का मतलब क्या होता है? So downstream investment is the type of investment which is discussed with respect to the bank, which is discussed with respect to the bank, in which the alternative investment fund, in which the alternative investment fund is investing the funds in the debtor company of the bank, in the debtor company of the bank। और अगर बैंक ने इस alternative investment fund में इन्वेस्ट किया है and that alternative investment fund is investing in the debtor company, that type of investment will be termed as downstream investment। बोलो यार, समझ आया? Is it clear now? समझ आया? ठीक है। दूसरा पॉइंट क्या कहता है, भैया अगर आपने इन्वेस्टमेंट कर भी दी, अगर आपने इन्वेस्टमेंट कर भी दी तो आपको 30 डेज का टाइम दे रहे हैं, लिक्विडेट कर लो। अगर आपने इन्वेस्टमेंट कर भी दी, इफ यू आर ऑलरेडी द पार्ट ऑफ द इन्वेस्टर, if there is a downstream condition, then we are giving you a timeline of 30 days, and in those 30 days you have to liquidate your investment, you have to liquidate your investment। ठीक है जी। अब अगर आप अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट को लिक्विडेट नहीं कर पा रहे, देन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस यू शुड मेंटेन अ प्रोविजनिंग ऑफ व्हाट वैल्यू, यू शुड मेक अ प्रोविजनिंग ऑफ 100% वैल्यू। जो प्रोविजनिंग हम करते हैं एनपीए के लिए, व्हेन इट इज सबस्टैंडर्ड एसेट, प्रोविजनिंग इज 1 to 5%, then if it is substandard asset, provisioning is 15 or 25%, when it is doubtful asset it is 25, 40 or even 100%, in case of loss asset provisioning is 100%. That is the same provisioning I'm talking about. So if you have invested as a bank, you have invested in an alternative investment fund, and that alternative investment fund is investing in the debtor company, which is called as downstream investment, then in that particular case, whatsoever investment you have done in the alternative investment fund, against that investment, you have to maintain 100% provisioning. You have to make 100% provisioning. बोलो क्लियर है? बोलो क्लियर है? Is this point clear? Is this point clear? If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. तो ये पुरानी बातें, ये आज की बातें नहीं है, पुरानी बातें 2023, 2024, ये तब की बातें। अब आरबीआई ने क्या कहा कि ये जो कंडीशंस हमने बनाई, इन कंडीशंस की वजह से, आरबीआई ने कहा कि इन कंडीशंस की वजह से काफी सुधार हुआ है, इन कंडीशंस की वजह से काफी सुधार हुआ है। सो रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने कहा ये 2023 की जो डायरेक्शन थी सर, जो अभी आपने समझाई है, उसकी वजह से जो ऑब्जेक्टिव था एड्रेस करने का, कंसर्न्स रिलेटेड टू एवरग्रीनिंग थ्रू दिस रूट, concern related to evergreening through this route, it has observed the measures taken by Reserve Bank have brought financial discipline among the regulated entities। तो उन्होंने कहा कि सर ये जो हमने इनिशिएटिव लिया, इससे अच्छा हुआ, जो डिसिप्लिन की हमें रिक्वायरमेंट थी, that discipline has been achieved, that discipline has been achieved। इसके साथ साथ सेबी भी पिक्चर में आया, और सेबी ने भी जो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस बनाए थे फॉर ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड्स, दे हैव आल्सो हेल्प्ड अ लॉट टू इंप्रूव द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ एवरग्रीनिंग ऑफ लोन, टू इंप्रूव द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ एवरग्रीनिंग ऑफ लोन। तो अब आरबीआई ने क्या कहा, जब एवरग्रीनिंग ऑफ लोन की प्रॉब्लम इज सॉर्टिंग आउट over the period of time, or it is almost sorted out over the period of time, then we would like to change the rules and regulations for a bank to invest in alternative investment fund And those rules and regulations which we are going to change, we are coming up with a draft. We ask the public, give your feedback, and then this draft will be, if no major feedback is given, then this draft will be implemented as a permanent or will be implemented as a permanent guideline. समझ आई ये बात? उन्होंने कहा कि सर पहले एवरग्रीनिंग की प्रॉब्लम हुई, एवरग्रीनिंग की प्रॉब्लम के बाद ये कंडीशंस लगाई गई, इन कंडीशंस के लगाने के बाद ये प्रॉब्लम रिजॉल्व हुई, लेकिन अब we need a permanent solution. We need a permanent solution, and what is that permanent solution? अब उस permanent solution की अगर मैं बात करूं, that permanent solution is, please pay attention, easy है, समझ आ जाएगा. Sir, if you are talking about a bank, now if this bank wants to invest in the alternative investment fund scheme, wants to invest in the alternative investment fund scheme, अभी तक borrower नहीं आया, debtor company नहीं आई, nothing evergreening, nothing, कुछ नहीं है ऐसा. सिंपल सी बात है, एक बैंक है, वो इन्वेस्ट करना चाहता है इन alternative investment fund scheme. In that particular case, in this alternative investment fund scheme, let's say this alternative investment fund scheme is for edtechs. That means you are going to, this investment is going to be done in edtechs only. So I'm talking about one scheme. So this alternative investment fund scheme, which is going to invest the funds only and only in edtech, is of value, let's say 1 CR. It is of value, let's say 1 CR. वैसे 1 CR will not be a practically correct format. तो अगर मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि alternative investment fund scheme है और वो alternative investment fund scheme की जो value है that is 1000 crore. That means the total investment fund scheme is 1000 crore rupees. In that particular case, what is the limit for a bank? So limit for a bank is up to 10%. What is the limit for a bank? That is up to 10%. अब अगर मैं बात करूं, ये तो एक बैंक है. This is only one bank. If I say bank 2, bank 3, bank 4, which means not only if I talk about only one regulated entity, the limit for one regulated entity or a bank to invest in alternative investment fund scheme is up to 10% of the total scheme value, and the total investment which can be done by all the regulated entities, total investment which can be done by all the regulated entities collectively, that is up to 15%. That is what? So that is up to 15%. यानी यहां पर एक बैंक इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है 100 करोड़ और सारे बैंक मिलकर कितना इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं सर? 150 करोड़. इससे ज्यादा अलाउड नहीं है. 150 करोड़ इससे ज्यादा अलाउड नहीं है. I'll make you read this point ताकि ये point clear हो जाए. So what does this point says? This point says a single regulated entity contribution to any alternative investment fund scheme shall be capped 10% of its corpus. Shall be capped 10% of its corpus, or collectively a ceiling of 15% shall apply for the investment of all the regulated entities in that particular alternative investment fund scheme. समझ आई ये बात? क्या कह रहा है ये कह रहा है कि सर किसी एक बैंक की जो इन्वेस्टमेंट लिमिट है एक पर्टिकुलर ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम में जो कि 1000 करोड़ की है, दैट इज अप टू 10%, और सबकी मिलाकर जो लिमिट है दैट इज कितनी है? दैट इज 15%. ये 10% और 15% का क्राइटेरिया यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. दिस 10% एंड 15% क्राइटेरिया यू हैव टू रिमेंबर, दैट हैज बीन मेंशन्ड. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. अब अगला पॉइंट क्या आता है? अगला पॉइंट आता है कि सर अगर किसी भी एक रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी ने इन्वेस्टमेंट की है इन एन ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम अप टू 5%, then there is no worry, there is no point to discuss. If there is a regulated entity and this regulated entity has invested up to 5% of the corpus value, then there is nothing to worry. Nothing to worry in the sense कि सर भले ये ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम फर्दर इन्वेस्टमेंट करे आपकी डेटर कंपनी में, आपके बैंक की डेटर कंपनी में, बट अगर आपके बैंक की इन्वेस्टमेंट अप टू 5% है देन देयर इज नथिंग टू वरी. अगर आपके बैंक की इन्वेस्टमेंट अप टू 5% है देन देयर इज नथिंग टू वरी. समझ आई ये बात? ये पॉइंट बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, पढ़ाऊं, सुनना जरा। ये पॉइंट क्या कहता है? ये कहता है इन्वेस्टमेंट बाय अ रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी up to 5% of the corpus of alternative investment fund scheme shall be allowed without any restriction। कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है, कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है। अगर आपकी इन्वेस्टमेंट अप टू 5% है उस कॉर्पस वैल्यू की, और वो ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम भले इन्वॉल्व है इन डाउनस्ट्रीम, whether it is involved in downstream, then also there is no point to worry, then also there is no point to worry। ऑल्टरनेटिव डाउनस्ट्रीम में इन्वॉल्व है तो यहां पे मैं क्या कहूंगा? नो वरीज। यहां पे मैं क्या कहूंगा? नो वरीज। लेकिन अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट जो है डन बाय द रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी is greater than 5%, it is greater than 5% of what? Sir, of the scheme value। 5% of what? So 5% of the scheme value। अगर वो 5% of the scheme value से ज्यादा है, in that particular case, this alternative investment fund scheme is involved in downstream। एक तो 5% है, ऊपर से alternative investment fund scheme जो है वो डाउनस्ट्रीम में इन्वॉल्व है। ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम जो है वो डाउनस्ट्रीम में इन्वॉल्व है, तो उस केस में बैंक क्या करेगा? सब बैंक विल मेंटेन 100% ऑफ प्रोविजनिंग। बैंक विल मेंटेन 100% ऑफ प्रोविजनिंग। समझ आई ये बात? बैंक विल मेंटेन 100% ऑफ प्रोविजनिंग। आई विल मेक यू रीड। इफ द इन्वेस्टमेंट बाय एनी रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी exceed 5% of the corpus value of the alternative investment fund scheme, and if the scheme has downstream debt investment in a debtor company of the regulated entity, then in that particular case regulated entity shall be required to make 100% of the provisioning। shall be required to make 100% of the provisioning। this is the point which you need to remember। समझ आ गई बात? क्लियर हो गया? कोई डाउट है तो पूछ लो, अदरवाइज आई विल रिपीट द एंटायर स्टोरी अगेन। इफ यू हैव एनी डाउट यू मे आस्क प्लीज, अदरवाइज विल मूव अहेड, बट इफ यू वांट मी आई कैन रिपीट द एंटायर स्टोरी अगेन इफ रिक्वायर्ड। समझ आ गई बात? इज दिस पॉइंट क्लियर? Abhinav, I have made this point very clear in the starting that I am talking about alternative investment funds। I'm talking about alternative investment funds। This condition is applicable on alternative investment funds। और उसमें भी अगर आपकी इन्वेस्टमेंट लिमिट की बात करें, for a single regulated entity, investment limit is up to 10% of the scheme value। For combined limit is up to 15% of the scheme value। If regulated entity is investing up to 5%, no restriction। If regulated entity is investing more than 5% and downstream investment is involved, then in that particular case you are liable to maintain 100% of provisioning। yes, 1 to 5%, that is what I am trying to say। is it clear now? is it clear? okay, चलो I'll make this point very। देखो यार, यहां पे क्लियरली लिखा है exceeds 5%, यानी कि equal to will come under the category of no restriction। equal to will come under the category of no restriction। ठीक, चलो let's discuss this point once again so that this is clear to you, please pay attention guys, ध्यान से सुनना। what I'm saying is I'm talking about a bank, a regulated entity। ठीक, this regulated entity if wish to invest in an alternative investment fund, this alternative investment fund is having various schemes, scheme 1, scheme 2, scheme 3, whatsoever। scheme 1 is of corpus value, let's say 2000 crore rupees, let's say 2000 crore rupees, then in that particular case the limit on bank investment, single regulated entity investment is up to 10% of the corpus, up to 10% of the corpus। अगर मैं corpus की बात करूं, scheme value का total क्या है? that is 2000 crores, उसका 10% कितना होगा? 200 crores। this bank, any single entity can invest up to, any single entity can invest up to 200 crores only। any single regulated entity can invest up to 200 crores only। But if I say all the regulated entities, they want to invest in this particular scheme, then for that particular scheme, combined investment, total regulated entities, all the regulated entities, including this bank as well, the combined limit is up to 15%, which is going to be 300 crores as per the example. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया? आई होप इट्स क्लियर. वाई 30 डे लक्ष्मी? 30 डेज वाला तो पुराना पार्ट था ना, वो तो पुरानी कंडीशन थी. पुरानी कंडीशन तो ये कहती थी कि इन्वेस्ट ही मत करो. अब तो मैं आपको इन्वेस्ट करने दे रहा हूं. पुरानी कंडीशन कह रही थी या तो इन्वेस्ट मत करो, इन्वेस्ट किया है तो 30 डेज में लिक्विडेट करो, और अगर लिक्विडेट नहीं कर सकते तो 100% प्रोविजनिंग करो. यहां पे क्या कहा जा रहा है? इन्वेस्ट करो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट 5% से नीचे है तो भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट 5% से ऊपर है, देन ओनली योर रिजर्व्स और योर प्रोविजनिंग इज गोइंग टू बी 100%. ठीक है, यहां तक क्लियर हो गया? एक एग्जांपल और लेता हूं, बाकी के 2 पॉइंट समझाता हूं. बाकी के 2 पॉइंट्स क्या कहते हैं कि सर एक बैंक है, ठीक है, ध्यान से सुनना. दिस बैंक हैज गिवन लोन टू अ कंपनी एंड दिस कंपनी इज नोन एज डेटर कंपनी. डेटर कंपनी किसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में? बैंक के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में. अब इस बैंक को अगर इन्वेस्ट करना है इन एन ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम विच इज इन्वॉल्व्ड इन डाउनस्ट्रीमिंग. तो ये जो ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम है वो क्या कर रही है? वो डाउनस्ट्रीम इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है. और अगर वो डाउनस्ट्रीम इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है, उस केस में क्या सर? उस केस में 2 कंडीशंस है. पहली कंडीशन, अप टू 5%. मान लो ये जो स्कीम वैल्यू है विच इज बीइंग इन्वेस्टेड, ये जो स्कीम वैल्यू है विच इज बीइंग इन्वेस्टेड, इट इज 2000 करोड़. एंड आउट ऑफ दिस 2000 करोड़, let's say 500 crores is invested in downstream. 500 करोड़ की डाउनस्ट्रीमिंग इन्वेस्टमेंट है. एक बार सुन लो, ठीक है. अब यहां पर आपके पास जो लिमिट हो गई वो कितनी हो गई सर? द लिमिट इज अप टू 5%. द लिमिट इज अप टू 5% ऑफ द कॉर्पस वैल्यू. अप टू 5% ऑफ द कॉर्पस वैल्यू का मतलब है आपकी जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है दैट इज गोइंग टू बी व्हाट सर? दैट इज गोइंग टू बी 100 करोड़. यू can invest up to 100 crores and no one is going to question you, no one is going to ask you anything. इसमें मैं कहूंगा no question asked. Enjoy. No question asked, you can enjoy. No one is going to stop you. ठीक है. अब अगर आपने अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट, if you are increasing your investment, इस स्कीम में you have increased your investment above 5%, and obviously you cannot go above 10%. वो कंडीशन तो पहले से आरबीआई ने डिफाइन कर दी. Let's suppose you are going maximum 10%, जो कि अलाउड है टू अ सिंगल रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी, that is 200 crores. So in that particular case, if you are investing 200 crore rupees, then you have to maintain 100% of provisioning. लेकिन वो 100% of provisioning you won't be making of this 200 crores. क्यों? आपने टोटल कॉर्पस वैल्यू का कितना परसेंट इन्वेस्ट किया है? 10%. टोटल कॉर्पस का कितना इन्वेस्ट किया? 10%. सो इस 500 करोड़ रुपए, जो 500 करोड़ रुपए डेटर कंपनी के पास गए हैं, उसमें आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट भी कितना होगा? अगर टोटल में आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट 10% है, तो इन दिस 500 करोड़ 2000 में से आई एम सेइंग 1500 करोड़, आई एम जस्ट सेइंग दैट 1500 करोड़ इज इन्वेस्टेड इन शेयर मार्केट. आई एम जस्ट टेकिंग एन एग्जांपल. ठीक है, ये इन्वेस्ट हो गया शेयर मार्केट में. बाकी का जो 500 करोड़ है वो क्या हुआ? डाउनस्ट्रीम हुआ. उस डाउनस्ट्रीम में आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना? सर आपका टोटल का इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना है? 10%. तो यहां भी आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना होगा? 10%, यानी 50 करोड़. बैंक का इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना है? दैट इज 50 करोड़. सो बैंक विल बी मेंटेनिंग 100% प्रोविजनिंग ऑफ इट्स एक्सपोजर। तो बैंक को एक्चुअल में जो रिस्क है वो रिस्क पूरे 200 करोड़ का नहीं है, क्योंकि 200 करोड़ में से 150 करोड़ तो बैंक का शेयर मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट हुआ है। सिर्फ 50 करोड़ है जो इन्वेस्ट हुआ है किसमें, डाउनस्ट्रीम में। उस 50 करोड़ के लिए एक्सपोजर 100% मानकर आपको क्या रखना होगा, प्रोविजनिंग रखनी होगी। ठीक है जी, अब क्लियर हो गया? इज दिस पॉइंट क्लियर? 5% तक नो क्वेश्चन आस्क्ड, एंजॉय। अबव 5%, in that particular case limit is 10%. let's say you are going for maximum 10. इस 2000 में से पूरी की पूरी 2000 तो एक डेटर को जाएगी नहीं, दे विल बी इन्वेस्टिंग इन डिफरेंट डिफरेंट एरियाज। सो ये जो 2000 करोड़ है उसमें कुछ हिस्सा गया शेयर मार्केट में, बाकी हिस्सा जो इन्वेस्ट हो रहा है डेटर कंपनी में, उस डेटर कंपनी के इन्वेस्टमेंट में बैंक का जो शेयर है, उस शेयर का बैंक क्या मेंटेन करेगा, 100% प्रोविजन, और वो 100% प्रोविजन आपको रखनी होगी। दैट इज व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से। इज दिस पॉइंट क्लियर? नहीं समझ आया तो ये लाइन दोबारा पढ़ो। If the investment by any regulated entity exceeds 5% of the corpus of the scheme, and if the scheme has a downstream debt investment in a debtor company of the regulated entity, then the regulated entity shall be required to make 100% provision to the extent of its प्रोपोर्शनेट एक्सपोजर। तो उसका जो प्रोपोर्शनेट एक्सपोजर है उसका आपको क्या मेंटेन करना होगा, 100% ऑफ रिजर्व्स या प्रोविजनिंग मेंटेन करनी होगी। वो तो अलग है, वो तो अलग है ना सैम, वो तो अलग है। व्हेन बैंक हैज गिवन लोन इन द स्टार्टिंग, वो जो लोन बैंक ने दिया होगा उसके बदले में तो बैंक ने प्रोविजनिंग अलग से रखी है। दैट इज समथिंग डिफरेंट which bank is doing as per the bank's day-to-day operations. उसका तो कुछ लेना देना ही नहीं है। दैट इज द बैंक ऑपरेशन विच बैंक इज परफॉर्मिंग। आई डोंट केयर हु इज द डेटर, वो डेटर कोई भी हो, बैंक हैज टू मेंटेन द प्रोविजनिंग। लेकिन इफ बैंक फंड्स आर इन्वेस्टेड in an alternative investment fund scheme and that investment fund scheme is investing back again in the debtor company, then in that particular case you will maintain a provisioning 100% proportionate exposure. You need to maintain the provisioning 100% value of your proportionate exposure. Is this point clear now? If it is clear, just give me yes sir. If it is clear, just give me yes sir. इसमें एक पॉइंट और ऐड कर देता हूं। वो अगला पॉइंट क्या है? अगला पॉइंट ये है कि सर अगर मान लो बैंक ने इन्वेस्टमेंट की है एक ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम में, एंड दिस ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड स्कीम इट कम्स अप विद सर्टेन प्रायोरिटी क्राइटेरियाज। प्रायोरिटी क्राइटेरिया का मतलब क्या है सर? इसमें प्रायोरिटी दी गई है कि हु विल बी receiving the funds on first priority, who will be receiving the funds on second priority. So if bank is investing in any priority specific or priority related alternative investment fund scheme, so whatever investment you are making, you have to deduct this investment amount from your capital, और कैपिटल में से टीयर 1 में से आधा, और आधा आपको कहां से डिडक्ट करना है, टीयर 2 से डिडक्ट करना है। व्हाट इज दिस? दिस इज बेसिकली reducing your capital, and if your capital is reduced you need to increase your capital in order to fulfill your capital adequacy ratios and whatnot. So what does it say? It says that regulated entity, if investment is done in any alternative investment fund scheme with a priority distribution model, अगर आपकी alternative investment fund scheme में कोई priority distribution model है, then in that particular case full deduction, आपकी investment के बराबर का full deduction will be done from the regulated entity capital fund equally from tier 1 as well as tier 2 capital. Got it guys? समझ आ गया? समझ आ गया? So earlier क्या condition थी? I'll just make you understand. Earlier ये condition थी. When RBI witnessed there was an evergreening of loan, so this was the old condition. अब इस ओल्ड कंडीशन की वजह से इंप्रूवमेंट हुई, और इस इंप्रूवमेंट की वजह से अब आई न्यू कंडीशंस, ये आप कहो न्यू गाइडलाइन, बट ये न्यू गाइडलाइन का क्या है? ड्राफ्ट है। और ये जो न्यू गाइडलाइंस हैं, ये न्यू गाइडलाइंस कौन सी हैं? दीज आर दी न्यू गाइडलाइंस, एंड दीज न्यू गाइडलाइंस they are applicable on which all banks? They are applicable on all the commercial banks, चाहे वो स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक है, लोकल एरिया बैंक है, रीजनल रूरल बैंक है, इट इज एप्लीकेबल ऑन ऑल प्राइमरी cooperative banks, urban cooperative banks, state cooperative bank, district cooperative bank, central cooperative bank. It is applicable on NABARD, Exim Bank, SIDBI, NHB, NABFID, that is all India Financial Institutes, and even it is applicable on all the non-banking financial companies, even it is applicable on the housing finance companies. Clear? Got it? I hope जिसने मुझसे पूछा था कि पुरानी कौन सी और नई कौन सी है, मैंने दोनों रूल्स बता दिए, विच वन इज ओल्डर, विच वन इज न्यू. लास्ट पॉइंट इज RBI may exempt, please pay attention, RBI may exempt certain alternative investment funds in consultation with government that have been set for strategic purposes. तो कुछ ऐसे alternative investment funds हैं जिनको RBI गवर्नमेंट के साथ कंसल्टेशन के बाद, कंसल्ट करने के बाद क्या कर सकता है, सेट असाइड कर सकता है. वहां पे ये जो लिमिट्स हैं ये एप्लीकेबल नहीं होंगी, ये कंडीशंस एप्लीकेबल नहीं होंगी. सो RBI विल बी लुकिंग आफ्टर फॉर द कमेंट्स ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर ड्राफ्ट बाय 8th of June 2025. तो 8th of June तक पब्लिक विल बी गिविंग देयर कमेंट्स. उन कमेंट्स को देखने के बाद RBI विल कम अप विद द फाइनल गाइडलाइंस. RBI विल कम अप विद द फाइनल गाइडलाइन. द नेक्स्ट न्यूज वी हैव इज पेमेंट एग्रीगेटर का लाइसेंस आरबीआई ने प्रोवाइड किया. रिसेंटली आरबीआई अनाउंस्ड पेमेंट एग्रीगेटर लाइसेंस टू 2 authorities. You must know the names of those 2 authorities which can be asked in the examination. First is QuickPay and the second is, so one is QuickPay. QuickPay has received the license of or the approval to set up as payment aggregator by RBI, as well as Jaipur based company has also received the final authorization to operate as a payment aggregator. अब ये दो नाम तो आप याद कर लोगे, I know that. You can easily remember these 2 names, I know that. But I have one more question for you all, as I always have, जो मुझे दर्द हमेशा होता है, ये कि what is payment aggregator? So if you don't know, I'll just quickly explain you what is a payment aggregator. Guys, whenever this question is asked, what do you understand by a word payment aggregator? What will be my answer? My answer to this particular question is, sir, let's suppose there is a customer and this customer is purchasing goods from a merchant. Now there is a point, there is a time to make the payment. Now this merchant can accept payment only and only in the form of cash. पुराना जमाना तो यही था, लेकिन अब with the passage of time, digital transaction has got much importance, and now customers are coming and they ask this merchant, sir, will you accept card, will you accept credit card, will you accept debit card, will you accept UPI, will you accept maybe debit card or something like that. When these are problems were following on the merchant, so what did merchant do? Merchant tied up with a payment aggregator. So payment aggregator act as a mediator between the customer and merchant. So what payment aggregator do? So payment aggregator provide options to the customer so that customer can make the payment. One option is you can pay using card, debit card or credit card. You can pay using your online banking information. That means you can use internet banking to make the payment, and even you can make the payment through UPI. So customer will choose either one. The moment customer will choose either one, then payment aggregator will receive the amount from the customer's bank. So what will happen? So payment aggregator will first receive the information. This information will flow to the customer's bank, and from the customer's bank, amount will be debited and it will be credited into. From the customer bank, amount will be debited and it will be credited into payment aggregator's account. Once it is credited into the payment aggregator's account, now this amount will be credited into the merchant's account. It will be credited into the merchant's account. तो इसका मतलब merchant ने जो पहले उसके पास अकाउंट था, उसी अकाउंट की मदद से आज अपनी सारी ट्रांजैक्शंस कंप्लीट करनी शुरू कर दी विद द हेल्प ऑफ दिस पेमेंट एग्रीगेटर. सो पेमेंट एग्रीगेटर इज अ मीडिएटर व्हिच एक्ट एज अ मीडिएटर बिटवीन customer as well as merchant, where merchant will access or merchant will receive the funds directly into its bank account, and customer will get an option to make the payment through different modes, through different I would say platforms which are provided by the payment aggregator. So payment aggregator will first receive the information from the customer, authorization will be done. From that authorization, information will be transferred to the customer's account. From the customer's account, amount will be debited. That amount will be credited into payment aggregator's account, and then that amount will be credited to the merchant's account. This transaction or this entire flow is done by whom? So this is done by payment aggregator, and recently two companies, they have received the title to operate as a payment aggregator. Moving on to the next news. So the next news is related to collaboration. So there is a collaboration between Indian Postal Payment Bank, which is operating under Department of Post under the Ministry of Communication, has partnered with Aditya Birla Capital Limited. Aditya Birla Capital Limited, which is a prominent non-deposit taking NBFC in India, in order to expand the credit accessibility. We all know that Indian Postal Payment banks, they are not allowed to provide loan, but they have the customers. Now, if the customer of an Indian Postal Payment Bank wants to borrow a loan, now Indian Postal Payment Bank can provide a loan to the customer, not from its own funds, but those lending or that lending will be done under this collaboration, under this tie-up with the NBFC, which is known as Aditya Birla Company Limited. So yaad rakhiyega, Indian Post Payment Bank has tied up with Aditya Birla Capital Limited, in order to provide loan facility to the customers of payment bank. Second collaboration is between Indus Ind Bank. Second collaboration is between Indus Ind Bank. So Indus Ind Bank has collaborated with Atal Innovation Center. It has collaborated with Atal Incubation Center. And under the Atal Incubation Center, there is a special purpose vehicle which is known as Software Technology Parks of India Next. So Software Technology Parks of India Next. With this particular special vehicle, this tie-up has been done. Again, this tie-up is important. Direct question can be asked in the phase 1 examinations. So you can just download the PDF, read the news. It is a one-marker news which can be asked in the examination. Last but not the least is State Bank of Mauritius, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of State Bank of Mauritius, which has been operating in India as a bank, has tied up with ICICI Prudential Life Insurance Company Limited, with ICICI Prudential Life Insurance Company Limited. And ICICI Prudential Life Insurance Company Limited is a joint venture of ICICI Bank and Prudential Corporation Holding Limited. And this collaboration is basically done. In order to sell the insurance policies of ICICI Prudential Life Insurance Company to the customers of State Bank of Mauritius, which is operating in India. Jab bhi kabhi, whenever a bank is selling, very important point guys, whenever a bank is selling the insurance services without providing those services from its own bucket, that means bank is not an insurance company. It is not providing the insurance facility from its own bucket. Rather, these insurance facilities are provided by some other insurance company, and this process is known as banca assurance. So whenever this question is asked, what do you understand by the word banca assurance? Then your answer to this particular question would be, so whenever a bank becomes a platform to sell the insurance policies of an insurance company, what is the benefit? So bank will earn extra income. That is a benefit for the bank. What is the benefit for the insurance company? So insurance company will get a huge market to serve, because bank is something where we already have good amount of footfall, and whenever who is approaching the bank, he or she is already involved with the financial transactions. He or she is already thinking about the management of the finances. So bank will become a good platform for the insurance companies to sell its insurance policies. अब ऐसा तो insurance company वेजिटेबल मार्केट में जाकर भी अपने इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी बेच सकती है, लेकिन वेजिटेबल मार्केट में आप सोच कर गए हो आई हैव टू परचेज वेजिटेबल, पोटैटो, अनियन, but when you are going to the bank, you have that mentality of finance management, and the moment you enter the bank, if someone gives you a chance to manage your finances which gives you a chance to manage your finances better, then obviously these kind of insurance policies are going to attract you. Obviously these kind of insurance policies are going to attract you. So whenever bank sell the insurance policies on the behalf of an insurance company, we call that as banca assurance. We call that as banca assurance, and many times there is a question asked on banca assurance, but very important point. In India, 3.7%. Please pay attention. In India, insurance penetration stood at 3.7% in the financial year 2023-24, below the global average of 7%. So in India, the penetration is pretty less of the insurance services, of the insurance facilities in comparison to the global penetration. But if someone asks you about banca assurance, you must remember banca assurance basically means when banks, they are selling the insurance on the behalf of the insurance companies as an insurance agent, that is known as banca assurance. This concept was originated back in France. Overall, insurance companies 30%, इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज का जो 30% बिजनेस है वो कहां से आ रहा है? बैंका इंश्योरेंस के फॉर्मेट से आ रहा है। और ये जो बैंका इंश्योरेंस है, इट इज बेनिफिशियल फॉर बैंक एज वेल एज फॉर द इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज। इसमें 3 मॉडल्स हैं। पहला मॉडल है रेफरल मॉडल। रेफरल मॉडल का मतलब क्या हुआ? सब बैंक ने इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को स्पेस दे दी। बैंक हैज गिवन अ स्पेस टू द इंश्योरेंस कंपनी इन इट्स ब्रांच। उनको एक टेबल चेयर लगा के दे दी, और इंश्योरेंस के जो agents हैं, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के एम्प्लॉइज हैं, they are sitting in the bank's branch and they are asking if someone is coming to the bank, sir, do you want to purchase an insurance? Do you want to enjoy the insurance facility? They are themselves serving the customers. So that kind of model where bank only and only provides you the space, bank only and only provide you the access to its customers against a fixed charge, that is known as referral model. समझ आई ये बात? बैंक ने सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपको क्या दिया? एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया that yes, you can approach my customer and against that approach I will be charging you a charge. चाहे उसको आप बैंक में ब्रांच में बैठने का चार्ज मान लो या फिर आप उसको डेटा शेयरिंग का चार्ज मान लो, it's up to you. Second type is corporate model. Corporate model means when bank tie up with only one life insurance company, when the bank tie up with only one life insurance company and general insurance company, where bank will be selling life insurance policies of only one company, bank will be selling the general insurance policies of only one company, that is known as corporate agent, which means bank will become the agent of the insurance company and bank will be selling the insurance policies as an agent of the company. Bank employees, they will be they will be inviting the customers, they will be explaining the insurance policies to the customers, they will be somehow managing to convince the customer so that the customer can purchase these insurance policy, and they will be earning, bank will be earning commission for every insurance policy which you are selling. That is known as corporate agent model. The third one is broker model. What is broker model? Sir, in case of broker model, bank has tied up with multiple insurance companies and bank is offering the multiple insurance facility to its customers. That is known as broker model. तो obvious सी बात है रेफरेंस मॉडल में बैंक का जो शेयर होगा, बैंक का आई वुड से द कमीशन दैट विल बी लोएस्ट, उससे ज्यादा कमीशन होगा ब्रोकर मॉडल में, बिकॉज हेयर बैंक इज इटसेल्फ सेलिंग द पॉलिसीज टू द कस्टमर, और सबसे ज्यादा जो बैंक का शेयर होगा, बैंक का अर्निंग होगी, दैट विल बी इन कॉर्पोरेट मॉडल, बिकॉज इन केस ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट मॉडल बैंक इज acting very sophisticated and bank is selling only and only one company's life insurance, only and only one company's health insurance or general insurance to its customers. समझ आ गई बात? क्लियर हो गया? ओके, सो दैट विल बी ऑल फ्रॉम माय साइड गाइस। लेकिन जाते जाते एक इंफॉर्मेशन दे दूं, वो इंफॉर्मेशन क्या है? दैट इंफॉर्मेशन इज बेसिकली related to the name update. So Northeast Small Finance Bank has now been updated as Slice Small Finance Bank. तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक लिमिटेड को अब क्या कहा जाएगा सर? इट विल बी टर्म्ड एज स्लाइस स्मॉल फाइनेंस, बिकॉज जो स्लाइस फिनटेक है, इट हैज ओवरटेकन or it has merged with Northeast Small Finance Bank, and that is the reason the name of Northeast Small Finance Bank has been renamed as Slice. Got it? So today I have many important news for you from the finance section, and you know that finance section is really very important section for your examination. Not only the RBI press release, not only the RBI notifications, but other financial world news are also very important, which are asked in phase 1 as well as in phase 2. One day I was going through with the comments on my YouTube session. I witnessed किसी ने लिखा हुआ था कि क्या फाइनेंस करंट अफेयर्स इतने इंपॉर्टेंट है कि वी शुड स्पेंड 1 or 1.5 hours on alternate days to complete it. Then my answer is big yes, and the reason of this big yes is finance current affair was asked, around 40 questions were asked out of 80 in the phase 1 for 2024, and we are expecting the same to happen in the upcoming sessions as well, or in the upcoming exams as well. So keeping the same in mind, we have, or I would say we are trying our level best to cover each and every aspect of the finance current affairs so that it is absolutely clear to you. Today's discussion is RBI has imposed monetary penalty on Union Bank of India. अब आप सोच रहे होंगे कि सर what is the importance of this particular news? Do we have to cover all the penalties announced by RBI on all the different banks? My answer would be partly yes, partly no. The reason behind is we are not trying a level best to cover each and every penalty charged by RBI on the banking sector, but at least we should know the areas due to which this penalty has been charged, and we must try a level best to understand the issues or the compliances which have not fulfilled by the bank, because there could be a question directly or indirectly related to the compliance. So I'll try my level best to discuss this news with you. So my first point is RBI has imposed a penalty on Union Bank of India, as well as the penalty has been charged on Lendbox. Lendbox is an NBFC which is operating as peer-to-peer lending platform, and the name of the company which is the owner of this Lendbox brand is your Trajectory Technologies Private Limited. Now, first of all, if I talk about Union Bank of India, why the penalty has been charged on Union Bank of India? Sir, on Union Bank of India, penalty has been charged because of two reasons. The first reason was related to DEF compliances. Please give me the full form in the comment section. What do you understand by the word DEF compliance? And the other one is related to agriculture loan. So today we will be understanding two important things. What is this DEF? Second, we'll discuss what were the compliances which were not fulfilled by Union Bank of India, because of which this penalty was charged. So the first point over here is, what is the penalty value? If I talk about the penalty value which is charged on Union Bank of India, the penalty value is 63.6 lakh rupees, and this penalty was imposed on Union Bank of India because Union Bank of India failed to transfer the eligible funds to the Depositors Education Awareness Fund within the stimulated time frame. Now, first of all, what do you understand by the term DEF? Sir, the term DEF stands for Depositors Education and Awareness Fund. Depositors Education and Awareness Fund. This Depositors Education and Awareness Fund was basically created by RBI in order to enhance the public financial awareness, in order to make the public aware regarding the financial services, financial in and outs, in order to avoid any kind of fraud which can happen with the public, as well as in order to make the public aware regarding the financial services which are available in the market. This was the agenda behind creating Depositor Education and Awareness Fund. But the point is, sir, you are talking about the agenda, the outcomes, the we can say the operations which are performed with the help of this DEF. But what is this fund all about? So the fund is the funds, the money, the amount which is going to be utilized for this financial awareness drive. Along with this has been mentioned that if I talk about a deposit account, and if the deposit account is declared as unclaimed account, if the deposit account is declared as unclaimed account. So what do you understand by the word unclaimed account? If I talk about the unclaimed account, especially with respect to the savings account or with respect to demand deposit, unclaimed account is that account, unclaimed account is that account which is not operated by the customer for past 10 years. That means there is no transaction done, nor deposit, neither deposit nor withdrawal, not even bank balance check, not even passbook update, nothing, no transaction has been done for 10 years. In that particular case, that account will be termed as unclaimed account. Once the bank declare the account as unclaimed account, then the deposit in this unclaimed account is transferred with RBI, or it is transferred into the hands of RBI, and RBI will put these funds into an account, and the name of that particular account is as mentioned on the screen, and the name is DEF, as mentioned on the screen, and the name is DEF. So DEF is basically an account where the funds are used for the purpose of financial awareness in the financial awareness to the public. But along with that, the unclaimed deposits of the banks are transferred by the banks into this DEF account, that is Depositor Education and Awareness Fund. So Union Bank of India has failed to fulfill the compliances. That means failed to transfer the unclaimed account, into the DEF, that is Depositors Education and Awareness Fund account within the stimulated time frame, because of which this penalty was charged. Not only this, the second reason of charging the penalty was, if an agriculture loan is provided by the bank and the agriculture loan value is below 1.6 lakhs, then as per the RBI direction, that is credit flow to agriculture collateral free agriculture loan, it says that RBI will provide. Okay, so we were talking about Union Bank of India, and in case of Union Bank of India, when Union Bank of India was not in the position to fulfill the criteria which has been set up, which criteria I'm talking about? Guys, I'm talking about the criteria related to the collateral free loan, especially in the sector, that is the agriculture sector. So Union Bank of India, rather than providing loan without security, without collateral, Union Bank of India has charged, or Union Bank of India has asked the customers to submit collateral, and due to the submission, or due to the request of the submission of collateral, this penalty has been charged. So this penalty valued, what is the total value of this particular penalty? That there were two reasons due to which the penalty was charged. First, we discussed about DEF. That means bank has not transferred the unclaimed account or unclaimed account funds into the DEF account as per the set timelines. Second point, which is again important, it says that according to RBI collateral free agriculture loan, banks, they are required to provide collateral free loan to the public, especially the agriculture sector, if the loan is up to 1.6 lakh, but Union Bank of India has collected the collateral, because of which the penalty was charged. Last but not the least is your Transactory Technologies was fined rupees 40 lakh rupees for non-compliance with the NBFC peer-to-peer lending platform directions 2017. Guys, if I ask you a very simple question, what do you understand by the word peer-to-peer lending platform? See, peer-to-peer lending platform basically means there is an individual. This individual is having funds, and this individual is very well aware if they deposit these funds with the bank. Let's say in the form of fixed deposit, they are going to attract a rate of interest of maximum around 7%. Similarly, on the other side, if an individual wants to borrow the funds from the bank, then in that particular case, the borrowing will be done minimum to minimum at 9%. Along with this, this individual has to fulfill n number of documentations, n number of requirements in order to borrow the loan. So in order to overcome this situation where bank is involved in the form of lending, individuals they come together, or individuals they come face to face, where one individual provide loan. Rather than using a word individual, I can also use a word entity, which means individual, firm or company. These entities, they provide loan to each other. But the question is, you want to give loans in order to attract high rate of interest, you want to borrow the loan in order to overcome your requirements. लेकिन ऐसा कैसे होगा, लेकिन ऐसा कैसे होगा कि मुझे पैसा चाहिए और आपको पैसा लोन पे देना है, लेकिन हम दोनों को वो पैसा मिले? इसके लिए हमें एक प्लेटफॉर्म चाहिए, जिस प्लेटफॉर्म पर जाकर, जिस प्लेटफॉर्म पर पहुंचकर ये ट्रांजैक्शन हो सके. So peer-to-peer lending platform is basically that platform which brings together the two entities, one the who wants to lend the loan and the other one who wants to borrow the loan. And here the lending is done with minimum requirement of the documentation, so that most of the individuals who are involved, they can borrow the loan pretty easily. That is the basic point of peer-to-peer lending. Is this point clear, guys? Is this point clear? If it is clear till this point, just give me yes sir, so that I can move ahead. If it is clear till this point, just give me yes sir, so that I can move ahead. The next point I have over here is, that is related to DEAF. As I already said, DEF account was established by RBI in 2014. What was the agenda behind establishing this particular account? So it was basically to enhance financial literacy. And promote awareness among depositors regarding their unclaimed deposits. That is the first thing which you need to remember. Second point which you need to remember is the fund serves as a mechanism for the banks, which include the commercial banks as well as the cooperative banks, to transfer the credit balance from the deposit accounts that have remained inactive or unclaimed for 10 years or above. So once the account is declared as unclaimed account, the deposit of that unclaimed account will be transferred into the DEF account. So now once the amount is transferred into the DEF account, and this individual, he passed away, and due to his individual's death, no one was aware that he has an account, and his account was non-operative, his account was inactive, and finally it was declared as unclaimed, and the funds were transferred into DEF. Now let's suppose after 10 years, 12 years, 14 years, if the family come to know कि ठीक है यार, ये जो इंडिविजुअल है, हमारे जो दादाजी थे, फादर थे, उनका एक अकाउंट था और उस अकाउंट में कुछ डिपॉजिट्स है. Now the legal heir of the account can approach to RBI can approach to the concerned bank in order to recover the funds. So the concerned bank will forward the request to RBI, and from the RBI's DEF account, this amount will be paid to the legal heir or to the nominee. यहाँ पे एक और point है which you need to remember. The point says that once the loan or once the account is on the verge to be declared as unclaimed, or before that, if the account is on the verge to be declared as inoperative, it is on the verge to be declared as inactive, bank inform the customer with the help of a call or maybe a message कि आपका जो account है वो inoperative होने वाला है, आपका जो account है वो inactive होने वाला है, so please approach and check your account so that the desired withdrawals can be done. तो nominee को inform किया जाता है, but in case nominee do not reach to the bank, then that amount will be transferred to the DEF. लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि अगर एक बार amount DEF account में transfer हो गई, it won't reach back to the customer. That is not the case. If the amount is transferred into the DEF's account, into the DEF account, then also you can approach to the bank, and bank will raise the request to the RBI, and from the RBI, the concerned transfer of the funds will be done. Is it clear, everyone? So there is no specific time limit prescribed for claiming such refunds. ऐसा नहीं है कि 20 साल, 50 साल, 40 साल, कुछ फिक्स नहीं है. Once the account is declared as unclaimed account, funds will be transferred into DEF, और उसके बाद जब भी कभी उसके बाद जब भी कभी आपको पता चले कि योर father, your grandfather has an account and you want to recover it, if you are a legal heir or you are a nominee, you can reach to the concerned bank. Bank will raise the request and the amount will be again given back to the nominee or to the account here. Is this point clear? समझ आ गया यहां तक? अगला पॉइंट बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है और उस पॉइंट को समझना और भी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. कैसे? जब भी कभी ये क्वेश्चन आता है या जब भी कभी जब मैं ये न्यूज पढ़ रहा था, when I was going through with this particular news, one thing struck my mind. That point is, सर एक सिचुएशन ऐसी और है जिस सिचुएशन में बैंक अपने फंड्स को ट्रांसफर करता है इन टू दी आरबीआई और ट्रांसफर करता है टू एनी अदर एक्सटर्नल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ताकि ताकि उस पर्टिकुलर फंड को फ्यूचर में यूटिलाइज किया जाए फॉर व्हाटसोएवर रिक्वायरमेंट, फॉर व्हाटसोएवर नीड, है ना, फॉर व्हाटसोएवर रिक्वायरमेंट, फॉर व्हाटसोएवर नीड. अब उसी सिचुएशन को ध्यान में रखते हुए आई हैव अ पॉइंट व्हिच आई वुड लाइक टू डिस्कस विद यू. आपको याद है प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग? गाइस, डू यू ऑल रिमेंबर प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग? से यस और नो. डू यू ऑल रिमेंबर प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग? अगर प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग के जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं, जो नॉर्म्स हैं, अगर वो रिक्वायरमेंट्स, वो नॉर्म्स फुलफिल नहीं होते, तो उस केस में क्या होता है सर? अगर आपके प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग की बात करें, वी नो दैट इन जनरल ऑन द कमर्शियल बैंक्स द लिमिट इज 40%. In general, we know that the limit is 40%. If the limit is 40%, it is 18% for the agriculture sector. Then we have the limits for micro, small and medium enterprises. We have the separate limit for the weaker section and whatnot. अब अगर ये limit बैंक fulfill नहीं कर पाता, then bank use the priority sector lending certificate in order to manage this. But along with this, if there is a shortfall in order to achieve your priority sector lending limits, then this shortfall is transferred either to NABARD. NABARD का कौन सा अकाउंट सर? RIDF. NABARD का कौन सा अकाउंट सर? दैट इज RIDF, रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट फंड. और यहां फंड्स ट्रांसफर होंगे इफ यू आर नॉट able to fulfill the sectional cutoff, that is for the agriculture sector. Now, on the other side, if you are not able to fulfill the cutoff or you're not able to fulfill the limits for, I would say, micro small enterprises, then it will be transferred to MRF, that is micro small enterprises refinance fund. And if you are not able to fulfill the home loan criteria limits, then in that particular case, amount will be transferred to NHB. And NHB के तहत recent budget में एक नया account बनाया गया, that is UIDF. We call it as Urban Infrastructure Development Fund. We call it as what? So we call it as Urban Infrastructure Development Fund. So keeping that in mind, these three accounts are also important. ठीक है, तो मेरे दिमाग में आया तो मुझे लगा शायद आपके दिमाग में भी आए. And if it is going to disturb you, so I have a solution for you. ये जो transfer है, that is related to priority sector lending limits. But which transfer I am talking about? So that transfer is basically related to the unclaimed account. अगर आपका account unclaimed है, then in that particular case, bank will transfer that amount to DEAF. इस केस में bank will inform the nominee. अगर आपके account holder ने कोई nominee बनाया, अब मान लो nominee नहीं बनाया, then bank will inform the or bank will share the information on the registered mobile number. Bank will give the letter through post, even the email on the registered email ID, informing that कि ये account it is about to be declared as inactive or unclaimed. Then in that particular case, legal heir will approach to the bank. Legal heir will prove कि भैया मैं ही इनका वारिस हूं. And once he proved that I am only the will holder, I am only the legal heir of this account holder, then only the funds will be transferred. And this is in case of death of the account holder. It is in case of death of the account holder. अब मान लो मेरा अकाउंट था, मैं आउट ऑफ इंडिया चला गया, I came back after 14 years, I'm still alive. In that particular case, there is no need of nominee, there is no need of legal heir. I'll myself approach to the bank. Bank will raise my request to DEF or RBI and the amount will be paid back to the customer. Clear हो गया जी? जितने भी डाउट आ रहे थे आरिफ, I hope it is clear now. Arif was asking a doubt, but I guess now the doubt is clear. चले आगे, चलो अगली न्यूज की ओर बढ़ते हैं. अगली न्यूज क्या कहती है सर? RBI has officially notified the formation of 6-member PRB. What do you understand by the term PRB? So PRB stands for पेमेंट्स रेगुलेटरी बोर्ड, पेमेंट्स रेगुलेटरी बोर्ड। इसमें मैं थोड़ी सी डिस्कशन करना चाहूंगा, थोड़ी सी इस पे आपके साथ बात करना चाहूंगा। एंड माय डिस्कशन इज, वी ऑल नो दैट आरबीआई इज द रेगुलेटर ऑफ payment and settlement system of the country. Why RBI is the regulator of payment and settlement system? Because this power is given to RBI under Payment and Settlement System Act 2007. This power is given to RBI under RBI Act 2007. Once this power is given to RBI, once this power is given to RBI under RBI Act, under the Payment and Settlement Act 2007, the next thing which you need to remember over here is, sir, RBI is not only going to regulate the authorities which are performing under this particular act, rather RBI will also be responsible, to safeguard the interest of the user. Safeguard the interest of the user. User means I'm talking about you and me, the customers. User means I'm talking about the customers, that is you and me. So in India, digital payments are primarily regulated by RBI, and this power is given to RBI under the Payments Act 2007. Remember that RBI has also established certain rules and standards to ensure the security, reliability and effectiveness of the payment system, which include the measures for client protection as well as dispute resolution. Now, one thing which you need to remember, RBI comes up with mandatory acceptance of digital payments. So businesses with annual turnover of 50 crores or more, they are mandatorily asked by RBI to accept only and only digital payments. Interoperability, RBI has mandated interoperability for full KYC prepaid payment instruments through approved card networks and UPI. So if you have a prepaid payment instrument and you have completed the entire KYC, then you will be allowed to use it for different platforms. For example, you have Paytm wallet. You can use the Paytm wallet to make the payment while purchasing goods on Blinkit. That is what you need to remember. इसके अलावा RBI is the regulator of payment aggregator, RBI is the regulator of payment gateway. RBI set up an ombudsman scheme to resolve the public grievances, public issues related to the same. Last but not the least is strong customer authentication has been asked by RBI, where RBI has asked that banks should come up with two-factor authorization, and under that two-factor authorization, this initiative will be taken. Got it? So this is the basic story. अब question है कि sir news क्या है? What is the news which we are talking about? Okay. Before I start the discussion, guys, how many of you know that RBI is a profit earning organization? How many of you even have an idea that yes, RBI can earn profit, or I would say RBI is capable to earn profit? So if you have this idea, if you have this understanding, then today you are going to learn many new things in this particular session itself. So let's get started with the discussion. Good to go, guys. We are good to go. Just give me yes, sir. Voice, audio, everything is fine. Nothing to worry. Yes, one important thing which I would like to, or I would say a very important announcement. Guys, as you all know that RBI annual report is out, and every year, there is a scenario that questions are asked from the RBI annual report, not only in phase 1 but also in phase 2, and in phase 2 you can expect 2-marker question in the paragraph format. So annual report is going to be really very important, and we will be discussing the annual report this weekend. I'll inform you on my Telegram channel as well as on the WhatsApp group then when we are going to cover this particular report. But for sure, this weekend we are going to complete the RBI's annual report, and trust me guys, this is one of the most important document which is presented by RBI, and it has a probability that many questions will be asked from this report itself. So without any further delay, let's begin the discussion. Guys, here is the link of my Telegram channel from where you can download the PDF for this particular session itself. I start my discussion with the first news, and the first news is now on your screen. What does the news says? So the news talks about the RBI's latest data on the outward remittance under liberalized remittance scheme declined by 6.85% on year basis. First of all, guys, whenever we use this word remittance, what does remittance means? So remittance basically means when the funds are transferred from one nation to another. For example, if India is transferring the funds to the rest of the world, I would say the Indian residents are transferring the funds to the rest of the world. We call this transfer as remittance because this transfer is done for the purpose of maybe helping one of your, I would say, your younger brother who is studying outside India. So for the purpose of studies, you are transferring the funds, or you are traveling outside India. For that particular purpose, you are carrying the funds. That will also come under the category of remittance. Along with this, if you are making an investment outside India, it will also come under the category of investment, under the category of remittance, and this is known as outward remittance. Obviously, if you are remitting the funds out of India, if you are transferring the foreign currency out of India, you need to seek the permission from RBI, because RBI is the ultimate regulator of the forex market. But RBI allows Indian residents to carry $250,000 every year. $250,000 for every financial year. You can transfer this fund, you can remit this fund for the purpose of studies, for the purpose of travel, for the purpose of investment and whatnot. This limit of $250,000 is presented under liberalized remittance scheme, which allows the Indian residents to remit $250,000 every financial year. Even the same limit is allowed for a minor as well. Same limit is allowed for a minor as well, for an individual whose age is below 18 years. For that particular scenario, for that particular individual also, yes, this is allowed. Now, as per the remittances, or I would say the outward remittances which have been done by the Indian residents, RBI has come up with the data, and RBI data says that the outward remittance done by the Indian residents under the liberalized remittance scheme has declined by what value, sir? It has declined by 6.85% with respect to the previous year data. 6.85% with respect to the previous year data. Now, let's read out the news, and I will be highlighting the data which you need to remember. So the outward remittance under the liberalized remittance scheme has declined by 6.85% year-on-year basis. And if I talk about the value, so the value is $29.56 billion, which has remitted out from India under the liberalized scheme, under the liberalized remittance scheme, which was $31.74 billion in the last year. And that is the reason we say there is a decline of 6.85%. So what are the factors which have contributed to this particular decline? So the first contribution to this particular decline is global uncertainty. We all know that there is a global uncertainty. Earlier there was Russia and Ukraine, then US came into the picture with a trade war. So all these global uncertainties somehow impacted the international travel. It has impacted the investment done by Indians outside the country. That is the investment in, I would say, the retail investment done by the individuals in stock instruments or in the financial instruments or even in the immovable assets or like that. Then we have stagnant domestic income growth. So if I talk about the stagnant domestic income growth, it basically means we know that India's GDP is increasing. We also know that India has become the fourth largest economy of the world. But if we talk about per capita GDP, it is pretty low. If we talk about income, per capita income, it is pretty low. And not only this, the increase in income on yearly basis is also not very high, because of which we have a very I would say we have a very limited increase in income. If I am an individual, my income is increasing in a very limited value, so I will be utilizing that income in order to counter the inflation pressure. because inflation pressure is also impacting my expenditure. So I would not be having the excess fund which can be remitted easily. That is the second reason why this foreign outward remittance has declined. And the last is high base effect. High base effect is basically related to the depreciation of Indian currency. So Indian currency has depreciated. Because of the depreciation of Indian currency, undoubtedly many of the expenses, many of the investments have been stopped by the Indian investors as well. But surprisingly, in comparison to the financial year data, the data of March 2025 is a bit different. And the data of March 2025 says that in alone March 2025, there has been an increase of 10.65%. If I compare the same with the data of March 2024, and we have witnessed $2.25 billion of outward remittance in the month of March 2025 alone. So this data is for your reference, for your understanding. Now you must be wondering कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ? The reason behind this is growth in international travel. तो March में there was a high growth in international travel, and because of the increase in international travel in March, we have witnessed this particular scenario. अब कोई सोचे क्यों? कोई सोचे क्यों मार्च में ऐसा क्यों? Because March is something we are on the verge to complete our financial year. So business travel increases. Not only business travel, for future financial year project estimation, travel also increases. So not only to settle down the current financial year data, but also to project investment avenues for the next financial year, this travel increases. That is the reason this has been witnessed in March 2025. ठीक है जी, समझ आया ये point? Clear हुआ? So these 2 points, if it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that I can move ahead. Now, what does the next point say? The next point says the data noted that most major component of liberalized remittance scheme registered growth except remittance for study. So most of them, they have recorded a growth, but remittance for study abroad and medical treatment, which has decreased by 18.77% and 56.30%. So this is very important. If someone asks you what is the major decline in the liberalized remittance scheme, so the major decline in the remittance scheme is first one, that is 18.77% decrease in study expenses or study remittances, and 56.30 is the decline for medical treatment expenses. If I talk about some of the key findings, please pay attention guys. All these key findings are not mentioned for you that you should learn this data. I'm not mentioning all the key findings with a motive that you will be learning this data. If you ask me, I'm giving you to have a better understanding. I'm giving you to have a better understanding what is happening in the economy. Just for the better understanding, this data has been given. There is no need to memorize it. Whatever is required to be memorized, I'll discuss it with you. Whatever is required to be memorized, I'll discuss it with you. So please pay attention. Overall decline in outward remittance is mainly due to 16% decline in the remitted by students for study abroad. And so we know that what all things you need to remember. First one, outward remittance declined. And what is the decline percentage? So it is 6.85%. Then second thing which you need to remember is reasons of decline: global uncertainty plus stagnant income growth plus depreciation of Indian currency. Third point which you need to remember is, sir, out of the total decline, major decline is for expense which public is making for study remittance. Study remittance has declined by 16%. Study remittance has declined by 16%. It has declined by 16%. If I talk about year-on-year basis, so these studies abroad will include two things. One is not only the tuition fees, it also includes the bills related to other aspects which are charged by the institutes. But if I talk about only and only students remitted by students for studies abroad. So remitted by students for studies abroad has declined, but if I include the families as well, then the total decline is 18.77%. तो आप उसे याद रखिएगा. Second point is second decline is in the international travel. It is in the international travel scenario. So in the international travel scenario, there is a drop of 0.25%. Now you must be wondering कि सर 0.25% का drop है तो आप इसको इतना ज्यादा limelight क्यों कर रहे हैं? The reason behind limelighting this, the reason behind limelighting is very simple. Because it is one of the major component of outward remittance. That is the reason I'm limelighting it. Next is there is an increase. If I talk about the increase has been witnessed in terms of investment. So whether the investment is done in the movable assets or the immovable assets, we have witnessed that the investment has increased by the Indians. Investment has increased by the Indians. Last point is the funds which you were remitting to your relatives, it has also decreased because we are looking forward for our own domestic survival rather than supporting the relatives outside India. Main reason इन सारी चीजों का अगर आप मुझसे पूछें तो that is major reason is depreciation. Depreciation की वजह से we want inflow of foreign currency rather than the outflow of foreign currency. It's quite obvious. आज 85 रुपीस का एक डॉलर है और अगर वही 85 रुपीस का डॉलर 90 का हो गया तो we won't remit out. But if it decreases and it changes to 70, we will remit out so that against 70 rupees we can have $1 outside India. So that is the reason. Last thing which you need to remember is remittance in the March 2025 outward remittance has increased 30% on month basis. 30% on month basis if you compare it with February 2025, and if you compare it with the year-on-year basis. If you compare it on year-on-year basis, then there is an increase of 10.65%. There is an increase of 10.65%. Remember that family deposits and family maintenance, travel expenses, investment in debt, they all have increased, due to which this jump has been recorded in March 2025. तो ये जो चीजें मैंने लिखी हैं left hand side पे, this is something which you need to remember from the entire news. Now you must be wondering कि सर अगर इतना ही याद रखना था तो आपने इतना दिया क्यों? It is just for your reference, ताकि आप एक बार इसे पढ़ लें. Whenever you read a lot, then these things can help you in descriptive answer writing. While writing a descriptive answer, if you can recall this data, it is very important. But for your MCQ format, this is something more than sufficient. Maza aaya? Is this point clear? If it is clear, just give me yes sir. If you don't know what is liberalized remittance scheme, then I would like to inform you guys. Liberalized remittance scheme basically means the scheme which was introduced back in February 2004, जिसके तहत RBI allow करता है कि all the residents of India, even the minors, they are allowed to remit the funds of value $250,000 per financial year for permissible current as well as capital account transactions. I repeat, this is for resident individuals. It do not include companies, trust and all, because we are talking about an individual. We are not talking about a corporate. Note that in February 2025, union budget for the financial year has increased the threshold for tax collected at source on LRS transaction. So for LRS transaction, tax will be collected. Earlier, it was collected at source for a inward remittance of 7 lakhs, but now it will be collected for a remittance of 10 lakh rupees and क्लियर हो गया जी. तो ये एक पॉइंट है जहां से क्वेश्चन बन सकता है, और उसके अलावा ये जो पॉइंट्स मैंने मेंशन किए ऑन द लेफ्ट, दीज आर द एरियाज from where you can have a question. There is a probability that a question can be asked. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गई बात. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. मार्च में स्टडी पे आपका एक्सपेंस नहीं इंक्रीज हुआ, ना ही आई हैव मेंशन दिस. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग दैट इन मार्च मंथ there was an increase of outward remittance in comparison to the overall decrease of outward remittance for the financial year 2024-25. और ये increase क्यों हुआ? Majorly because of the international travel. That is it. That is it. I hope, Aditi, it is clear now. If it is clear to everyone, just give me yes, sir, so that I can move ahead. If it is clear to everyone, just give me yes, sir, so that I can move ahead. Done, guys? Shall we move ahead? Okay. The next news which I'm going to discuss, the next point which I'm going to discuss, I don't know, but I'm expecting that most of you have watched many of the videos on the same topic. Most of you have heard about this particular discussion. Most of you have read about this news in different newspapers and sources. But before I start, I assure you, आज इस सेशन के बाद अगले 25 से 30 मिनट के बाद the clarity you are going to have on the topic which I'm going to discuss will be top notch, because yesterday, even today, I've seen a number of videos on YouTube, but I was surprised to know and check that yes, this topic is something which is need to be explained in a more detailed manner, in a more, I would say, conceptual orientation, concept oriented manner. But ठीक है, it was not done anywhere, but I will be doing it for you all, and it will help you guys. It will help you guys for sure. अच्छा, how depreciation, how currency depreciation impacts remittance? बड़ा सिंपल है यार, बड़ा सिंपल है. पहले मैं आपके क्वेश्चन का आंसर दे देता हूँ. Who is this? Saurabh. Saurabh, we have just taken in this manner today. 85 rupees is equals to $1. Okay, I want to travel to US and I'm expecting that I'm going to spend $1,000 for my entire stay at US. I'm just taking an example, or let's say $10,000 I will be spending when I will be staying in US. So ये जो है, this is the amount I'm going to spend in US. But in India, what will be the value I will be looking forward? Sir, I will be looking forward for 8,50,000 rupees. I was planning to make a US trip, but it got delayed due to some reason. And after few months, I again inquired to go for US trip. Then I realized that I will be spending almost same $10,000 in US, but in rupees, the value has changed to 9 lakh rupees because of the depreciation of Indian currency with respect to dollar. So as rupee depreciate with respect to dollar, it results in decrease in purchasing power of rupee in the international market, which will undoubtedly decrease your capacity to make the expenditure. ठीक है जी? Is it clear now? Is it clear now? If it is clear, Saurabh, just give me yes. Now I will be moving to the next point. अब अगला पॉइंट क्या है वो आपके सामने ध्यान से देखिएगा. The next point is RBI. There was a news कि RBI ने फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2024-25 में something around 2.6 lakh crore rupees has transferred to the government of India. और यहां पे कहा गया this is the surplus transfer. सुना आपने इसके बारे में? It was said that this is the surplus transfer. You must have heard about it. You must have heard about it. ठीक है. अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर क्या है ये surplus transfer, कैसे ये डिसाइड होता है, what are the things all around. So please pay attention. I'll first discuss it in this manner. मैं आपको लिख के एक चीज समझा दूंगा, and then we will read it quickly ताकि चीजें आपको बिल्कुल क्लियर हो जाए. तो मैं बात करूंगा बैक इन 2018 में एक कमेटी बनाई गई थी अंडर द चेयरमैनशिप ऑफ फॉर्मर गवर्नर. द नेम इज बिमल जलन. और इस कमेटी के चेयरमैनशिप के तहत एक प्रपोजल लाया गया, और वो प्रपोजल ये था कि सर वॉट एवर RBI is going to earn, whatever income RBI is going to earn, out of that income RBI will be subtracting its operational expenses. RBI will be subtracting the operational expenses, as well as RBI will be maintaining certain reserves to counter the risk. So RBI is a financial institute, and if this financial institute is involved in a process of investment, lending, borrowing, undoubtedly it get exposed to n number of risk. So there must be some reserves maintained to counter these risks, as well as RBI will subtract the operational expense from the revenue, from the income, and then the net profit which is obtained after making these reserves, after making the operational expenditure, will be transferred to the government. But the question is why? Why the funds are going to be transferred to the government? Because, sir, RBI is an organization which is 100% owned by Government of India. If it is 100% owned by Government of India, then it's quite obvious it is the obligation on the company that company should transfer the profit, transfer the surplus amount to the owner, which we call it as dividend. So that dividend, that surplus amount will be transferred to Government of India. But you know what is the best part? When RBI was set up, RBI was set up as a company not for profit purpose. If RBI was set up as a company not for profit purpose, that means on RBI's income, no income tax is charged, no income tax is charged, and the entire income after making the operational expense and reserves, the entire net profit will be transferred to the government. Now, in order to overcome the conflict, ये conflict picture में आया कब था? ये conflict picture में आया कब था? ये conflict picture में आया था during the chairmanship of Urjit Patel ji. When Urjit Patel ji was the governor of RBI at that particular moment, government was in need of funds. I'm talking about 2015, 2016, 2015-16 में गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा लाइबिलिटीज थी, बहुत ज्यादा ऑब्लिगेशंस थी, वेलफेयर एंड ऑल, और उन ऑब्लिगेशंस को पूरा करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट वाज इन नीड ऑफ फंड्स एंड गवर्नमेंट डिमांडेड दैट आरबीआई शुड ट्रांसफर their entire income after subtracting the operational expense to the Government of India. But Urjit Patel ji was not ready. He said this is wrong, this is not appropriate. RBI is prone to exposed to n number of risks, so there is a requirement that RBI should maintain certain amount as a reserve to counter these risks, and after that the rest of the amount will be transferred to the Government of India. Now ये जो conflict हुआ, इस conflict की वजह से, I'm not saying this was the only reason, but yes, it is anticipated that this was the reason. There was a conflict between government and Urjit Patel ji, because of which he resigned before completing his tenure, and he was replaced by none other than Shaktikanta Das ji. So in order to overcome all these conflicts, RBI decided to set up a committee, and the name of the committee is Bimal Jalan Committee. That means under the chairmanship of former governor, Bimal Jalan Committee was set up, and this Bimal Jalan Committee came up with certain recommendations. Bimal Jalan Committee came up with certain recommendations, and these recommendations were accepted and implemented from August 2019. Were accepted and implemented from August 2019, and we call it as economic capital framework. We call it as economic capital framework. तो अगली बार अगर आपसे कोई पूछे what is this economic capital framework? So economic capital framework basically means the framework presented as well as opted by RBI, implemented by RBI, followed by RBI to decide what value of funds are going to be transferred to the Government of India as surplus transfer funds. Will be transferred to the Government of India as surplus transfer funds. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? Just give me yes, sir. Is this point clear? Just give me yes, sir. If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. Now the next point which I have for you all is, as I said that RBI will transfer the funds to Government of India, but RBI के पास ये पैसा आया तो आया कहां से? ये मेरा अगला क्वेश्चन है. What are the sources of expenditure for the Government of India? So what are the sources of income? What are the sources of income for RBI? If I talk about RBI, guys, as we all know that RBI is involved, or RBI is holding assets like gold in its forex reserves. RBI hold foreign currency assets. RBI buy the government securities from the government. RBI provide loan to the central government, to the state government, to the banks. So these are the assets of RBI which helps RBI to generate income. For example, as we have discussed in a previous session, that government of India, sorry, RBI is having a gold reserve of more than 700 tons, if you remember, out of which more than 500 tons is in India and rest of it is in Bank of England as well as in BIS. Now, today the price of gold, let's say 1 kg of gold price is 50 lakh rupees. I'm just taking an example. And due to the valuation, if the price of gold increases from 50 lakhs to 70 lakhs, undoubtedly, weight of the gold is still the same. Weight of the gold with RBI is still the same, but the value of gold will increase. Say yes or no. But the value of gold will increase. Say yes or no. Second is RBI is holding foreign currency. That means RBI is holding US dollars, RBI is holding euros, RBI is holding sterling pound, as well as RBI is holding foreign currency asset, means foreign currency securities. That means the securities which are issued by the foreign organizations. We know that these assets, these currencies, they are maintained in what? So they are maintained in different forms. And if rupee depreciate, please pay attention, if rupee depreciate in general, then undoubtedly the value of foreign currency asset in rupees, will increase. मतलब क्या हुआ सर, आपके पास मान लो $1 है, $1 ₹80 का था, तो आपका फॉरेन करेंसी एसेट की वैल्यू कितनी थी? 80 रुपीस. नाउ इफ द वैल्यू इंक्रीजेस टू 90, you still have the same reserves, that is $1 only, but the value has increased to 90. So this will again result in what? So this will again result in increase in value. Then we have the government securities. So the government securities which are holded by RBI, their value increases in the market. There is a possibility that the price or the government securities, let's say government को पैसा चाहिए, government ने security issue की, RBI purchased that security from the government, and after purchasing that security from the government, RBI will be earning two benefits. First is value increase, and the second benefit is RBI will receive interest on it. Similarly, if RBI is giving loan to central government, interest income, loan to state government, interest income, loan to banks, again interest income. अब यहाँ पर दो इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें हैं which you need to understand. The first interesting fact is ये जो interest है, this I would say this is your real income. Why this is real income? Because this real income is credited into the account. The interest rate will be credited into your account on regular basis. So we call this as realized profit. But on the other side, this valuation which I have mentioned, I have said that the value of gold will increase. I have said that the value of foreign assets will increase. I said that value of government securities increases. So this increase in value of the asset, is not a real income. It is not a real income until and unless you are making the sale. For example, आपने अगर आपके पास जो गोल्ड है, अगर आपने उसको एक्चुअली में सेल किया, that means you are actually receiving the return, actually receiving the profit. On the other side, if you are actually selling the government securities with you, that means you are earning the funds. लेकिन यहां पर पैसा आ नहीं रहा, सिर्फ और सिर्फ घर बैठे ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है कि हाँ हमारी करेंसी की वैल्यू बढ़ गई. सो दिस इज नोन एज अनरियलाइज्ड प्रॉफिट. नाउ व्हाट डज इकोनॉमिक कैपिटल फ्रेमवर्क सेज? इकोनॉमिक कैपिटल फ्रेमवर्क कहता है कि ये जो रियलाइज्ड प्रॉफिट है, दिस प्रॉफिट विल बी यूटिलाइज्ड to counter three types of risk. I'll explain you which type of risk I'm talking about. And it says that this unrealized profit will be utilized to counter fourth type of risk. So these are the profits which are used to counter the risk. और जैसे ही इन रिस्क को काउंटर करने के लिए प्रॉफिट में से फंड्स को सब्ट्रैक्ट किया जाएगा. So the moment you subtract funds in order to manage or in order to maintain these risk or to counter these risks, you subtract for operational expense. Operational expense का मतलब भैया RBI के employees की salary, RBI is running the branches, RBI is running the regional offices. अगर वो building rent पे है, अगर उसके साथ साथ जो डे टू डे ऑपरेशंस परफॉर्म हो रहे हैं आरबीआई में, उस पर जो भी खर्चा हो रहा है जो कि बहुत कम है, उस ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंडिचर को जो माइनस किया जाता है, देन वी कम अप विद द नेट प्रॉफिट, एंड दिस नेट प्रॉफिट इज बेसिकली प्रोवाइडेड टू द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. तो आज का जो हमारा डिस्कशन है वो डिस्कशन इसी पे है कि सर ये जो रिजर्व्स है, ये रिजर्व्स कितने होंगे, व्हाट विल बी द वैल्यू ऑफ दिस रिजर्व, what changes have been done in these reserves in the latest framework. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हुआ ये पॉइंट. तो 2018 में बिमल जलान कमेटी आई. बिमल जलान कमेटी ने केम अप विद दिस इकोनॉमिक कैपिटल फ्रेमवर्क, और ये इकोनॉमिक कैपिटल फ्रेमवर्क को 2019 में इंप्लीमेंट किया गया. एंड एट द टाइम ऑफ इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ दिस फ्रेमवर्क देयर वाज वन मोर कंडीशन, एंड द कंडीशन वाज दिस फ्रेमवर्क शुड बी रिवाइज्ड on 5-year basis. It should be revised on 5-year basis. So right now we are in 2025. तो ये जो revision है, this revision has been done. ये revision जो है 2019 के बजाय 2024 में required थी, but no, this revision has been done recently in May 2025. So I will be discussing with you what was the earlier criteria, then I'll discuss with you what is the change that is done. लेकिन लॉजिक क्या है? लॉजिक ये है कि आरबीआई की इनकम में से कितना पैसा सब्ट्रैक्ट करें फॉर काउंटरिंग द रिस्क, as well as after subtracting the operational expenditure, this net profit will be distributed to the government. और अगर we are following a framework, government cannot challenge, government cannot pressurize RBI to transfer more funds, because now there is a rule, there is a regulation which is ought to be followed in order to decide the amount to be, what sir, amount to be transferred. अब यहां पर कौन कौन से रिस्क है जिससे RBI exposed है? RBI is exposed to few risks which are mentioned on the screen. The first risk which is mentioned on the screen is market risk. Market risk मतलब RBI invest in foreign currency, RBI invest in gold, RBI invest in financial instruments like equity and all. So if RBI is investing in so many instruments, and if the price of these instruments changes, that will result a loss on the RBI, and we will call it as what? That is known as market risk. Second is financial and monetary stability risk. As per RBI preamble, RBI is responsible for maintaining monetary and financial stability, but if RBI is not able to do that, that means there is a scenario of risk because of some unexpected situation like COVID-19 or maybe Indo-Pak war. So during those days, RBI want to maintain the financial stability. For that particular financial stability, RBI need the reserves, and in order to maintain that, or the probability that this stability may not be received or may not be achieved, that probability, that loss is termed as financial and monetary stability risk. Then RBI provide loan to government, RBI provide loan to banks. If any bank or NBFC do not pay back RBI lended loan, then that means RBI is exposed to credit risk. मतलब ये हुआ अगर RBI का लोन, मतलब ये हुआ कि अगर RBI का लोन ही कन्वर्ट हो गया, अगर RBI का लोन ही कन्वर्ट हो गया किस में? NPA में, तो उस केस में भी RBI को क्या होगा? लॉस होगा. Lastly, we have the operational risk. Operational risk means the day-to-day operations which are done by RBI. उन day-to-day operations में there could be a probability of loss. So these are the risks to which RBI is prone. If I talk about these three risks, so these three risks are managed with the help of realized. These three risks are managed with the help of realized profit, and this risk is managed with the help of unrealized profit. How? I will be discussing it, don't worry. अनरियलाइज्ड प्रॉफिट एंड रियलाइज्ड प्रॉफिट। यहां तक अगर कोई डाउट है तो पूछ लो, अदरवाइज आई विल बी मूविंग अहेड। सो कैन यू मूव टू द अदर स्लाइड? हो गया। सो इवन दो द वैल्यू ऑफ गोल्ड इंक्रीज, हाउ डिड आरबीआई मेक मनी फ्रॉम गोल्ड? हाँ, मैंने वही तो कहा कि आरबीआई अगर गोल्ड को बेचेगा अभिषेक तभी प्रॉफिट होगा, और अगर गोल्ड को नहीं बेचा तो दैट इज नॉट द रियल प्रॉफिट, एंड इफ इट इज नॉट द रियल प्रॉफिट, दैट इज द रीजन आई एम मेंशनिंग इट एज अनरियलाइज्ड प्रॉफिट। That is the reason I'm mentioning it as unrealized profit. ठीक है? Penalties will be included as a income. I would say the penalty वाला part अभी के लिए I'm giving you as a homework. This is a good question. Tina, it's a good question. So guys, this is a question for you all. Penalty charged by RBI. Penalty charged by RBI is credited in which account? Is credited in which account? Is it credited into the RBI's account or it is credited into the government's account? So this is going to be your homework. I will be discussing this point in the next session. It is a very beautiful question, Tina, but I won't be discussing it today. Sorry for that. How gold value increases? I don't know. Gold value कैसे increase होती है? Gold value increase होती है due to demand and supply. Whenever the demand for gold increases, the price of gold increases. Due to increase in price, the gold value increases, and due to that, reserves value will increase. So do Indian rupees coming from selling foreign exchange comes under the revenue head of RBI and thereafter be the part of? No. No. I would like to discuss this part, the profit wala part, in two forms. Please pay attention. इसमें मुझे लग रहा है थोड़े थोड़े से कुछ डाउट्स हैं, तो वह डाउट्स क्लियर कर देता हूँ। I would love to clear those doubts. Guys, please pay attention. पहली चीज, पहला पॉइंट ये है कि सर आरबीआई प्रिंट दी करेंसी, आरबीआई प्रिंट करेंसी, तो उस करेंसी प्रिंटिंग में आरबीआई का जो एक्सपेंस होगा, एक्सपेंस ऑफ प्रिंटिंग दी करेंसी, दैट विल बी द पार्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंडिचर, दैट विल बी द पार्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंडिचर। और जो प्रिंटेड करेंसी है, it will be issued at face value, it will be issued at face value to the buyer, that will be the part of income, that will be the part of income, that will be the part of revenue for RBI. पहला पॉइंट। दूसरा पॉइंट है कि सर RBI is holding foreign currency. Let's say RBI is holding $1 and if RBI has purchased this $, from the market at 80 rupees 6 months before, and now RBI is selling it at 90, so this 10 rupees will be the part of income again. This will become what? So this will become realized profit, because actual sale is happening, because actual sale is happening. But if there is no actual sale, only the price has increased, RBI has not sold it, then it will only and only increase in the valuation. It will be only and only increase in the valuation. That increase in valuation is known as unrealized profit. It is known as unrealized profit. बोलो क्लियर है? अब क्लियर हो गया? अब क्लियर हो गया? I hope if everything is clear, just give me yes. Now I'll move on to the next point. Annual report इस weekend discuss होगी. I have already made that announcement. पढ़ लेते हैं जो अभी तक हमने पढ़ा. So recently, I'm talking about in 578th meeting which held on August 2019, Central Board has adopted Economic Capital Framework. As an expert committee led by Bimal Jalan was set up in November 2018 to review the already existing framework, and now RBI has adopted a new framework on the recommendation of Bimal Jalan, which is known as Economic Capital Framework. The Economic Capital Framework provides a method with the help of which RBI will determine the level of risk provisions, level of risk provisions, level of risk provisions or level of reserves RBI is supposed to maintain, and rest of the amount will be distributed to the government according to Section 47 of RBI Act 1934. Based on Economic Capital Framework, RBI transfer dividend to the government every year. Expert committee has also said that this Economic Capital Framework should be reviewed every 5 years, and that is the reason after August 2019, in May 2025, the review has been done. In May 2025, the review has been done. The outcome of the review considered by Central Board in its meeting held in May 2025 and a revised framework was approved. ठीक है जी, यही पढ़ा अभी तक. अब अगला पॉइंट आता है. RBI profits are categorized into two categories. One is realized profit, other one is unrealized profit. Only a portion from the realized profit is transferable to the government. That means the profit or the income or the net profit or the dividend which is supposed to be paid to the government, that will be paid out of realized profit only. That's true. That's true, because unrealized profit, as the name suggests, it is unrealized. It is just some value in account, but it is not the actual currency. It is not the actual funds which can be utilized. And this can be positive. That will be unrealized profit. It can even be negative. अगर मान लो gold का price कम हो गया in comparison to the previous financial year, so gold valuation will decrease, and if the gold valuation decreases, that will not be an unrealized profit, it will be an unrealized loss. It will be what? Sir, it will be unrealized loss. समझ आई ये बात? समझ आई ये बात? Moving on to the next point. The next point says RBI would be reserves of the RBI would be categorized into two categories. अब RBI के जो reserves हैं, RBI will be maintaining the reserves into two categories. RBI will be maintaining the reserves into two categories. If I talk about these two categories, then my answer would be RBI will be having two reserves. First reserve is termed as contingency risk buffer. Contingency risk buffer, as the name suggests, this is the buffer which is supposed to be maintained to counter the risk. What all risks are included in this category? Sir, it include financial and monetary stability risk. Sir, it include credit risk, as well as it include operational risk. So reserves to counter these three risks is maintained under the head, and the name of that head is contingency risk buffer. Second point is revaluation reserve or revaluation balance. So this revaluation balance will help us to counter the market risk. क्योंकि ये जो market risk है, try to understand, market risk is also not actual risk, na? Not actual risk. Why it is not actual risk? Please pay attention. Today you have gold reserves of value 1 kg and the market price is 50 lakhs. Market price is 50 lakhs. After 1 year, the price of the same gold reserve increases to 70 lakhs. You didn't had 50 lakhs earlier. You are not having 70 lakhs today. Earlier you were having 1 kg of gold. Today also you are having 1 kg of gold, but the value of gold increases by 20 lakhs, and this will be termed as revaluation. This will be termed as, or this will be considered as what? So this will be considered as unrealized profit. This will be considered as unrealized profit. Now from this unrealized profit, we will be maintaining the revaluation balance. How this balance is maintained? On one side we are saying that gold price is expected to increase and it will increase to a value of 70 lakhs. On the other side we are expecting that $1 which is of 80, it will fall down to 75. From 80 it will fall down to 75. So on one side we are witnessing a risk of decrease in value, and on the other side we are having a probability of increase in value. So this will be unrealized profit, this will be unrealized loss, and out of this realized and unrealized profit, unrealized profit and loss, we are going to maintain this revaluation balance, which will help in countering this market risk. बोलो यहां तक क्लियर हुआ? Is this point clear? Read it. Let's read it for the same. What does it says? It says that It says that कि sir RBI के जो reserves हैं, they would be categorized into contingency risk buffer and revaluation balance. Realized profit would be used to maintain the contingency risk buffer, and unrealized profit will be used to manage the revaluation balance. RBI transfers surplus to the government from its profit after setting aside contingency risk buffer. So RBI अपनी इनकम में से पहले माइनस करेगा कंटिजेंसी रिस्क बफर. ऑब्वियसली इनकम का पार्ट क्या है, रियलाइज प्रॉफिट ही है. कंटिजेंसी रिस्क बफर असाइड किया, ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंस डिसाइड किया, बाद में जो अमाउंट बची दैट इज नेट प्रॉफिट, एंड दिस नेट प्रॉफिट विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड टू द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एज अ सरप्लस अमाउंट. Will be transferred to the government of India as a surplus firm amount. RBI will maintain this contingency risk buffer. It is country's saving for a rainy day. Rainy day means during the financial stability crisis. RBI will use these funds. RBI will use these funds to manage the economy. RBI will use these funds to manage the economy. To manage the economy. Is this point clear, guys? If it is clear, just give me yes. If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. Now let's try to understand few more important terms related to the same. So the next term related to the same discussion is, what do you understand by the word realized equity? Realized equity. And what do you understand by the word revaluation balance? So I have just gave you the answer regarding the revaluation balance. I just gave you the answer regarding the revaluation balance. What is revaluation balances? Sir, the unrealized gains or net of losses resulting from exchange rate, gold price, interest rate movements on the account of periodic marking to markets RBI's foreign currency asset, gold, or foreign dated securities and rupee securities, that is basically known as revaluation balances. What is contingent risk buffer? So contingent risk buffer is the component of RBI's economic capital required to cover its monetary financial stability, one. Second, to cover the credit risk. Third, to cover the operational risk. And revaluation balances, it is used to cover the market risk. Now in this particular scenario, we have a term that is known as realized equity. What is realized equity? So realized equity is the RBI's capital, which include RBI's capital, as well as it include reserve funds of RBI, the funds which are reserved with RBI, and it includes the risk provisions. One is contingency fund, and the other one is asset development fund. One is the available realized equity, that what is available with RBI, and second is what is required with RBI. Now these are the two points which we need to understand, ताकि हमें ये समझ आ जाए कि RBI काउंटर कैसे करता है अपने लॉसेस को, अपने रिस्क को. So realized equity consists of RBI's capital, reserve funds, contingency fund, asset development fund. So as I was saying, contingency risk buffer, which is used to counter credit risk, operational risk, as well as monetary and financial stability risk, is the part of what? Sir, it is the part of realized equity. Along with this, it includes capital of RBI, it includes the reserve funds of RBI, as well as it includes the asset development fund of RBI. Is this point clear? So this is known as realized equity. It serves as financial security to cover potential losses and risk, acting as a buffer against market fluctuation, credit risk, and operational challenges. But what is this revaluation balance? So revaluation balance is the unrealized gain or losses arising from changes in the exchange rate. Revaluation balance along with realized equity form the basis of total economic capital framework. So if I include realized equity plus revaluation balance, they collectively termed as economic capital framework. And out of this economic capital framework, once these reserves are maintained, then after maintaining these reserves out of the income, then amount will be transferred to the government of India. Then only amount will be transferred to the government of India. Got it, guys? Is this point clear? अगर यहां तक कोई भी डाउट है तो पूछ लो. अगर यहां तक कोई भी डाउट है तो पूछ लो. आपको पता होना चाहिए व्हाट इज रियलाइज्ड इक्विटी. रियलाइज्ड इक्विटी इज व्हाट? प्लीज पे अटेंशन. सिंपल भाषा में कहूं तो रियलाइज्ड इक्विटी इज द कैपिटल ऑफ आरबीआई. इसमें क्या क्या है सर? इसमें आरबीआई की कैपिटल इन्वॉल्व है, आरबीआई के रिजर्व्स को इंक्लूड किया गया, उसके अलावा जो आरबीआई ने क्या कंटिजेंसी फंड रखा है, इसके अलावा जो आरबीआई ने असेट डेवलपमेंट फंड रखा है. दिस इज reserved equity. What is revaluation balance? So revaluation balance is the pseudo funds कि आपकी गोल्ड वैल्यूएशन में कितना गेन हुआ, फॉरेन करेंसी असेट में कितना गेन हुआ, उन सबको ऐड करके जो वैल्यू इंक्रीज हुई है, वॉट एवर वैल्यू हैज इंक्रीज्ड इन कंपैरिजन टू द पास्ट वैल्यू वाज 100 करोड़, नाउ इट हैज इंक्रीज टू 150 करोड़. तो ये जो 50 करोड़ का इंक्रीज हुआ, लेकिन ये एक्चुअल फंड आया नहीं है. फंड एक्चुअल कब आएगा? जब यू विल बी मेकिंग द सेल. बट दिस इज समथिंग, योर वैल्यू ऑफ असेट हैज इंक्रीज. वी कॉल इट एज revaluation balance. We call it as revaluation balance. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? मॉनेटरी एंड फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी में क्या डिफरेंस है? देखो, मॉनेटरी और फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी जब ये वर्ड्स यूज किए जाते हैं, whenever these two words are used, that what is a difference between monetary and financial stability, then you need to understand this point in this manner. That's a monetary stability जो है, that basically talks about monetary stability. It basically talks about the factors such as, I would take it in this manner. For example, we have low interest rates, we have high inflation rates. So all these situations, they come under, one second guys, am I audible? I cannot see your comments. Am I audible? Okay, fine. Whenever we talk about the monetary stability basically talks about, in very simple terms, I would say, price stability. So in case of price stability, the measurement of monetary stability is pretty easy, but in case of financial stability, the measurement is not so easy. Instruments for control is, we have different instruments in case to control the monetary, which is specifically related to the financial part, but in case of which is specifically related to the monetary terms, price, inflation. But financial stability, it includes n number of aspects. It includes the aspects like interest rates, it includes the aspect like flow of funds. So I would say monetary policy, it talks about monetary stability, it is related to monetary policy, interest rate, inflation rates, price stability. Financial stability includes macroprudential policies which counter the systematic risk, such as loan to value ratio, रिजर्व रिक्वायरमेंट्स कितनी होनी चाहिए, काउंटर साइक्लिकल कैपिटल बफर कितना होना चाहिए. सो दीज आर दी टर्म्स विच आर इंक्लूडेड अंडर फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी. तो फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी इज बेसिकली फॉर द एंटायर फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, बट मॉनेटरी स्टेबिलिटी इज वेरी स्पेसिफिक टू द मॉनेटरी टर्म्स. ये वो है कंपैरिजन लाइक इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट. समझ आई ये बात? Is this point clear? Okay. Any other doubt? Any other doubt? Yes, you can watch this session whenever you want. It will be available in the recorded format. Guys, if you haven't liked the session yet, hit the like button. I'll move on to the major point of today's session. The major point of today's session is, so what are the changes which have been done? Now I will be explaining you what was earlier and what changes has been done simultaneously. So first change which is done, that is done with respect to what? First change which is done, it is done with respect to what? That is the first point which we need to understand. The first point, it talks about the market risk. First point, it talks about the market risk. Market risk ka matlab the risk which is related to foreign currency risk, that is exchange rate risk which is related to gold price risk. They all are the part of this. Now what the changes have been done? The computation or the calculation of market risk buffer requirement to adopt an integrated approach wherein off-balance sheet portfolio is also included along with the on-balance sheet portfolio. So what it is trying to say, सुनो ध्यान से, इसमें ये कहा जा रहा है, what they are trying to say is, sir, in case of calculating the market risk, earlier calculation was done only and only on the on-balance sheet exposure. On-balance sheet exposure का मतलब, we will include foreign currency assets, we will include foreign currency reserves, we will include gold reserves for the calculation of market risk. But इसके अलावा, if RBI has not practically purchased gold or foreign currency, but RBI has signed an contract where RBI is saying that on 31st of December, RBI will be purchasing $100 billion for a value $1 equals to 100 rupees. I'm just taking an example. मान लो RBI ने ये contract sign किया. अब अगर RBI ने ये contract sign किया, so this is not actually the part of your balance sheet, क्योंकि ये आपकी balance sheet में कहीं है ही नहीं. अभी आपको future में ये transaction करनी है. This transaction is not done. It will be done in the near future. So if it will be done in the near future, it is a risk which is not mentioned on your balance sheet, and that risk will also be included. I'll take one more point. Let's suppose Government of India signs an agreement with Russia, and government is promising that we will be transferring $100 billion of gold to Russia against I don't know, I'm just taking an example, against 10 trillion ruble, that is the currency of Russia. Ab maan lo in near future the price of dollar changes with respect to ruble, and if government will not be in a position to service it, and Russia was aware of this scenario कि अगर कल को India मुकर गया, India will not be in a position to service this contract, so India asked RBI on the international level to take the guarantee that don't worry sir, RBI is the holder of forex reserve. If India will not do that, on the behalf of India, RBI will do this. So RBI is basically providing guarantee on the behalf of the government. So this guarantee is again your off-balance sheet exposure. So when you include your off-balance sheet exposure as well to calculate the market risk, this is the new introduction. So earlier market risk was calculated only and only on the on-balance sheet risk, but now it is included or it is calculated on the off-balance sheet instruments as well. Easy. Now it is calculated on off-balance sheet exposures as well. Easy guys. Moving on to the next point. Second point under this category says market risk buffer may also include investment in foreign currency assets in minor currency. So earlier the risk was computed only and only for the investment done in the foreign currency assets which are major currencies. Major currencies means, I would say, the major currencies of the economy. For example, we have US dollars, we have euro, we have sterling pound, we have yen, we have renminbi. These all are the part of major currency. But now, if RBI has invested funds in the minor currency, then the risk associated to this minor currency should also be included while calculating the market risk, which was not included earlier. Earlier, the market risk was calculated alone for the major currency only. It was calculated alone for the major currency only. Got it? This is the first point. So what are the changes? So first change is minor currency is included while calculating the market risk. Second is, while calculating the market risk, off balance sheet risk will also be included, which was not included earlier in 2019, but from 2019 this change has been done in 2025. This is the revised framework of 2025. Second is, with respect to credit risk and operational risk, there is no change as such. There is no change as such. What were the conditions? We'll do that. Next point is, with respect to monetary and financial stability risk. As you can see, monetary risk, as I just said, or the monetary stability, basically talks about price stability, inflation, interest rate stabilities, and financial stability basically talks about loan to value ratio. It basically talks about loan to value ratio. It talks about reserve requirements and whatnot. So these are the areas, or I would say monetary stability and financial stability. These are big responsibilities on RBI, and risk in these categories is going to be pretty huge. So risk in these categories is going to be pretty huge. So in order to get pre-ready, if RBI wants to be pre-ready to counter these huge risks, RBI should maintain these reserves, and these reserves are maintained under the category of contingency risk. It is maintained under the category of contingency risk buffer. So what is the range of this buffer? Please pay attention. So earlier the range was contingency risk buffer only and only contingency risk buffer for market and financial stability risk is required to be what value? So it is required to be 4.5 to 5.5% of RBI balance sheet. Balance sheet means RBI's asset value, total asset value. 4.5 to 5.5% is the range. इस रेंज के बीच में रिजर्व्स होने चाहिए, only to counter monetary and financial stability. ये कहानी थी 2019 में. This was this news, or this was the story in 2019. Now in 2025, this story has been revised. Now it says contingency risk buffer for market and financial stability ratio. For market and financial stability ratio is need to be 5% plus minus 1.5%, 5% plus minus 1.5%, which means 3.5% to 6.5% of balance sheet, or I would say of total asset value. क्लियर हो गया? अब पॉइंट ये है कि अगर आज आरबीआई ने इनकम कमाई मान लो 100 करोड़ रुपए, आरबीआई ने इनकम कमाई मान लो 100 करोड़ रुपए, और आरबीआई की जो असेट वैल्यू है दैट इज 1000 करोड़ रुपीस, एंड कीपिंग इन माइंड द करंट सिनेरियो, अगर आज की डेट में आपकी इकोनॉमी स्टेबल है, then RBI is happy with the minimum or the lower band. If economy is not stable, RBI may go for the upper band. Let's say RBI is going for the mid band, जिस पे RBI कह रहा है कि I'll try to maintain CRB of 5% of asset value. 5% of asset value. अगर RBI is targeting to maintain 5% of asset value, which means it should be 5% of 1000 crore, that is 50 crores. This is required. This is something which is required. And today CRB is 30 crores. So CRB currently is what value? Sir, it is 30 crores. But what is the required value? So required value is in this range, and I have taken an example. Let's suppose it's 5%. So it is required to be 50 crores. Ab 50 crore required hai, but what is currently reserve? What is the current reserve? So that is 30 crores. So यहाँ income में से, out of this income, 20 crore will be transferred. 20 crore will be transferred to CRB. इसमें से हम माइनस करेंगे ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंस, तो 80 करोड़ माइनस ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंस, लेट्स से 20 करोड़. सो 60 करोड़ रुपीस will be transferred to the government as surplus from RBI. As surplus from RBI. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. Clear, guys? Okay. If it is clear, so I guess the points which are mentioned on the screen are crystal clear to you. If it is crystal clear to you, just give me yes, sir. कि अब जो RBI, the central board है RBI का, it can maintain the CRB at a level of 3.5 to 6.5% to counter only one risk. To counter only one risk. And what is that risk? So that is monetary and financial stability risk. That is monetary and financial stability risk. Now, if you include monetary as well as financial stability risk, then I would say the range is 3.5 to 6.5%. As I said कि सर जो पहले कहानी थी आज भी वही कहानी है for credit risk. So for credit risk and operational risk के लिए collectively the reserve is 1% of the asset value. Collectively the reserve is 1% of the asset value. So therefore CRB for all the three risk, which risk? Market and financial stability, monetary and financial stability risk, credit risk as well as operational risk is of what value? So it is minimum 3.5 and it could be maximum 7.5%. It could be maximum 7.5%. अब दिमाग में आ रहा होगा कि सर पहले कहानी क्या थी? What was the story earlier? If I talk about the story earlier with black pen, so earlier story was 4.5% to 6.5% as of 2019 recommendations, and in 2019 recommendations it is approximately 1% only. This 1% is not mentioned anywhere. It is just the observation which I have came up for you. So it is 1%. अब अगर मैं बात करूं 2019 में, to counter all the three risk, what was the range? To counter all the three risk, the range was 5.5% to 6.5%. So 3.5 plus 1, 3.5 plus 1 is 4%. So 3.5 plus 1 is 4.5%. 6.5 plus 1 is 7.5%. So this is the 2025 targets, and these were the targets which were set in 2019. Screenshot ले लो. Take the screenshot because I'm going to erase it. Take the screenshot because I'm going to erase it. ये एक काम करते, erase नहीं करते. Let it be over here. So it's here only, and this is what I have just written with the pen. This is what is written. This is what is written with the in the words. So in words it says earlier total 6.5.5 to 6.5. अब कितना है total? 4.5 to 7.5. The same has been mentioned over here as well. Is it clear? Give me a thumbs up, guys. Is it clear, everyone? Give me a thumbs up. ठीक है. अब बचा हमारा एक रिस्क. वो कौन सा रिस्क है? So that is market risk. अब जो बचा हमारा वो कौन सा रिस्क है? So that is market risk. ठीक है, अब देखना जरा, अब मार्केट रिस्क की अगर मैं बात करूं तो इसमें दो चीजें हैं जो आपको समझनी होगी। सबसे पहली चीज आपको समझनी है, दैट इज expected shortfall. It is a measure of potential loss under stressed market conditions. तो जब market conditions stress होंगी, whenever the conditions in the market will be stress, let's suppose today your reserves are of value 1000 crores. These are the foreign currency assets plus gold reserves. I'm talking about RBI, and RBI is estimating that this value may fall down, to 990 crores during the stress period. So what is the shortfall? So shortfall is 10 crore rupees, and this is the expected shortfall. This is the expected shortfall. समझ आई ये बात? This is the expected shortfall due to change in the market prices. So central board can now choose to hold the buffers anywhere. So central government bank will choose the buffers anywhere. First, expected shortfall at 99.5% confidence level. 99.5% कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल का मतलब क्या सर? अगर मैं आपके सामने एक बेल कर्व बनाऊं तो बेल कर्व में दिस इज समथिंग, आप समझ लो कि एक रिस्क लेवल ये है, दिस इज द कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल, और ये जो कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल है, दिस कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल सेज 99.5%, और दूसरा ये है which says the confidence level of 97, which says the confidence level of 97.5%. अब ध्यान से सुनना, पहले क्या था? अगर मैं पहले कहानी की बात करूं, earlier the story was additional risk provisioning was allowed only if revaluation balances are lower than expected shortfall at 97.5 कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल. तो उसमें यह कहा जाता था कि फॉर मार्केट रिस्क यू रिक्वायर रिजर्व्स आर रिक्वायर्ड if expected shortfall at 97.5% is let's say 10 crores, then only is let's say 10 crores, and the revaluation balance is 7 crores. तो अगर revaluation balance 7 करोड़ है लेकिन expected shortfall 97% कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल या उससे कम कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल पर कितना, 10 करोड़, तो यहां पे ये लॉस होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी है, ये प्रॉफिट होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी है. बट इन ऑर्डर टू काउंटर दिस लॉस you must have 3 crore rupees extra, and this 3 crore rupees extra which is required, it is going to come from, sir, it is going to come from RBI capital. And what is the capital we talk about, sir? RBI की capital की अगर हम बात करें तो we talk about realized equity. और इस realized equity में we have capital, we have reserves, we have CBR, we have ADF. ठीक है, तो ये जो realized equity है वहीं से ये जो shortfall है 3 करोड़ का, ये जो कमी है 3 करोड़ की, in the revaluation balance will be credited. समझ आई ये बात? Is this point clear? Give me yes, sir. और अगर नहीं क्लियर हुआ, I can explain it again. If it is not clear, I can explain it again. Don't worry. Please pay attention. Guys, I'm saying income is 100 crores. Please pay attention. Asset is 1000 करोड़. ठीक है. So out of this, what we want, so we have realized equity. In realized equity, we have capital, we have reserves, we have capital, we have CBR, and we have ADF. These are the four components. ठीक है. CBR to counter risk such as such as monetary and financial risk plus credit risk plus operational risk. What is the reserve required? So the CBR value should be in a range of 4.5% to 7.5% of total asset value कहो या फिर बैलेंस शीट वैल्यू कहो ऑफ आरबीआई. ठीक है. बैलेंस शीट वैल्यू ऑफ आरबीआई. सो दिस इज द रिक्वायरमेंट. करंटली सीबीआर की जो वैल्यू है, मॉनेटरी एक्चुअल वैल्यू है, दैट इज लेट्स से 30 करोड़ रुपीस. Let's say 30 crore rupees, and RBI has decided that as per the current status of the economy, RBI should maintain a value of 6%. If RBI has decided to maintain a value of 6% to 6% of total asset, 6% of total asset, what is going to be this? 6% of total asset is going to be 60 crores. तो RBI ने कहा we require to maintain contingency buffer of value what? Buffer reserves of value what? So that is 60 crores. But what we have, that is 30 crores. तो भैया यहां से पहले 30 crores क्या होंगे? माइनस हो जाएंगे. 30 crores will be minus from here. This is done. This is sorted. Now we have a second situation. The second situation is, and the second situation is related to the second risk. Second risk we have is, that is market risk. So market risk basically talks about the estimated shortfall. और ये जो estimated shortfall है, it is calculated highest जो safe से safe होगा वो होगा जब 99.5%. safe से safe होगा जब कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल है हमें हमारी इकोनॉमी पे. वी हैव अ कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल ऑफ 99.5% ऑन आवर इकोनॉमी, व्हिच मींस आवर assets are not going to devaluate much. और यहां पर वी हैव अ कॉन्फिडेंस ऑफ 97.5%. तो यहां पे आरबीआई वाज सेइंग अर्लियर दैट वी विल बी काउंटरिंग दिस शॉर्टफॉल. We will be countering this shortfall only if confidence level is below 97.5. अब मान लो confidence level is below 97.5 and expected loss is of, or expected risk is of 10 crores. But on the other side, our reserve balance is having 6 crore rupees. Revaluation balance means as per the revaluation balance हमारी जो asset value है वो 6 करोड़ से क्या होगी? Increase होगी. But expected risk is 10 crores. Revaluation balance is 6 crores. तो हमारे पास कितने की कमी है? 4 करोड़ की. तो ये जो 4 करोड़ की कमी है, ये 4 करोड़ की कमी रिवाइज्ड इक्विटी से पूरी होगी. और इसे पूरा करने के लिए फंड्स फिर से कहां से आएंगे? इनकम से. अब इनकम से 30 और 4 34 करोड़ रुपए निकल गए. तो 100 में से यू माइनस 34, यू कम अप विद व्हाट? यू कम अप विद 56 करोड़. इफ 56 करोड़ में से यू विल माइनस ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंस. मान लो ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंस है 6 करोड़ का, तो 6 करोड़ माइनस करने के बाद ये जो 50 करोड़ है ये किसको ट्रांसफर होंगे? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ट्रांसफर होंगे. बोले यार, अगर अब समझ नहीं आया तो मैं लिख के दे सकता हूं कि ये समझ आएगा भी नहीं. अगर अब समझ नहीं आया तो मैं लिख के दे सकता हूं कि समझ आएगा भी नहीं. इफ इट इज क्लियर गिव मी यस सर. अब मैं बताता हूं कि चेंज क्या है. आई विल क्विकली लेट यू नो व्हाट इज द चेंज in the entire story. If it is clear, give me yes, sir. Do reply everyone so that we can move ahead. बिल्कुल एक बार दोबारा देखनी पड़ेगी वीडियो, समझ आ जाएगा. लास्ट पॉइंट क्या सर? अर्लियर आरबीआई वाज अकॉर्डिंग टू इकोनॉमिक कैपिटल फ्रेमवर्क, आरबीआई वाज checking out the expected shortfall only if the confidence level is below 97.5. But now it is said this expected shortfall will be checked and countered, as well as reserves will be maintained even if the confidence level is below 99.5%. which means अगर confidence level 99.5% से कम है, उस बेसिस पे यू कैन कैलकुलेट द एक्सपेक्टेड शॉर्टफॉल और उस एक्सपेक्टेड शॉर्टफॉल वैल्यू को कैलकुलेट करो और उसे काउंटर करो विद द हेल्प ऑफ रीवैल्यूएशन बैलेंस. एंड इफ रीवैल्यूएशन बैलेंस कम है, वो पूरा नहीं कर पा रहा उसे, देन द extra funds will come from realized equity, and realized equity will receive those funds from the income. पढ़ते हैं जरा, क्लियर हो जाएगा. पढ़ते हैं इस पॉइंट को, क्लियर हो जाएगा. प्लीज पे अटेंशन and read it with me. It says that central board can now choose to hold buffer anywhere between इसके बीच में भी 99.5% के बाद जैसे कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल 99.5% से कम होगा, आरबीआई इज अलाउड टू होल्ड द बफर which was earlier allowed when the confidence level was below 97.5% only. So while requirement of the economic capital for market risk may continue to assess using expected shortfall under stressed condition, central board would have flexibility to maintain market risk at any resilience level within the range 99.5 to 97.5 to maintain the risk provision according to the based on the assessment. Remember that previously this additional risk provisioning was allowed only if revaluation balances are lower than expected shortfall at 97.5% confidence level. But if the revaluation balance is lower than the expected shortfall even at 99.5 or 99.4% confidence level, then you can maintain the extra reserves ताकि इस revaluation buffer को आप strong बना के रखें so that it can counter this shortfall. ठीक है जी, क्लियर है. लास्ट पॉइंट इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द सरप्लस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पॉलिसी. दिस इज द लास्ट पॉइंट. एनी अवेलेबल इक्विटी of excess 7.5%, which says if you consider the available required or available realized equity, it should be 7.5% of asset, or I would say balance sheet, plus reserves for market risk. अगर आपका अवेलेबल रियलाइज्ड इक्विटी इससे ज्यादा है, then the excess value will be transferred into income of RBI. So any available equity excess of 7.5% may be returned back from the contingency funds to income in case the available equity is below the lower bound. If it is below the lower bound, it means if the available realized equity is less than 4.5% of balance sheet or asset value, then no distribution. भैया हम कोई डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं करेंगे हमारी इनकम की, हम इनकम को यूज करेंगे in order to increase it to a value of 7.5% or above that. समझ आई ये बात? तो अगर आपका available realized equity is below the lower band. What is the lower band? That is 4.5%. What is the upper band? That is 7.5%. अगर इससे कम होगा तो पहले आप सारी इनकम को यूज करेंगे so that you maintain you maintain the realized equity. After maintaining the realized equity, अगर कुछ बचेगा, then only it will be transferred. So this is the trend. 2013 में जो ट्रांसफर था that was 87,416, but over the period of time this transfer is increasing. In 2023-24 it was 2.11 lakh crores, and this time it is 2.6 lakh crore. This is the value of, I would say, distribution which has been done by RBI to the government of India. Okay? So RBI has transferred surplus of 2.69 lakh crore rupees. However, the transfer was expected to be around 3 lakh crores. But why this has dropped down? This has dropped down because earlier the range was 3.5 to 6.5. Now the range has been increased to 4.5 to 7.5. और इस range को increase करने की वजह से RBI has to increase the reserves, because of which the transfer is not 3 lakh crores, rather it is below 3 lakhs crore because of this revision. Revised framework, CRB range 4.5 to 7.5, increase contingent risk buffer to 7.5% for 2024-25, which has reduced the dividend. Otherwise the dividend would have been close to 3 lakh crore rupees. I guess point clear है. एक एक चीज समझ आ गई. अगर एक एक चीज क्लियर हो गई, समझ आ गई, तो just give me yes sir so that we can conclude the discussion. Just give me yes sir so that we can conclude the discussion. एक बार दोबारा देखिएगा, everything will be clear to you. Just go through with the content once again, everything will be clear to you. इसके अलावा एक न्यूज है, ये रिपोर्ट आई थी वर्ल्ड्स वेल्थिएस्ट सिटी की, इसको आप पढ़ लेना. इट्स वेरी इजी, नो रॉकेट साइंस. खत्म करूंगा, अगली बार इसे कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं करूंगा. और हेनले एंड पार्टनर्स ने रिपोर्ट दी थी, तो हेनले एंड पार्टनर्स दे आर ऑलवेज इन न्यूज रिलेटेड टू द पासपोर्ट इंडेक्स. तो एक हेनले पासपोर्ट इंडेक्स अलग होता है, हेनले एंड पार्टनर्स का वर्ल्ड वेल्थिएस्ट सिटीज रिपोर्ट अलग है. तो वो दोनों रिपोर्ट्स मैंने मैच करके यहाँ पे दे दी, एक बार पढ़ लेना. कमेंट सेक्शन में मुझे 2 क्वेश्चंस के आंसर दीजिएगा. पहला क्वेश्चन, आरबीआई जो पेनल्टी चार्ज करता है, वो पेनल्टी आरबीआई के कौन से अकाउंट में जाती है? वो पेनल्टी आरबीआई के कौन से अकाउंट में जाती है? और क्या आरबीआई करेंसी प्रिंट करके, करेंसी प्रिंटिंग करने पे, और प्रिंटिंग का जो कॉस्ट है दैट इज वेरी मिनिमम, प्रिंटिंग कॉस्ट इज वेरी मिनिमम, एंड आरबीआई सेलिंग दैट करेंसी एट इट्स फेस वैल्यू. तो जब आरबीआई से अपने फेस वैल्यू पे बेचता है प्रिंटिंग कॉस्ट के बाद, द डिफरेंस बिटवीन फेस वैल्यू एंड प्रिंटिंग कॉस्ट, do this is RBI's profit? If yes, give me answer yes. If no, give me the reason why it is not the profit of RBI. The first news from the finance current affairs 29th to 30th of May is related to RBI update. So what is the update we are talking about? Sir, RBI has issued draft guideline. Draft guideline means from RBI side, these are the guidelines, but RBI is seeking public opinion, public feedback on these guidelines, and once the feedback is received, then RBI will be checking out the feedback. If the feedback do not demand major change, then these guidelines will be implemented. These guidelines will be announced by RBI that they are ought to be implemented. But for few of the news, these draft guidelines are also important, because a direct question can be asked on the draft guideline as well, and it has been asked in the past as well. So RBI has issued the draft guidelines outlining the procedures for the banks as well as NBFCs to issue gold loans to the individuals. Now I would like to discuss this point. The first point is gold loan. Gold loan basically means when the borrowing is done by the borrower, and against the borrowing, borrower has come up with gold as collateral. That means कि आपने जो आपका गोल्ड है, फिर चाहे वो गोल्ड ज्वेलरी है, या फिर आपके पास कोई गोल्ड ऑर्नामेंट है, या फिर आपके पास कोई गोल्ड का कॉइन है, you can use it as collateral, you can use it as security, and against this collateral, against this security, you can borrow the loan from the bank, or you can borrow the loan from NBFCs. That is known as gold loan. But with respect to gold loan, the conditions, the norms which banks as well as NBFC should follow, these have been introduced by RBI, and some of those important guidelines I will be discussing with you, from where objective question can be framed. This question do not possess capacity to be asked in the descriptive format, but yes, objective questions can be directly framed by RBI from these guidelines itself. First point, guys, you let me know in the comment section whenever an individual approach the bank to borrow the loan, obviously individual will park its collateral with the bank. Collateral, I'm talking about the asset which is used as security, which is used as an asset which will be safeguarded by the bank, and if in near future individual do not pay back the loan, this asset can be sold out to recover the loan amount. If the asset value is of 10 lakh rupees, you tell me bank will provide a loan value of more than 10 lakhs, bank will give a loan of more than 10 lakhs or equal to 10 lakhs or maybe less than 10 lakhs. What will be my answer? My answer is, sir, bank has a power. My answer is, sir, bank has a power. Bank can give loan maybe above 10 lakhs. Bank can give loan maybe equals to 10 lakhs. Bank may give loan less than 10 lakhs depending upon the requirement, and this requirement is termed as margin requirement. This requirement is termed as margin requirement. So what is margin requirement? So margin requirement, let's suppose is 10% for car loan. Let's suppose it is 10% for car loan. It basically means if you want to borrow loan to purchase a car and you're using the same car which you're going to purchase as a collateral and the price of the car is 10 lakh rupees, in that particular case, you will be eligible to borrow a loan of 90% value and rest 10% value, which is the margin requirement. It is supposed to be paid by the customer. What is the logic behind? So the logic is quite obvious, because you are borrowing the principal on which you have to pay interest. So obviously the loan amount, principal as well as interest, it should be in accordance with the value of your asset, and that is the reason against the value 100% loan is generally not given. Bank comes up with a proposal to give loan less than 100%, and that less than 100% depends on the margin requirement. On the basis of this margin requirement, we also use a word that is loan to value ratio. So if I say loan to value ratio of this car loan is what? So it is 90%. What is 90%? So it means loan value divided by security value. So loan value divided by security value is known as loan to value ratio, which is 90% for my example. So I hope 2 points. First one, what is margin requirement? That is clear. Second point, what is loan to value ratio? That is clear. Now there is a question, sir, who decides the margin requirement? Then I would say margin requirement is different for different loans. Margin requirement is different for different loans, obviously, because it will depend on the asset, or it will depend on your collateral. Secondly, margin requirement is decided by individual bank, but limits are fixed by RBI. Is this point clear? If it is clear, then I'll go with the first statement. The first statement says, as per the latest announcement done by RBI related to the draft guidelines on gold loan, RBI said that loan to value ratio will be capped at 75%. Loan to value ratio will be capped at 75%, which means if you want to borrow a loan against 10 lakh rupees valued gold, then you will be capable to borrow loan value of 7.5 lakhs only. इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर आपके पास 20 लाख का लोन है जिसका मार्केट वैल्यू 20 लाख है, उसके बदले में जो आपको लोन मिलेगा वो 75% का मिलेगा, दैट विल बी ऑफ वैल्यू 15 लाख रुपीस. अब इसमें चेंज क्या हुआ? सर earlier this loan to value ratio was 80%. Earlier this loan to value ratio or cap was 80%, but now this cap has been changed and it has reduced to 75%. What is cap? So cap means the highest value, but loan to value ratio is highest 75%, but it's up to the bank. Bank may charge 40%, बैंक में चार्ज 60%, बैंक में प्रोवाइड अ लोन ऑफ 65% or 70%, depending upon the requirement or depending upon the borrower characteristics, borrower creditability and whatnot. Is this point clear, everyone? Is this point clear? If this point is clear, just give me yes, sir. Rahul, I hope loan to value ratio is clear now. Moving on to the next point. The next point says, if you are reaching to the bank to borrow a loan, if you are reaching to an NBFC to borrow a loan, then you must submit the proof of the gold ownership which you are basically pledging with the bank. So the moment you, let's say you are taking up your jewelry with the bank and you say bank ki bhaiya ye jo jewelry hai, you can keep it as a, or you can pledge this jewelry and give me the loan against the same. But in that particular case, you must submit, you must prove your ownership for this movable asset, that is gold jewelry or ornament or maybe gold coin. How can I define my ownership? So you can define your ownership with the help of a bill or maybe the invoice which you have received at the time of purchase of that particular jewelry, ornament or gold coin. So that is important. मान लो, sir, I have purchased 10 years back or 20 years back, I don't have the bill. So in that particular case, you have to come up with a self-declaration. You have to come up with a self-declaration document, and after that self-declaration document only bank will provide you the loan once bank is convinced that yes, you are the ultimate owner of this particular gold. Third point is lenders. Lender means banks or NBFCs. Lender means banks or NBFCs. What they will do, sir, they will give a certificate of gold purity and value when borrower takes loan against gold. It means if you submit your gold with the bank, bank will check the purity of your gold and they will give you the certificate on which gold purity will be mentioned, and on the basis of the gold purity, gold value will be calculated, and on the basis of gold value, considering loan to value ratio, lending amount will be decided. Next point is, according to the draft, only gold jewelry, only gold ornaments, as well as specified gold coins, Specified gold coins are those gold coins which are specially minted with a purity of 22 carats or higher, and they are sold by bank. So either you have a gold jewelry, or you have an ornament, or you have a specified gold coins which are issued by the banks. They are only eligible to be used as collateral. By the bank. Next point is specially minted silver coins, which are again sold by bank with a minimum purity of 925. They are also acceptable. As collateral. Moving on to the next point. As per the draft, you can borrow loan as an individual. You can borrow loan against gold up to 1 kg. That means you can pledge up to 1 kg of your gold jewelry or up to 50 grams of your gold coins in order to borrow loan from the banks or NBFCs, and these limits, they are uniform for all the regulated entities which are providing gold loans to the public. Last but not the least is, so the gold value will be valued at the price of 22 carat purity. What I'm trying to say in this particular context, please pay attention guys, इसे समझना बहुत important है. What it basically talks about. Sir, if I talk about this particular concept, it says, let's suppose there is an individual reaches to the bank, the individual 1. There is individual 2, he also reaches to the bank in order to borrow the gold loan. Purity of gold given by individual 1 is 24 carats. Purity of gold given by individual 2 is 18 carats. ठीक है जी? It is 18 carats, but when this gold is received by the bank will be calculating the value of the gold. Bank will be calculating the value of the pledge gold on 22 कैरेट basis. मतलब क्या हुआ, अगर 24 कैरेट गोल्ड 100 ग्राम्स है, 100 ग्राम्स है, अगर मैं कहूं 24 कैरेट गोल्ड का मतलब क्या होता है, if I say 24 carat term is basically related to what? So 24 carat gold is basically related to purity. I don't know कि आपको ये purity के बारे में पता है या नहीं, लेकिन अगर आप बात करें 22 कैरेट की, तो 22 कैरेट गोल्ड की अगर आप प्योरिटी की बात करते हैं, अगर आप प्योरिटी की बात करते हैं, हाउ मच प्योर इट इज, हाउ यू कैलकुलेट इट, how you calculate it, any idea? If you don't have an idea, I'll just let you know. So it is around 91.67%. How it is calculated? It is calculated in this manner कि 24 में से जो 22 हिस्से हैं, they are pure gold and rest 2 units are of alloy, that means some other metal which is basically mixed with gold to increase its holding capacity. अब 22 carat gold is 91.67% pure, है ना? And I'm assuming that this 24 carat gold is 100% pure. So what they will do is they will convert this 24 carat gold into 22 carat gold. Sir, how they will do that? By increasing the weight. By increasing the weight. Let's suppose they have increased the weight to 120 grams. And if you calculate the pure gold out of this 120 gram 22 carat gold, the pure gold will come out to be 100 grams only. Pure gold will come out to be 100 grams only. On the other side, अगर मैं बात करूं, individual 2 has submitted 200 grams of gold, लेकिन वो 18 कैरेट है. अब उस 18 कैरेट गोल्ड को कन्वर्ट किया गया 22 कैरेट में, बट दिस 22 कैरेट गोल्ड विल हैव 150 ग्राम्स. इट विल हैव the weight of 150 grams only. ये weight कम क्यों हो गया? Because now we have calculated the weight with respect to the purity of 22 carat and here we have calculated the purity again for 22 carat, but पहले purity ज्यादा थी तो weight बढ़ गया, यहाँ पहले purity कम थी तो weight क्या हो गया? कम हो गया. समझ आई ये बात? क्लियर है? इसमें मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी, मुझे नहीं लगता इसमें कुछ इशू होगा. इट्स वेरी इजी. अगर नहीं समझ आ रहा तो इसको ऐसे सोच लो, 100 ग्राम्स गोल्ड है जो कि 100% प्योर है, और जो 22 कैरेट गोल्ड है, लेट्स सपोज वो 75% प्योर है. लेट्स सपोज वो 75% प्योर है. तो आपका ये जो 24 कैरेट गोल्ड है ना, इसे आरबीआई ने कहा यू मस्ट रिप्रेजेंट इन दी फॉर्म ऑफ 22 कैरेट ओनली. अब 22 कैरेट ऑफ गोल्ड में मुझे चाहिए प्योर गोल्ड कितना? सर मुझे चाहिए प्योर गोल्ड 100 ग्राम्स का, मुझे चाहिए प्योर गोल्ड 100 ग्राम्स का. So on that particular basis it will come out to be 400 divided by 3. अगर मैं इसे calculate करूंगा, it comes out to be around, if my calculation is correct, it comes out to be 133 grams in the form of 22 carat gold. समझ आ गया? If it is clear, give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. Same goes for silver. In case of silver, whatever silver you come up with, but bank will convert it into 999 purity levels only, and on that particular basis the weight will be recorded at the time of pledging the gold with bank itself. Next point says loan document must include details of the pledged gold. What all details? It will include the description, the weight, the value, process that will be followed if you default the loan. That means on that loan document process should be written that if you do not pay back the loan amount, then recovery of the loan amount will be done. Then recovery of the loan amount will be done by selling the gold. How the gold will be sold out, where the gold will be sold out, what will be the auction process, what will be the bidding process, everything will be written on the loan document, and even time frame will also be written on the loan document. The day you pay back the entire loan of the bank will pay back or bank will return your pledged gold. But what is the time frame? So the time frame is 7 days. Time frame is 7 days. But if bank do not return the gold of the customer even after customer has paid the entire principal, entire interest, then the customer will wait for 7 days. After 7 days, bank will be charged with a penalty of 5,000 rupees, and this 5,000 rupees of penalty is supposed to be paid to the customer. Let's say bank pays after 10 days, so 3 days 15,000 will be the penalty given by the bank, and loan will be, or the gold will be returned to the customer. Is this point clear? May I have yes sir in the comment section? So these are few of the recommendations which have been done recently. So first recommendation is loan to value ratio capping 75%. Earlier it was 80%. Second is proof of gold ownership. Third is certificate of the gold's purity should be given by the lender at the time of pledging the gold with itself. Fourth point is gold which is going to be used as a collateral. It should be only gold jewelry, ornaments or specified gold accounts only. You can use the silver coins which are issued by the banks for collateral. Remember that for an individual you cannot borrow for jewelry value greater than 1 kg. You can borrow up to loan for a jewelry value up to 1 kg, and in case of coins the limit is 50 grams. Then the next point is whatever gold you submit to the bank, it will be converted and valued as 22 carat of gold only. Last but not the least is you will be getting a loan document with all the details, and the moment you return the loan you will be receiving the gold back, or the pledged gold will be returned to you within 7 days. If not, then bank will be charged with a penalty of 5,000 rupees each day. Clear? Moving on to the next. The next is RBI has released a circular related to updation or periodic updation of KYC. We all know that what is KYC? Guys, KYC stands for what? KYC stands for know your customer. Whenever you approach to the bank in order to enjoy the banking services, bank asks the customer to fulfill the KYC norms, where you have to submit your officially valid document with the bank so that bank can trace your identity, and your identity can be shared with the income tax department of the country and the other revenue departments of the country in order to avoid money laundering, in order to avoid circulation of black money in the economy, in order to avoid money hawala, in order to avoid funding of terrorist activities and all, under Prevention of Money Laundering Act, under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So recently RBI has reviewed the conditions for the KYC. What are the conditions which have been reviewed? So know your customer master direction has been released by RBI. Again, it's a draft open for public comments. It is basically to streamline the KYC process, reduce the compliance burden and enhance customer convenience, particularly for those customers who are low risk individuals as well as the beneficiaries of government welfare schemes. So basically KYC norms have been revised in order to support, in order to increase or provide more convenience to the customers who are enjoying the financial services. RBI has proposed an amendment to its earlier circular which was issued in January 2024. So RBI has already issued a circular on KYC in January 2024, and this amendment or these amendments which have been announced, they have been announced with respect to this January 2024 circular only. That means the changes will be done in this January 2024 circular only. Remember that whenever this question is asked, what is KYC? As I already said, so KYC is a process which is followed by banks as well as the financial institutes in order to identify and verify the customer's identity, in order to provide illegal activities like money laundering, terror financing and whatnot. Is this point clear? One second. Just a second, guys. Moving on to the next point. The next point says what are the proposals under this particular draft. The first proposal is bank shall permit customers. Please pay attention. First proposal. So bank shall permit customers to update their KYC details at any branch, including non-home branch, for the purpose of reactivating dormant or inoperative accounts. Now, what are these dormant inoperative accounts? Please pay attention. Guys, whenever you do not utilize your bank account for simultaneously, or you are not utilizing your bank account for 6 months, no transaction, not even balance check, no financial, not even non-financial transaction has been done for 6 months, or maybe for 2 years, or maybe for 10 years, then your account, I'm talking about the savings account, it is termed as what? It is termed as dormant account, inactive account, inoperative account, or unclaimed account, or unclaimed account. ठीक है जी? Or unclaimed account. Once your accounts are declared as dormant or inactive, or your account is declared as inoperative, or your account is declared as unclaimed account, if you want to reissue the account, if you want to reuse the account, if you want to reactivate the account, in that particular case, bank asks you to fulfill the KYC again. And now this KYC, in order to activate your dormant or inoperative account, can be done from any bank branch. It can be done from any bank branch. There is no requirement, there is no hard and fast rule that in order to activate your dormant or inoperative account, you have to approach to the home branch only. No, that is not required. Bank will also provide remote KYC updation, which means you can update your KYC through the video based customer identification process. If this video based customer identification process is available with the bank, then you can even reactivate your dormant accounts with the help of the same. Got it? Moving on to the next point. The next point says banks may engage authorized business correspondents. Have you heard about this term? We call them as banking correspondents. What are these banking correspondents? I would say, so these are the individuals or the entities that bank appoints to provide banking services to the customers, especially in the areas where the traditional banks are limited. I'm talking about the rural areas, unserved area. I'm talking about the terrain which is pretty tough, where setting up the bank branch is not possible. In that particular case, bank utilizes these kind of agreements, which we call it as banking correspondents. They are the agents of the banks. So these agents of the bank, they are also allowed that they can collect the KYC document and help the customer in reactivation of their inoperative account. These are the key proposals, but along with these key proposals, there are certain amendments which are very important. In total, we have around 6 amendments which we will be discussing today. The first amendment which we have, which has been announced under this particular draft, the first amendment is basically related to financial institutions. They must apply what? So financial institutions, they must apply customer due diligence process at unique customer identification code level. Existing KYC compliant customers opening new accounts with the same whatnot. देखो, मुझे तो ये सेंटेंस जो लिखा है वो समझ नहीं आया. अगर मैं आपकी जगह हूं, I don't know what you are feeling right now, but if you ask me, for me, nothing is clear. So in order to understand this particular sentence, first we need to understand what is customer due diligence. Then we need to understand what is unique customer identification code. Once we are clear with these two terms, then we'll read this statement again. शायद समझ आ जाए. So please pay attention. What is this UCIC? UCIC basically means what? So it basically talks about the term that is unique customer identification code. Unique customer identification code is nothing but it is an alphanumeric code which is assigned by the financial institutions to uniquely identify an individual or entity. It serves as a distinct identifier for a customer, enable banks to track and manage their accounts, consolidate customer data and monitor transactions effectively. So what does it say? Let's suppose there is an individual named Madhav has opened up an account with SBI, has opened up an account with SBI. Against my bank account with SBI, SBI has given me UCIC, which we call it as unique customer identification code, which is given by the financial institution, and they gave me the code Madhav78. Why they have given me Madhav78? Because last two digits of my account number is 78, so they have given me M78, or maybe if I say they can give me the code like MAD, first three digits of my name and last three digits or four digits can be from my account. Let's say it is 1313. So this is the alphanumeric code which has been generated by the bank, and against this alphanumeric code, bank identifies their customer. The name of the customer is Madhav. Their customer, the name of the customer is Madhav. Done. Second, what is customer due diligence? Sir, it refers to the process of verifying customers' identity, assessing their risk profile before entering into business relationship, particularly in context of financial institutions. It is a core element of know your customer and anti-money laundering regulations, which aimed at preventing money laundering and terrorist financing. Now, coming back to the point. Financial institution must apply the customer due diligence process. So bank must apply the customer due diligence process. What is customer due diligence process? And it is a process of verifying the customer identity and assess their risk profile before entering into a business relationship with them at the unique customer identification code level. So this means bank, if a customer approaches to the bank will first complete the KYC process. That is, bank should complete the customer due diligence process, where bank has completed the KYC, bank has calculated the risk associated with the profile, and after calculating all this, bank will generate UCIC for the customer, that is unique customer identification code for the customer. ठीक है जी. Now, existing KYC compliant customer opening new account with the same regulated entity are exempted from repeating the process. So this means this is applicable for the customer first time. First time this customer A approached to the bank to open saving account. Now the same customer is approaching to the bank to open up a credit, I would say a credit card or a credit limit account. So in that particular case, you as a bank will be using this code in order to retrieve this information rather than processing the KYC again. Is this point clear? Is this point clear, guys? If it is clear, give me yes, sir. बात समझ आई? बात समझ आई? अगर समझ आई है यहां तक तो एक बार यस सर टाइप कर दो. जिसने अभी तक अगर इस सेशन को लाइक नहीं किया, डू हिट द लाइक बटन. कोमल, राहुल, Shraddha, Anuj, give me yes sir if it is clear. Thank you Shilpi for the reply. Now moving on to the next point. अगला point क्या कहता है? Second point is under the amendments, enhanced monitoring for high risk account is applicable to all relevant subparagraphs. What does it mean? It means whenever we talk about customer due diligence, we divide the customer due diligence into two categories. One, we call it as standard due diligence, and other one we call it as enhanced due diligence. What is the difference? Standard is the baseline of the due diligence that is typically applied to all the customers who reaches the bank with minimum or moderate risk, but enhanced due diligence is applied on the customer which holds a profile, and we call that profile as high risk profile. So there is, I would say, enhanced due diligence is more rigorous. It is more rigorous process that is applied to the customer जिनके ऊपर रिस्क ज्यादा है, जैसे कि हाई रिस्क कंट्रीज से उन्होंने इन्वेस्टमेंट की हो और दे हैव द रिलेशनशिप विद द कॉम्प्लेक्स organizations which are not doing well currently. So in that particular case, enabled due diligence or enhanced due diligence is need to be done. Enhanced due diligence is need to be done. Next point is the term periodic updation of KYC has been replaced with the term that is updation of KYC to clarify the timelines. Now in case of low risk customers, if the risk profile is low risk, KYC will be updated after 10 years. If the customer risk profile is moderate risk, KYC will be updated after 8 years. If the risk profile is high risk, then KYC will be updated after 2 years. High risk थोड़ा सा समझा देता हूँ. Let's suppose guys, I am working in a company, or I am one of the director of a company which has been declared as insolvent. It is on the verge to be declared bankrupt. It's on the verge to be liquidated and closed down. So in that particular case, if I am opening up an account, in that case, my profile will be termed as high risk profile. And for that particular case, high risk customers, updation of KYC after 2 years, medium risk customer after 8 years, and low risk customers, KYC is need to be updated after 10 years. And remember that customer due diligence is of two types: standard due diligence as well as enhanced due diligence. Moving on to the fourth amendment. If I talk about the fourth amendment says regulated entities must upload or update KYC record to the central KYC record registry within 7 days. Now again, my doubt is in front of you. My doubt is, so what do you understand by the word CKYCR? What is CKYCR? So CKYCR is basically Central KYC Record Registry. What is the Central KYC Record Registry? You can think and take it as a database. You can take it as a centralized database in India that stores and manages know your customer records of the individuals in financial sector. So what is it basically? So it is like bank approaches, a customer approach to a bank completes the KYC of the customer. The entire detail of the customer's KYC will be updated on a centralized server, on a centralized database, and against a customer the KYC information is stored. So this authority, where all the banks, all the financial institutes, they are updating the KYCs of their customers, and this database can be utilized to retrieve the information of customers KYC whenever required, is known as Central KYC Record Registry. Central KYC Record Registry, where bank has been asked, financial institutes have been asked to update the data within 7 days of providing the business, or within 7 days of creating the business relationship with the customer. So it basically aims to streamline the KYC process, reduce redundancy, enhance security by providing single source of KYC information. So this was established to address the challenge of multiple KYC verification, because once a financial institute has done the KYC, once a financial institute, this bank has done the KYC of Madhav, then this information or KYC information of Madhav stored at CKYCR can be retrieved by bank 2 if the same customer approaches to bank 2 in order to open up a new account. So जब आप दूसरे बैंक के पास, दूसरी regulated entity के पास banking services या financial services लेने जाएंगे, so there's no need to submit, there's no need to fulfill the KYC norms again. Your entire KYC data and information will be retrieved from this central repository if it is updated. If it is updated. So unless the data is outdated, if the data is outdated, then they will request you to submit the new data. If it is incomplete, then also you have to submit the new data. But if your entire KYC process is complete and appropriate, then there is no need to submit or complete your KYC again. So it basically acts as a repository of KYC records, which ensures that customers' KYC information is stored in secure as well as accessible manner. It is beneficial because it is more convenient, efficient, it fulfills the security norms, and it fulfills the compliances related to the KYC document security. Question is, who manages CKYCR? So CKYCR is managed by CERSAI, that is Central Registry of Securitization, and Asset Reconstruction and Security in Trust of India. Accessibility, sir, it is accessible to all the regulated financial institutes, all the financial institutes which are regulated by RBI, like banks, even which are regulated by IRDAI, like insurance companies, and even NBFCs, they have the access to central KYC registry. Last but not the least is, so this CKYCR ensures KYC records and process a uniform uniformity across the financial sector. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि अगर आपने किसी एक कंपनी से इंश्योरेंस फैसिलिटी ली है और अगर अब आप किसी बैंक से एक नया बैंक अकाउंट ओपन करना चाहते हैं, then there is no need to complete the KYC again. The information which is stored by the insurance company in the central registry can be easily achieved in order to complete the requirement. Is this done? Is it done, guys? If it is done, just give me yes, sir. Now we can read the statement. This statement says, regulated entity must upload or update KYC details of the customer on the CKYCR within 7 days of receiving new customers information. Second amendment is related to the designation central nodal officer under UAPA, that stands for Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. So central nodal officer under Unlawful Activities Prevention Act is now designated as Joint Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs, which was earlier designated as Additional Secretary. Now the Additional Secretary designation has been replaced by a new designation which is termed as Joint Secretary of Ministry of Home Affairs. Joint Secretary of Ministry of Home Affairs. If you want to know more about this central nodal officer, please pay attention. UAPA nodal officer is designated official responsible for implementing Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. This officer is tasked with verifying assets. So this officer is responsible to verify the assets, is responsible to check the financial transactions in order to ensure compliance with the act, which aims to prevent financing of terrorism as well as other unlawful activities. So this officer is responsible for asset verification, can provide the order of freezing the assets if anything wrong is going on. It coordinate with the regulated entities as well as other government authorities in order to avoid financing of terrorism or any other unlawful activity. So ये जो central nodal officer है, sir, he is given the designation as Additional Secretary of Ministry of Home Affairs, but now this Additional Secretary designation has been replaced by Joint Secretary. So Joint Secretary of Ministry of Home Affairs is designated as Central Nodal Officer. But if I talk about the State Nodal Officer, so State Nodal Officer is typically the level of Principal Secretary or Secretary of Home Department, and the financial regulators like RBI, SEBI, NABARD, RBI, SEBI, IRDA, they also appoint their nodal officers who are responsible to check as well as review these unlawful activities done through their regulated entities. So I hope it is clear. Now coming to the news. The news says, as per the latest amendment under the draft, it has announced, as per the draft, the Central Nodal Officer designation, which was earlier Additional Secretary, has been replaced from Additional Secretary to Joint Secretary. Last but not the least is, rather than using the word section again and again, now in each and every circular of RBI, paragraph term will be used. So this is not new. It is applicable in all the references of RBI, but yes, this is also one of the part. I hope all the 5 amendments are clear. The first amendment announced is related to financial institutions. They must apply customer due diligence and complete the unique customer identification code for a new customer, but in case of existing customer, there is no need to do that. There is no need to do that. You can open up a new account, you can provide new services to the existing customer just with the help of unique code identification, unique customer identification code. Second amendment is enhanced monitoring for high risk accounts, which means enhanced due diligence is need to be fulfilled, and term periodic updation has been replaced by only updation for the timelines. If you have a high risk profile, then KYC will be updated after 10 years, sorry, after 2 years, moderate risk after 8 years, and low risk, your KYC will be updated after 10 years. Last 3 points are regulated entities. They must submit the record with Central KYC Records Registry within 7 days, and Central Nodal Officer under Unlawful Activities Prevention Act is now designated as Joint Secretary, who was earlier termed as Additional Secretary. Got it, guys? Clear? So this is all about the current news. Moving on to the last news. The last news is related to the KYC news only. तो एक तरफ तो उन्होंने KYC में कहा कि भैया KYC जो है, now the KYC can be done on bank branches all over the country rather than only approaching to the home branch in order to reactivate your inoperative or unclaimed account. Now there is one more amendment which has been announced with respect to inoperative and unclaimed deposit. It says that credit balance in any deposit account which is maintained with the bank, credit balance, deposit balance in any deposit account, and if that credit balance or that account is not operated for 10 years or the account is declared as unclaimed, then in that particular case the entire amount is need to be transferred to RBI, and RBI will deposit that entire amount, principal as well as interest, into an account. We call that account as what? DEF. DEF stands for deposit. DEF stands for what, guys? अभी 2 दिन पहले या शायद लास्ट क्लास में हमने पढ़ा है इसके बारे में. What is the full form of DEF? What is the full form of DEF? Sir, it stands for Depositor Education and Awareness Fund, which was set up back in 2014. तो आपको ये पैसा उसमें ट्रांसफर करना है, ये हमें पता है. There is a need to enable business correspondent. So business correspondent will be allowed by the RBI so that the regulated entities like banks and NBFCs, they can appoint business correspondents who will complete the KYC process. Bank shall make available the facility of updating KYC for reactivation of inoperative or unclaimed account at all branches, and reactivation should also be allowed through video customer identification process if it is applicable for a particular bank. Additionally, an authorized business correspondent of the bank may be utilized, so you can also allow the business correspondents to complete the process of KYC so that reactivation of the inoperative accounts can be done. Is it clear? Okay. Now let's move on to, I call them as halki news. Let's move on to loose news, which have a probability that they will ask in phase 1, or you can utilize these news data while writing a descriptive answer. If you are ready, after these 3 news specifically related to RBI, give me a thumbs up, give me yes sir in the comment section so that we can move ahead. Tina, these are not repeated. समझो ये है क्या? एक तरफ RBI ने अपनी KYC नॉर्म्स को रिवाइज करने के लिए एक ड्राफ्ट दिया, और दूसरी तरफ RBI ने जो अगला ड्राफ्ट गाइडलाइंस दी है, दैट इज रिलेटेड टू इनऑपरेटिव और अनक्लेम्ड डिपॉजिट इन द बैंक्स. तो ये दोनों अलग अलग RBI के रूल्स, नॉर्म्स हैं, और दोनों अलग अलग में कुछ सिमिलैरिटी है. सिमिलैरिटी क्या थी? अगर अकाउंट इनऑपरेटिव है या अनक्लेम्ड है, अब आप KYC कहीं भी करा सकते हो. दूसरी तरफ KYC अब कहीं भी की जा सकती है इन ऑर्डर टू रीएक्टिवेट योर अनक्लेम्ड accounts. समझ आई बात? So one side they are coming up with the recommendations with respect to inoperative, other side they are coming up with respect to KYC. दोनों का मतलब सेम निकल रहा है, that is a different thing. दोनों का मतलब सेम निकल रहा है, that is a different thing. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया? क्लियर हो गया. I hope you must have click the like button. You must have liked the session yet. Okay, अगर अभी तक like नहीं किया, do hit the like button. तो अगली जो हमारे पास न्यूज है, that is Alliance Global Insurance Report 2025. So recently, Alliance Global Insurance Report 2025 has been presented. With respect to this report, what all things are important? First thing which is important, that sir, in Asia, India has become the second largest. India has become, or India, I would say, India will become the second largest country in terms of insurance services behind China. So Indian market is going to become the second largest in Asia, surpassing Japan as India's life insurance sector is set to grow. So why it is so? Because India's life insurance sector is expecting a growth of 10.5%, that is compounded annual growth, with respect to global growth of 5% only. But on the other side, which country is on the first rank? So China is on the first rank, which you need to remember. China is on the first rank, which you need to remember. Second point which you need to remember in this particular discussion is, which is really very important, from where the question can be asked. So what is the absolute growth we are expecting with China? So China is expected to grow annually with a rate of 7.8%, और अगर हम इंडिया की बात करें तो इंडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में दो चीजें हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है. पहली चीज, इंडियाज एंटायर इंश्योरेंस मार्केट हैज एक्सपेंडेड by 10.6% in 2024, जिसका expansion was 7.7% in the 2023, with premium income touching around $145 billion and highest growth was recorded in insurance sector. तो पहला point तो ये हो गया. दूसरा point है, in 2024, India has recorded 10.6% growth in entire insurance sector, and out of this entire insurance sector, highest growth in 2024 was recorded in health insurance sector. Last point, in India, majority insurance market is tapped by life insurance, where life insurance almost hold 75% of the Indian market. Where life insurance holds 75% of the Indian market. Is this point clear? If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. Moving on to the next point. The next point says, so there are certain reforms which have been announced by the government. So government has increased the FDI limit in insurance sector from 74% to 100%. This increase has been announced. Second is government has invested, or I would say government has infused 17,450 crore rupees. Government infused 17,450 crore rupees in 2019-20 as well as 2020-21, 2019-20 to 2021-22, which means I can say 2019-20 से लेकर 2021-22 तक, for these 3 years, government has infused capital of 17,450 crores into the government owned insurance companies. We call them as public sector general insurance companies. What is the benefit? So the benefit of this infusion is, for the very first time in the previous financial year, that is 2023-24, for the very first time, all the public sector general insurance companies, they have recorded profit. That means they were profitable for the very first time after so long. Is this point clear? Let's read out these terms. 74 to 100%. Government infused 17,450 crore rupees 2019-20 to 21-22, and in financial year 2023-24, public sector general insurance companies, they all became profitable again after historical losses. Now, I'm giving you homework, guys. Your homework is share the list of public sector general insurance companies. Share the list of public sector general insurance companies. Do share the list of public sector general insurance companies. Is this point clear? Okay. There is one more homework which I would like to share over here. What is the difference between dormant account, inactive account, inoperative account, as well as unclaimed account? So you have to make a list of all these four. Out of these four, two are same. A dormant is same as inactive or dormant is same as inoperative. That you have to check, but you need to give me the definition of both in the definition of all the three accounts, as well as you need to give me the list of public sector general insurance companies in the comment section. Got it, guys? Moving on to the next. Guys, if you remember, a few days ago, we have discussed about a company. What was the name? The name of the company was Porter. And I told you Porter has become the third unicorn of India in 2025. Now we have the fourth unicorn of India in the year 2025. And the name of that fourth unicorn is Drools. Drools is basically a pet food private limited company. So Drools has become the fourth startup to receive the title of unicorn in the year 2025 after Netradyne, Juspay, Porter, and the fourth company to be termed as unicorn, which means its valuation is above $1 billion. The name is Drools. Remember that India has become one of the largest market, or I would say one of the fastest growing pet care market in the world. So that is the reason this company has earned a lot in terms of revenue, and due to this revenue, the company has recently received investment from a Nestle acquired company back in Switzerland. So after that investment, which has been raised by Drools, minor stake have been sold out by Drools, which has resulted in increase in the total value of Drools, and the value of the company has crossed 1 billion mark, and that is the reason it is termed as unicorn, fourth unicorn of 2025. Last but not the least is your news, that is India recorded provisional FDI inflows of $81.04 billion. I hope we all know that foreign direct investment means when the investment done by a foreign entity, in order to manage, in order to run the business, in order to earn profit through management and administration, that is known as FDI. We have green FDI when the investment is done to set up the unit from scratch, brown FDI when the investment is done in already existing unit, and if this investment is done heavily, that could lead to merger or it could lead to acquisition as well. So merger example would be Maruti. In Maruti, Suzuki has invested and they merged to set up a new company that was known as Maruti Suzuki. So Ministry of Commerce and Industry has reported provisional FDI inflows of what value? So the value was $81.04 billion, which has marked an increase of 14% with respect to the last financial year 2023-24. So in 2024-25, expected FDI is $81.04 billion, which has grown 14%. FDI has steadily grown from a mark of $36 billion since financial year 2013-14. So this data is for reading, don't memorize it. And if you can memorize it, you can use it while referring or while writing a descriptive answer. Next point is, key highlights include over the past 11 financial year, from financial year 14 to financial year 25, India has attracted total $748.78 billion in terms of FDI, which has witnessed 143% increase in comparison to the last 11 years from financial year 2003 to financial year 2014, where the investment was $308.38 billion. This data was given on the government website. That is the reason NDA government has compared its data with UPA government timelines, but obviously time has changed, economy size has changed, nation quality has changed, delivery has changed, but still politics is politics. They are still comparing on the same manner. Moving on to the next point, nearly 70% of the total. So till date, India has received $1.07236 trillion of, this is the total FDI India received till date, and out of this total FDI, 70% of the FDI has received in past 25 years. 70% of the FDI has received in past 25 years. Quite obvious, guys. FDI in India has increased, or it has taken a boom after LPG, that is 1991, and not only LPG, even the nuclear summit, or I would say the nuclear deal, which is also known as 123 agreement, which India signed with US, that has boosted foreign inward investment in India, that led to the inflow of total FDI of $1072.36 billion till date. FDI source countries has increased from 89. Earlier, the source countries which were investing in India were 89 in financial year 2013-14, but now the source country has increased to 112, which highlights the growing India, or growing trust on Indian economy. The count has increased from 89 to 100, count has increased from 89 to 112 countries. No, Rahul, no data on net FDI in this government, or I would say official document given by the government. Next point is, the service sector has emerged as the top recipient of FDI in equity, attracting 90% of the total inflows. On the second rank, we have computer, software and hardware, and on the third rank, we have the trading sector. Then FDI into the service sector has increased by 40% in comparison to the previous year, and the value is $9.36 billion. Moving to the next point, India is also becoming hub for manufacturing FDI, which has witnessed a growth of 18%. That means in the manufacturing industries, our FDI has witnessed a growth of 18%, which has increased to a value of $19.04 billion, which was last year $16.12 billion. This is very important. This is very, very important. Top FDI destination. So I will be mentioning two things. If you'd ask me, in financial year 2024-25, name the states which have recorded highest foreign direct investment inflows, then my answer would be, sir, on the first rank we have Maharashtra with 39% of the total inflows. Then we have Karnataka, 13% of the total inflow, and on the third rank we have Delhi with 12% total inflow. Now, if I talk about the source countries, so the source countries are Singapore, 30% of the total FDI, Mauritius 70% of the total FDI, and US is on the third rank with 11% of total FDI inflow is coming from US. Is this point clear, guys? So these are the things which you need to remember. These concepts, read twice. If you can remember, it's good. If you cannot, leave it, but this is must. You cannot miss to remember this part, and this is also must. You cannot miss to remember this part as well. That is the top FDI sources. Is this point clear, guys? If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. This is very important. This you need to remember. I hope each and every point which we have discussed is crystal clear. Do not forget to hit the like button before leaving, and do share the link of this session with your friends. If you have any doubt, you may ask, please. I have given you 2 questions as homework. First homework is, tell me what is dormant account, inactive account, inoperative account, or unclaimed account. What was the other question I have given you, guys? What was the other question I have given you? So can we say that ease of doing business is best as the source of? No, that's not the only case. That is not the only case. Maharashtra, geographical presence of Maharashtra is something which results in huge attraction of foreign direct investment because it is approachable by all the means. That is also one of the factor. Then the next factor is growth in that particular state. Next factor is availability of resources in the state, and those all are the reasons because of which Maharashtra is on the top in terms of GST payment. Also, out of the total GST which is shared by the states to the center government, highest GST is coming from Maharashtra. That is also a point. That is also you need to remember. Next question is, give me the list of public sector general insurance companies. Guys, do share your answers in the comment section, and tomorrow same time 5 p.m. we will be discussing the RBI annual report, and this report is very important. This will be asked in your phase 1, it will be asked in your phase 2, and even the questions will be asked in the interview from this annual report. So do not forget to join live tomorrow. Do not forget to join live tomorrow at 5 p.m. Trust me guys, if you not watch the session live, you won't be able to understand it, and I won't be able to clear your doubts even if you will be watching that session in the recorded format. So do join it live. Tomorrow is Sunday. I will be waiting for you all tomorrow at 5 p.m. on the same platform. Bye bye guys, take care, good luck, God bless you all, see you soon.